Good morning. Happy Monday. Oh my god, I just realized I left the radiator on. Jesus. Well, it was cold. Now it's ridiculously toasty. I don't know what's up with the weather at the moment. It's in jerk mode, right? Where you don't know if it's trying to be, is it trying to be all in on the summer or all in on the winter? It just can't decide. It's indecisive. But you guys made a decisive decision to come here. Hopefully you're having a good Monday. So, pretty cool games happening yesterday in terms of team games. We'll probably look to catch a few of those later. We're going to start off with the 1v1s. We're going to be checking out some Recons, some Beastie, some Louis, some Give You Anxiety. Maybe we'll fish a few additional names to kind of check in on outside of those, standard ones we do watch a lot of. The goal will probably be maybe 5-6 hours-ish. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll feel like we go a little bit longer. Doing a caffeine-free day. I was kind of curious. I was thinking to my brain, I was like, is the caffeine really helping me? We're going to find out today. Because I decided to put eye contacts in and not have any caffeine. So that's going to be an interesting bag. But we will be kicking off in a few minutes with some Recon versus Beastie. Yeah, I don't know really what was happening with that 2v2 tournament yesterday. I found it quite confusing to even try and track what was happening. I don't know if there was meant to be a Discord where the info was being released in regards to it, but it kind of was a shame that we weren't able to cast any of those. I really was hoping we were going to be able to hang around and like do an extra series, but when I found out that the Avali Lash series was going to be like almost another hour, I was like, I'm just going to host through to Lash. So hopefully you guys had some entertainment with that. Like I remember looking at the other channel that was casting it, and there was like a 40-minute timer on the screen. I was like, okay, bit silly. But yeah, pretty cool show match yesterday. I had a lot of fun with that. I think in future, what we'll probably do is make them play-alls. I feel like a lot of people just do play-all show matches. You kind of have to get your bang for buck as a content creator when you want to fund those. I just remembered we need to do the coffee thing still, so I haven't done that yet. I will remember. It just sprung on my mind because I said said yesterday, like someone will remind me in Discord because I'm terrible for these things. But I'll try to figure that out. I don't know if Patreon coffee is better for that, but we'll figure that detail out. As I noticed, a few people said they wanted to try and like put some money into funding. I mean, that's pretty cool to see. I love that. I do prefer being able to do tournament style game series or whatever. And I think it also just in general, a lot more people are interested in that than pub games. It feels a lot better to cast. It feels a lot more enjoyable for me as well. And it gives us this cool agency over like formats that we can get creative. We'll definitely be doing the Smack Talk stuff in the future though, like giving people that option. It's not that they have to engage with it, but like the logic will be you can't mute your opponent. And I'm going to hope that people honor that. We can even like double check whether they muted them in certain ways. Like you could basically have it so that you can do like a mic test to your opponent. If they don't respond, then they get penalized. I don't know. We'll think of some creative. Sup, Patrick? New Glasses of Fire. Yeah, I think I might actually look to get these ordered from Gunner, as in a prescription version. Just because obviously it's easier to have the prescription ones versus putting contacts in. I don't know if I like them more in the idea of the orange or lighter. That's what I need to figure out. Because I can get them... I think they're going to have them in the 35 frame or the 65. I'm not sure if they have the 80 plus, which is what they think they call the amber lens. They have a few that are like that, and they are incredibly orange. But part of me kind of likes these in the orange. Maybe that makes them better than just having them in the standard. But I think I will look to order these. I'm just holding off on sending the request in because I've got to go for my eye test. I think it's the 5th of May. I might ring up and see if they can do it sooner. That way I can get the order shipping sorted a little bit faster because it does take, I think it takes a week or two to process prescriptions for them. Whereas obviously with the already ready lenses, they can just send them out ASAP. Is the Voldemort win counter up to date? Technically, Escu is. I'm feeling generous today to Voldy. He was nice enough on the interview. He was very humble, very nice fella. So, like, technically, that win counter is correct until, I want to say, about 6 p.m., half 6. So, it's correct for, I'd say, roughly about another 5 hours. Well, 5-6 hours, something like that. Then it's indeed going to need updating. And it's going to be a tear in his eye. See, this is what we do, right? We just put different people's names in here, and it encourages them to be active on AoE 4. Otherwise, this becomes their legacy, right? I'm just going to start having a list of players that we track the tally for. But What we'll be doing, though, is we're going to start off with Recon and Beastie had a few more games they queued into. I don't know if people really want to see the Byzantine mirror. I feel like people just don't give a crap about mirrors. But we will have this one on Four Lakes, and I think they had another one after, so I want to check out. There is also some interesting games involving the likes of Numidan. Gully Decker also had an interesting series I want to check out. But later on, we will see if there were any good results. I mean, did you guys catch the 2v2s actually yesterday? Did you catch some of them? Like, did you catch Lash's perspective, for example? Was it just a stomp? Because my instinct is like, as much as I'd love to cast them, I feel like it's going to be more entertaining casting the scrim games between, like, you know, Crackety, Core, Lash, and Avli, where, in fairness, they are more balanced in terms of matchups. 0 days till Fonomar win? That must be fake news. No, dude. Technically, well, I mean, technically, like, if you want to get exact about it. There. You guys really want to get under his skin, don't you? Now we just look petty, okay? Ah, the things you guys are doing to me. But the other thing is, by the way, we are going to do a charity stream on Saturday, this coming Saturday, to raise money for Alex's Lemonade Stand, which is a charity that raises money for cancer research and cancer treatment for kids. So, pretty cool cause. They reached out to me, asked if I'd be willing to do a stream. I said, sure, why not? I absolutely love raising some money for charity. Last time, what was last time? I think it's been a year since we done our last charity stream. And I think in like one stream or two, we raised $1,200. I think the one before that, similarly. So, hopefully we'll have similar support. If you guys have ideas for things you want to see for milestones, for rewards for donating, then drop them in my Discord, because I'm figuring out the list now. We're probably going to have the stupid one where I do the ties again at maybe like $20, which is basically every 20, like, if you hit that reward choice, I add a tie. I think the record is when we done one for Stack Up, we had 18 ties on at once, which looked actually kind of fashionable, not going to lie, I nailed it. But outside that, probably have shots in there. I'm going to have to be careful about how I balance the shots. There's probably going to be a limited number of shots, because otherwise it gets dangerous, like actually medically dangerous. And I'm also atrocious with the way that I pour shots, because I don't pour singles, I pour doubles. Outside that, probably have the return of the 8 times speed cast. We haven't done that in a while, and I think people did quite enjoy that before. We'll probably add in some things so that people can have their games cast as well. And maybe we even try to organize some sort of charity show match in there. We'll figure that one out. Not sure if it's worth watching the Beastie Core and Crackety games. Beastie got tilted fast and felt like he gave up. I mean, I think we cast one of them. We cast the one in Ancient Spires, right? Where Crackety and Baltoon played as the Chinese and the Abbasids. And I think, like, one big issue, I still stand by the statement. I don't think Mongols are great in 2v2s. I think Mongols in 2v2s, like, the problem with Mongols is when you add something like Mongols in and you think about the value points such as Kurotai, you need to stop thinking of AoE 4s and RTS and start thinking a bit more like a MOBA. What I mean by that is that Mongols are like a support character. They are a buffer. It's like having a Mercy in Overwatch, right? Giving you a damage buff. That's the whole logic. You're looking to distract, then you're looking to get Kurotai, and then you're looking for your teammates to push through. The problem with a 2v2 is that puts way too much onus on one player delivering the killing blow. Whereas when you do it in, say, 3v3, I like Mongols in 3v3s and 4v4s because there's more variance as a support player. For a start, Magadai is just more valuable as a support raider. And for another thing, Kurotais are more powerful in the head-on fights. Like, you just don't get the same impact out of a 2v2. Core wanted to turn on play passively, BC didn't, so they had a bit of friction. And last game they started to play together. Yeah, I mean, there's different strategies, right? There is the one boom, one aggro. There's double aggro. Never do double boom. I think that's a recipe for disaster. But, like, you've really got to define your playstyle when you go into it. I think what Baltoon and Crackety really have going for them there is Baltoon is a fantastic, what I call the welcome rug, right? I call it the welcome map, which is the player that essentially is just distracting the opponents, raiding them, keeping them busy. And then Crackety plays the boomer role quite well. Right, so the absolute sheep diff in them as well. You'd think Crackety was map packing. I mean, is it the game where he's playing as China? Because that's just China, dude. Like, China are ridiculous. High-level Chinese players will just get an insane sheep advantage. It's not even funny. The weird part is the Mongol player just kind of whiffing, though, because, like, Mongols can be quite decent at gathering sheep as well due to the Khan's Falcon, as well as the maneuver speed arrow. So you basically falcon in the direction to see if the sheep, and then you can like go there or just ignore it and move on with maneuver speed arrows, which is pretty nice. Still doesn't beat the overarching effect of the Chinese, which is the Chinese are always present with this extra vision that lets them see. But I think we've given people enough time to get their asses in. If they're not in by now, then what are they doing? Wait, what is this doing? Yeah, I was about to say. Let's hang for a second. So we're going to be kicking off here in Four Lakes. Yeah, you're seeing that correctly. For some reason, Beastie has decided to pick Byzantines on Four Lakes. Which is exactly why I needed to click on this. Because I think there's a lore of casting Beastie on YouTube, isn't there? We got to cast the losses. In fairness, although we did pick Byzantines on a water map, it's not exactly what you call an aggro-central water map, so maybe this could work out for BC. On Four Lakes, it's not the same as when you play Holy Island or play Baltic, right? You're not directly attacking into the same pond, but you easily can be. That's why I'm a little bit worried for him in this game, because Recon has gone for the tried, true, and very powerful Japanese on Four Lakes. The reason these guys are so good is their ability to kind of afford extra docks through how cheap their fishing is to scale on its own. And the extra layering, of course, is going to be the Shinobi threat. Now, I'm curious to see what the solution in Beastie's mind is against Shinobi threat. Because I think, actually, when Japanese play a water map like this, a really good combo is to go Shinobi plus Horseman. The reason for that, by the way, is that your opponent can't really defend himself easily. If he goes Lombos, you've got the Horseman to counter that. If he goes Javelins, just doesn't get bonus damage either way. And if you try to scale into Limitane, the problem is I'm not expecting you to get your own ponds for free, courtesy of those Shinobi. So there's a few options here, and I think even the idea of Onobugishi is pretty cool. If I remember correctly, I actually haven't tested this. Do Shinobi get Bannerman aura? I'm not sure if they do. They should be classified as infantry, so I believe they do. It's just we never actually see a Katana Bannerman with Shinobi, but in theory, it's pretty insane if you think about it. 15% damage buff, even in the early phase of the game, that's going to be an extra 3 damage. So you're going to be hitting for like 25, 28 damage in total, which means you just completely decimate Horsemen. So curious to see if Recon wants to take that type of approach. I imagine we might just be having something a bit more methodical. Play on the lakes, just have a few Shinobi, and then don't add anything in until Castle Age, which is pretty much the bread and butter of most Japanese picks right now. If you want to play Bizzle Day, then you got Four Lakes twice in a row. Well, actually, no, he had options. He actually had options, because we cast one of his games earlier. It was Order the Dragon, right? So he was playing Order the Dragon and Byzantines all day. But he willingly, out of the two options, when Four Lakes came up again, was like, Byzantines. Tries not to cry. I guess there are some positives, right? You do get olive oil out of this. It's just I'm underwhelmed by the olive oil gathering rate. Sure, you are going to get 20% of what you gather, which seems decent. But the reality is, compared to the food surge your opponents can achieve, I just don't think it matches up, especially when it starts turning into a contest on your own lakes. I guess one upside the Byzantines have is that they do, of course, generate stone when they drop buildings, so arrow slits is very doable for them. And I think, actually, the current meta is dominated by naval arrow slits, especially on maps where you can share ponds, right? So things that come to mind for that, I think Boulder Bay is a great map where arrow slits will always win out. Holy Island functions similarly to that, and definitely you can see the similar thing coming out of Four Lakes quite often. But the tricky part is you're up against a Civ that gathers that stone arguably quicker, just because they're munching on the gold so much. I think that's one of the intriguing things, which if you're not in a situation where you're spamming a lot of buildings up, which usually you aren't in the very early phase of the game, you don't really have the capacity to go into naval arrow slits, even more so when you consider that every time you choose naval arrow slits, you're choosing to not get more eco on land. So we should be approaching the point where we will get the discovery if we're going to be looking at Hippodrome here. I think Hippodrome can sort of work. It doesn't feel great once again against Shinobi when you know it's going to be Shinobi, but it gives you a level of flexibility on how you approach the map. And to be totally real, Grand Winery shouldn't really be needed when you're setting up on ponds like this. Oh, God, speaking of setting up on the ponds, he's not going to be there alone. I wondered when Recon would do this. This is actually absurdly early. I feel like this is the type of thing where Beastie was maybe anticipating this another 20, 30 seconds from now, especially considering that by making this choice, Recon admittedly is kind of sacrificing additional eco and a slightly quicker tech timing, which is usually taboo for the Japanese. This is a Civ that functions on the idea of that first Shinobi being so important. And ever since the nerf to Shinobi so that they don't insta-spawn, you've seen a lot more prioritization on rushing this landmark instead of delaying it. And it is indeed going to be the Hippodrome matchup. Which tier list do I like more, Beastie or Marine Lords? I can't remember what their tier lists are. I think I started clocking out a tier list after Vortex rated Order of the Dragon as S tier before EGC's tournament. At that point, I was like, we'll have our own tier list with Blackjack and Hookers. Okay, this is crafty. Recon, you son of a... I actually love this from Recon. So Beastie's going to see that this is one dock, and he's like, okay, well, I can fight that. I'll just stay on this lake, 2 dock versus 1. That'll be a win. If he doesn't scout the second dock, I think what you can see from Beasties is going to be a little bit shortchanged because Recon could hide 1 or 2 aggro ships before revealing them south here. I love the fact in the meantime, because he hasn't teched up, he decided to just put that wood into fishing over here. That also gives you a little bit of repair power. But this is going to be tricky. I mean, the other element to consider here, we mentioned the whole idea of like stone investment. For Recon, what was he giving up by investing stone in naval arrow sleds? His TC being upgraded. That doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, the Byzantine player, he's going to be forced to invest in these arrow sleds, but it's going to come at the cost of additional assistance. Attack up complete, and the Droman's on the way. I can't. These things quite possibly are the single worst boat in the game. I'm trying to think if there's a worse boat. Some people want to say Galleasses, but I think situationally Galleasses make sense. Reason is that Galleasses can't be counted by demo ships at all, right? Because they aren't a broadside gun. Galle's going to come out first, but an immediate demo ship. And BC realizes what's happened here. It is indeed 2 dock versus 2 dock. So he has got the galley coming out at least. Recon. Beautifully reacted. Demo might be able to find his way in here. In fact, that drone needs to be careful. It's getting a little bit low. Looks like he's going to have to set off the detonation of the galley. Recon has got Shinobi on the way, though, and they have arrived. And unfortunately, these horsemen are no match. Yeah, and if you don't kill, you lose. That's the other problem here. Immediately you can turn around. That's going to be 2 horsemen losing to a single Shinobi. Oh, this is terrible fighting right now. Waterside at least looks a little bit better for Beastie, but the problem is right now he's at risk of being idled out on these docks. Another awkward issue is, like, compared to Springald ships, these Dromans aren't very good at sniping out Shinobi. So he moves this one Shinobi. That's a bit off more than he can shoot. He'll go in for the stabs. I think maybe he could have turned away a little bit sooner and possibly got the kill on the horseman, but well played by Beastie to at least clear up that initial ninja. The problem is there's already more on the way. In fact, 2 are idled in the middle of the map. I think Recon needs to wake up, set his alarm click to now. Weirdly enough, though, instead, he's just keeping an eyeball out for this. What a read. Recon, you can tell he plays up against Beastie a lot, right? Like, he sensed this was coming, so he can easily Shunshin right now, by the way, and easily kill off this villager. He's just going to walk it down first, though. In fact, it's pretty smart of him to save the Shunshin charges, because then he'll have them near the dock line. So nice little snipe there. Dock on his home lake in the meantime is going to get cleared up, so Recon is losing control of that area. But one interesting game we now have is Recon is adding in Spearmen. I guess we're looking at the Bannerman logic, right? I think that works eventually. Like we were saying earlier, I'm pretty sure it does buff up the Shinobi. There's no reason it wouldn't, right? They're a light melee unit. So if this game goes kind of deep into Feudal Age and it's mainly just Hippodrome versus Spear Shinobi, you'll eventually get that Bannerman aura, and it's an insane buffer at that point. Remember, these units already hit for 20 damage default, so you're getting free from Bannerman effect. That's basically 3 levels of melee tech for the cost of a Katana Bannerman. Now, if the Katana Bannerman goes down, sure, you lose it, but he's still worth it in himself. He's still a samurai that's going to fight pretty hard. Harris lets in. Kind of an awkward, sticky situation here. Droman should be able to clear up the galley. Demo is on its way. You really need to be targeting down that galley to be able to get away with this, though. I think he knows it as well, Recon. We'll just try to snipe it down a little here. More demos are coming through. And wait, what? What happened? Wait, was the timing perfect there? No. Something went wrong there. Did he cancel? It looks like he might cancel. Junk is going to come out now. Droman goes down. However, what is Recon up to elsewhere on this map? Because this is quite intriguing, right? He's got the Spearman, he's got the Shinobi, but he backed up entirely. I don't like this. I think this is a big mistake. You've got enough Spears and Shinobi to easily attack and kill all these horsemen. He has at least idled out this pond, in fairness, and he is 2 ponds versus 1. But now he's getting intercepted. Sneak out coming in by BC. He did actually get onto that pond in the end. I'm a little bit confused about Recon's pacing here. He's looking for the castle age, and I understand that, I respect that, but the reality is these units should be more restricting on the map. He should be much more up in the Byzantine's face right now. Because as it stands, BC's about to get away with his castle age. Hasn't really cost him much. Double dot coming in. Now, luckily, Recon does have enough Shinobi that he should be able to torch these both down and block any production out of them. However, the arrow slits is going to prove a pain in the ass here up against the fishing boats. Golden Horn Tower, of course, is already on the way now for Beastie. Makes sense, right? In this matchup, you just want to get out of that few layers pretty quickly here. I'm wondering what his choice is going to be in Castle, though, because Cataphracts isn't really easily sustainable, even with the food source compared to Mounted Samurai. It's not going to fare well. And if you go that, Onimusha just rule the seas, right? So I think we're probably looking at a game where the Byzantine player has to go Limitane. That's difficult, though, up against the Japanese, knowing that Samurai is a possible move. Even Onobugisha would destroy you. Drone Raid coming in. Trump has been activated for this, so he does force a little bit of idle time, but this doesn't stop Recon, remember. He's already got what he needs in terms of gold. It's just the food that's missing. So actually, the damage that meant anything here was the damage on the seaside, where he idled out fishing. The land raid didn't really achieve much, and now, without Triumph, you can easily lose this fight. Brace comes in, does pinch him, so it looks like a few of the horsemen are going to be going down. Docks now being torched up. One will flop. Other one needs to be finished off. And Floating Gate now on the way. Looks like he wants to intercept. Unfortunately, the Spearman should be able to stop this. I think BC's just trying to throw away the horseman, get whatever value he can. Realistically, he's not going to be able to stop this tech up whatsoever. He can idle it out for maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds if he's lucky. Even that's a stretch, though. So Doc's down. Looks like he has set up on his secondary lake. However, as it stands, right now, BC is behind Recon. Recon has got the dock set up on the second lake. He's got fishing coming out there. And of course, he can scale it a bit quicker, a bit cheaper. The upside for the Byzantines, of course, is all the olive oil they're going to be generating here. And we're only really seeing that applied. And this is exactly what I was highlighting, where it's not as good as you'd think. Getting 20% isn't crazy. You can see it by the amount of olive oil income he has, right? He's only now researching the Western Merc contract. And he has enough for 2 pulls at 12 minutes into a game. Any tips for playing 4 lakes or low APM, low elo? A-click, all-in, land. So if you're low APM, I mean, really, like, I actually think English is very strong in low-ranked games on 4 lakes because you just lombo rush and you restrict the map. But then again, like, English is just very powerful in all map formats at low rank for that reason. What you'll usually find in low elo games is that the 4 lakes water is pretty much ignored. If you can at least put the effort into setting up fishing, you'll be miles ahead of anyone in your low rank games. Because most don't know how to utilize it at all. They don't want to, right? Like, that's why you hear a lot of low rank players say, I wish water wasn't in the game. And I was like, all right, someone doesn't realize how important hydration is. Yeah, this was exactly my worry, guys. Serangin doesn't work here. This is why it needed to be Limitane, but the reason why BC didn't want to do that is if he'd done Limitane, he would have got counted by Mass Samurai. The problem is now you've just kind of given the opening win to Recon, because Mounted Samurai will get this win, but then they'll raid effectively. If you at least forced Recon to go for Foot Samurai instead, he wouldn't be as quick on his timing. This is going to get ugly fast. I think also what happened here is because there was already spears, BC's logic was, okay, he's going to commit to the racks. But at this stage in the game, it's very easy to just switch into the alternative choice, as we're clearly seeing. What is the way out for Beastie? I don't think there's a very clean way to move over this problem right now. He's playing for the relics on a delay. Recon's already pulling the first one back. Lanzknecht is an interesting detail. If it wasn't for the Mounted Samurai, it would make a lot of sense, but that's the problem here. The Mounted Samurai are simply not being answered. I think this game's kind of done. Beastie, like, This is crazy, right? Four Lakes can escalate this quickly. The Japanese can escalate this quickly. He's not going to be able to hold this. He hasn't got enough production on his side. He's queued up God knows how many Landsneck, but the problem is the production rate's not good enough. He should have went for double Merc House here, just to try and get that timing release, because now when these Lanks come out, there's nothing to insulate them. There's nothing to frontline. It means they're just going to die pretty much straight away. That has to be it. Ray's now hitting the backside of this. Beastie starting to lose out on land economy in a game where he really cannot afford to be doing so. And GG is going to be called. Turns out Byzantines don't play well on many a map, but this is one of those matchups where on a land, you could see the advantage that the Byzantines could have, but when you turn it into a water map, when you turn it into a Zerg game, with all this food to work with, and the ponds to deny, Japan is undeniably a better looking Civ. Yeah, pretty tough matchup, I think. So, what could Beastie have done different there? I think like the Limitane just makes a lot of sense. You just have to accept that it's potentially going to get counted. So you go Limitane crossbows, right? And that's quite affordable. If you think about the overarching cost of that, a Limitane is 90 resources, a Varangin is 130, right? So you already then could take the extra and you're a third of the way to the cost of the crossbow. And that becomes a better comp for defending as well. So you don't need as many immediately. You can just kind of hold the choke points, hold close, hold tight, and then scale. I think the problem for Beastie is he wanted to set a pace so that he didn't miss out on the relics at all. And it just fundamentally cost him the game, right? Because when you try to play that pacing, when you try to focus on the idea that relics are the most important thing in that matchup, what you're saying to yourself and your opponent is, I am not going to be sitting in my base. I am going to be out on the map. What's up, Crackety? Yeah, dude, we've got to accurately track the number. It didn't feel right leaving it at 0, you know? All right. So they did go again, this time with HRE in China. I'm annoyed. We had some spicy matchups a second ago. Byzantines being picked on Four Lakes. Wow, how would they follow this up? How would they revolutionize it? They picked Chinese in HRE. Wow, what a diverse Civ pool we get to see on Four Lakes. I have never in the history of Four Lakes seen this before. And it's BC on HRE as well. I actually think BC picked HRE on Four Lakes more than any other player in competitive history, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pretty cool pick right now as well, actually. With the buffs coming out to them, I think they have a very disgusting timing at the beginning of Castle Age. You could even consider the likelihood of like Burgrave. I don't think it's necessary here. Usually you just want the Regnets because gold is so good as the game goes on. But a Burgrave spam could work just as well if your opening lakes go uncontested. And that's going to be what I'm looking for, because I think for Recon, his goal here is going to be to kind of pressure the map early on with the sneaky dot plays that we often see. And in fact, I feel like it's kind of a necessity in this matchup. I'm not really sure what a Chinese player is meant to do if an HRE player just rushes castle. Because it used to be, it wasn't too bad. You'd build spears, your opponent would build knights, and you were fine. But ever since the HRE got marching drills by default, there's this very disgusting timing right now. This release at the very beginning of Castle Age where men-at-arms can easily flood the map. And you can try to hold choke points with spears and a few Nesta Bees, but the issue is the scaling doesn't really work out. The small numbers of spears will lose to small numbers of men-at-arms. And then because you're using Clock Tower, you can't actually rush Siege out. So you never really kind of get that layered defense that keeps you alive. And walls might be able to slow things down, but you guys know how I feel about walls, especially against men-at-arms spams. All you're doing is making it tomorrow's problem instead of today's. And the problem is, are you going to be equipped well enough to deal with tomorrow? So we'll see what Recon's approach is going to be. I know that sometimes Recon has this reputation as quite a chill player. More of a boomer, will happily sit and play for the late game. But I got to say, the Recon that we're seeing nowadays isn't really interested in that as much. He's more interested in more aggressive focus on the game. Sometimes he gets stuck and has to fall back to what he knows. But I like that we've seen a 2024 Recon that's more intrigued by this idea of dark, feudal, and early castle ends. I think you have to be as well. The meta right now doesn't really play to the idea of late game. Not perfectly. It's not to say you can't win in late game. It's not to say you can't get there. But I feel like any player that is getting into a match and fundamentally saying, I need to be Imperial Age in this game, is putting themselves at disadvantage. So fishing-wise, means we're going to be a little bit slower off the mark. I'm going to hit the 2-term speed, actually. There's no cheesy plays coming out. By the way, Crackedy, since I got you in chat, like, because I don't think you were here when I mentioned the other day, what do you think about the idea of Chiginu starting to use, like, loose villages, as in these buildings, to cheese people with the garrison strats? Because you can now ungarrison wherever you want, right? It's like, in theory, Chiginu, like, all right, hear me out. Like, I need you to do this. Barbican, Lame, let's evolve. Crackedy, I need you to village rush people with small Chiginu masses, and then just garrison in and out of the village, killing their eco. Thank you very much. And to answer the question for Eric, olive oil does not count in the army value. Do not trust the army value at all. In fact, it has multiple issues, such as the fact that it doesn't track wood correctly in its calculations. The UI is a little bit janky right now, to say the least. So Arkin should be on the way very soon for Beastie. No way he's going to go anything but Arkin here. Other side of this, Recon is, of course, going to open with the Imperial Academy. Notice he hasn't started his tech up yet. This is a bit too greedy for my liking. You're going 3 docks before tech up, and you're going to get punished. Look at what Beastie's doing. So the weird thing to me is I said that I felt like Recon had to find a way of being aggressive early on. Instead, it's all Beastie. And that has me significantly worried for Trash Panda's chances here. Like, the fact that he's gone for 4 docks, this is bad. If you go 4 docks like this, there should never be a sneaky dock. You should always see this. Unfortunately, Recon decided to go for a safe dock back here instead of one out here. Had he done it this way, he'd know about the threat. I'm a little bit baffled by this approach, man. And the fact that he's already walling the south side means he knew this was a possibility. So I'm wondering why the hell he allowed this north side one. Archer ship now out, and he just got the bad news. A 3rd dock now. Recon does at least have what he needs for Feudal Age, but I am perplexed. This layering doesn't really make much sense to me. It's almost like he knew the threat was going to come on this side. Maybe that's the logic you want to fight it, but I think if that's the case, you know, get your feudal timing. Get your optimal feudal timing here. Don't go for the extra docks too quickly. Maybe I'm okay with the wall, but the 300 wood that went there could have easily been your tech up to mirror what BC was doing. And the difference would have been all this fishing over here wouldn't be stuck hiding. You'd have 7 fishing boats still gathering. That's a big lead if you think about the gathering rates on these. 1 per second, right? So like per minute, missing out 6, it's like missing out on 360 extra food. That's the boat advantage if you think about it here, right? Because now BC's ahead by 3. And wait, so he's just going for the all-in. I wondered where the Barbican was on the map. This is getting weird very quickly. So he's going to constrict BC to 1 pond. However, I feel like BC is more than happy with this. Look at the size of his economy. He's got 11 fishing boats over here. Happy as can be. Recon, meanwhile, only has 3 active fishing boats. Everything else has been stalled out. So Recon's plan surely has to be to what? Drop archery ranges here? Oh, wait, you need Song for that. So I'm scrambling a bit to figure out what Recon's plan is exactly. If he sneaks around onto the other ponds, which is possible, by the way, like vision's limited, right? If you maybe go for a dock sneak, the problem is the fishing boats will always see this. Dude, this is tricky. PC, meanwhile, tried the exact same thing, but luckily Recon was there to block that out. So no sneak. There will at least be a secure on the south side. I guess Recon's thought process here is denying wood. Like, he did do a good job, right? He just forced his opponent off the Arkin Chapel wood line. However, BC has this backup source, and then he has another one to the north side. It's not great, but it's enough to get him through this pressure. So, yeah, for me, Recon, I even need to see Fast Castle, which I'm not a big fan of here, and Palace Guard spam with a proxy base, or I need to start seeing units in Feudal Age now. Because here's the other problem, guys. This fishing isn't just fishing you've lost, it's now a fishing pond that the BC gains, right? And he's already got the boats to guard here indefinitely. So although you're sneaking northside dock, the reality is this is going to turn into a 2-pond exchange. The difference, however, is in what you guys do with your resources now. Imperial Academy, I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's so delayed that if Recon's plan now is to spam Chiganu, it's going to be too slow for 4 legs. Look at BC's resources. He's banking for castle. And I genuinely think this could just be a Burgrave and a game end. Oh man, this is tough. Recon basically known as a 60-minute game and now trying to be a 1-minute man. I mean, no one will be, well, not man, but no one will be more than a 1-minute gamer than Faye is, right? If she gets a mirror, she GG straight away. So he's got high competition for that. But I think the idea is Recon's trying to be a I'm done and finished in less than 10 minutes type player, where he can be, which I appreciate. Regnit's now on the way. So it's not the Burgrave I was maybe hoping for, but it makes a lot of sense in this game considering Recon doesn't have any military presence. I actually think that the problem now is you're going to be following in the shadows, right? Like the crazy thing about Palace Guard, they're usually so good because of the extra movement speed. Marching drills in by default for men-at-arms means they can kind of mirror you. And if they ever touch you, you just end up with a giant dent in the side of your skull, right? Like that's the power heavy maces here. So we could even be looking at Stables beginning, and indeed that is going to be the case. You could easily do men-at-arms flood with double pond like this, but obviously the Lancers get better flexibility in the opening, so you can guard all relics. And Recon's reaction to this is apparently going to be to build outposts, which isn't exactly a quick and cheap response to Skier relics. What's up, Rappel? Well, Rappel, you have to give me a game to cast for that, mate. That's the catch. Relics being guarded. Regnit's complete. And Recon basically needs to spam spears like there's no tomorrow. But this is going to get expensive fast, because the reality is these spears, I don't think you get enough of them to defend all relics. Even with the supervision, actually. And I don't think he is supervising, right? No. Wait, what? Did he misclick? I'm very confused by this right now. That looked like a misclick. I feel like you need to be supervising these spears. Okay, there we go. He moved the other one across, thank God. Yeah, not supervising here is just GG, because the knight count's going to be too big too fast. Arguably, it kind of already is. And unfortunately, the relic on the left side got grabbed before the outpost was complete. Okay, that is absolutely brutal. He can at least set up the outpost here, so that's one relic he'll be able to guard, but this is looking like a 4-relic game. In fact, that's exactly what Beastie's on his way home with right now. Holy crap. Hello? Recon should be able to get the stab down here. Unfortunately, the aftermath is going to kill him. And unfortunately, this is a guy who's still an age behind, now trying to guard relics when 3 are coming home and the other one is borderline in the base already. I think this just came down to the greed of Recon, man. It was such an unnecessary number of docks early on. And also the positioning didn't make much sense. He should have been securing the flank if he knew that this play was coming from Beastie, which you should expect, right? If you're not willing to be the aggro ponder, you need to anticipate your opponent's going to be doing it instead. That's just the balance of 4 legs. Instead, he wanted to have his cake and eat it. And ultimately, I think it's cost him the game. Like, you're now talking about HRE with 4 relics, 2 ponds. This is just going to be Imperial Age. Oh my God, he even sneaks a dock out. Yeah, this is looking like a rip. Recon has at least got the war junks. Unfortunately, the problem now is you're going to get stuck in the blender here, right? Investing more into the Northern Pond when you really need to be investing into an age up. Beastie. He is adding in more knights, so maybe he won't even look for Imperial. It is just a lot safer to go Imp here, but realistically, you know, with the fact your opponent hasn't fully walled himself in, with the limited number of spears he's got, and the fact he needs to tech up, it's not the worst of ideas just to all in, especially with this follow-up detail, which I love. The men-at-arms spam is going to be big. Heavy maces, veterancy being prepped. And Recon will not have an answer for that, folks. Right? He's just got Spearman right now. Palace Guard won't be an answer. Crossbow spam is going to be difficult to rush up early on, especially with the initial knights. Clocked out now on the way. Remember what I said about this though, like if this is your saving grace, where and how are you getting an army together quick enough for it, right? The problem now is Nestor Bees take 40 seconds per to come out. You aren't going to have 40 seconds. The knights are already here. Recon is going to cue the upgrade, but he's actually done it behind a Spearman, which is bad because that's an extra minute wait time. If Beastie just A-clicks into this fight, the Spearman should actually lose. Instead he goes for the villagers around the side. Nice little flash here. Great denial as well. Recon needs all the gold to get all those tech ups together, right? So nice little bit of denial there. Beastie, looks like we are indeed going to be going towards that Imperial Age. So he changed his mind here. The moment he saw the tech up, he realized why hang around the castle when Imp is so free in this game. Veterancy finally in. Unfortunately, if it had been there a little bit quicker, if there had been a supervision, I actually don't think these Knights could have done this much damage. But now we've got a bigger problem. Sacred Sites are locked in. The 5th Relic is about to be grabbed. And if that all wasn't bad enough, it is just an atypical day in the HRE office. Because Imperial Age is already on the way. Recon right now is like, I don't get it. Beastie said that he was playing Order of the Dragon and Byzantines all day. What is this? I guess Beastie was getting sick of rolling 4 lakes on repeat. You know, a lot of players are aiming around this feudal all-in timing, but I just love that when we get to the good old 4 lakes, Beastie just gets that classic build Knights and go Imperial Age build. Tech up complete. Last Net now being queued up. Nesta B's count is at least going to be 2 by the time they fight. However, the problem they now face here is Men-at-Arms is just should be a free win. I mean, Men-at-Arms actually would be a slower win, right? Like, look at the amount of Lanks he's now queuing up here. And the worry is because Recon is playing your atypical Chinese build, all he has to defend with are spears. This is the equivalent of bringing a bread knife to a fight with a samurai. It's not exactly a good way to set up yourself for success, is it? You know? Actually, this is kind of historically accurate because it looks like peasants versus Lancenet from that POV. I feel like free Lancenet will actually just win this fight unless the Nesta Bees carries. The problem right now that I'm having is Recon is full on sending it towards Beastie's base, and Beastie has all these relics. He has Stone Gathered. He could easily get cannon placements here. Final relic being played for again. Recon is actually going to turn around and try to contest down south side. So that's buying more time now for Beastie to get online. We have actually got... Wait, what? Why are we going Horseman here? You're against Mass Spears. I don't know if that was a misclick. I guess it's just BC prepping for the late game, right? It doesn't really feel necessary here. I do at least like Spyglass. I think Spyglass is like critical underrated in these type of situations. And well, here we go. Recon's one hope of recovering the game. It's going to be a keep drop. Unfortunately, those Lancenet could just walk in. Even with textiles here, this is not going to be pretty. Those are indeed elite Lance. Recon, we're getting way too close here. Cannon just got queued up. Spears are going to start moving with the torches. Night Dive is at least going to be shut down. But Recon, it looks like he doesn't even have the stone yet. Bravo, he's not committing it. I don't know why he's just standing here. He's got 913. That's more than enough. Bombard now comes out. That's going to be able to snipe out the Nesta Bees. Villagers trying to repair. Lance are in the formation. Just need to jump this. Nesta Bees wasting time on the buildings. It's too late. It's too much damage. Spearmen are not going to hold on here. Recon lose the front wave. Villagers now being pulled to deal with this, but E-Repairs is coming in, and that is an immediate GG. I think he looked a bit lost there. No way to get the castle up. BC will get his vengeance. Recon will just have to settle for the free win up against the Byzantines. BC had the pond in Recon's base. Yeah, because Recon was way too greedy. He decided to just keep building more docks on his lakes instead of teching up. So he lost the initial trade because he didn't have any boats to defend his lake when his opponent had 3. So yeah, kind of lost any semblance of holding on in that game. So let me have a look here. Sup, Jerticler? How's it going, buddy? So, I think they might have had another game on land, or we can switch it up and check on someone else. Who techs up first on water wins? I mean, when they're sneaking on your ponds, yes, for sure. Sup, Fook? So what we'll do now... There is a Recon Gully one I want to catch a little bit later. But I want to mix it up now. Instead of just doing the same names again and again and again. By doing Bestium, but... No, I'm kidding. There was, I believe, some Numeron games. There was also Giving Zai versus... Who was this one? Versus Korv? In fact, wait. You know what the best thing to do is? Some players are online right now, so we might be able to find some live games. That's not a bad option. I kind of like that. Anyone know what BC's name means in that last game? It means he's Google translated something from Asian. You're welcome. I know that was a very insightful take. Well, I guess we can check out a... let me update the time. We'll check out a Lash versus Core game. Asian? Well, I wasn't sure if it wasn't Chinese, right? I think that might have been Korean. I'm pretty sure it's not Chinese. No, wait. Is it Japanese? It's Japanese or Korean? It's definitely not Chinese. The alternative was you just took a guess and then people were like, you're wrong. No idea either. Yeah, don't judge me. I judge you. I'll only ask your expertise if it's a bunch of swear words. Or gypsy curses. I don't know. I'm not sure which way we're going with cursing there. It's the Battle of the Germans, and historically accurate that the English are wrapped up in this somehow. One and all, welcome back to the A4 Action. We have got Core going up against Lash on Rocky River. This one is live from the ladder. The best way to view these games. Absolutely love it this way. It's just nice because, you know, there's no risk that you spoil it for yourself, that you catch a glimpse and know the outcome in some way. You just get in, and you bathe in the glory that is an unpredictable game. And a matchup that right now I actually think we haven't been seeing too much of is this one. English Ibids used to be really good, actually, from the Ibid perspective. I'm not sure about now with the change to the English, where now you have a situation of the King. The King has really changed a lot about this matchup because you can force the Ibid player to react, and then you have all these different options now available to the English. So I'm curious to see if that's going to force Lash off his timing at all. I do think the King comes quick enough that it can be a problem for the Ibids. At bare minimum, they're going to need to set up some outposts. And I feel like a lot of the time, these Ibid players have just been skimping on gathering the stone, which is a no-no. Against that King, you absolutely need the arrow sleds. Nef Stratlos asks, can you focus cast English, please? We focus cast both, buddy. That's how the cast works. And Core... In this matchup, 4 spoon and gold, you might think, oh, is this like a longbow play? It shouldn't be. I mean, fully expecting Abiv Kings. In this particular matchup, I'm actually not against the idea of maybe a 2T seal build here. The logic being is you get it so early, and you can kind of dent the timing of the Ibids. And they're already investing in the Desert Raider. Not crazy about this choice. The problem with the idea of the Desert Raider is the King is so tanky, he will dent you down over time, right? And he heals if you don't keep aggressing him. So you can easily get baited into going into range form, moving in, and then the King can turn around for cycle charges. Like, I think the issue with this build for Lash is if he doesn't add in a stable and get a second Desert Raider, I don't think you have pressure point over the King. Now, the expectation here is that the King should lose that fight, right? Because the Desert Raider has the ability to go melee mode, get plus 13 damage, plus another 13 damage, and just disintegrate you. But the problem is you have half the health of the King, and unlike the King, you will not heal. So, yeah, a little bit of an awkward one. I think Lash's goal, though, is just going to be to distract the King and get to Castle still. So you'll be seeing him focus on the Growth Wing here. Typically, when you see the Reinforcement Wing, you're almost always going to see the Growth Wing. Because otherwise, you should be going Growth Wing to get Advancement later. Like, it's such a big deal to be giving up this eco-scaling at one of the 2 points. I actually think that something is fundamentally going to have to change about either Growth Wing or big buffs for the other options. Because right now, I'd say about 95% of games are either Reinforcement Wing or Growth Wing. And then if it's not Reinforcement Wing, Growth Wing first leads into Advancement, right? Like, there's a pretty ironed out meta here. It's super situational to see people go for Master Smiths. You'll never see people go for Industry Wing. Logistics very rarely pays off. And then we don't talk about these ones on the right side because we're not watching a Dragavan game and we're not watching a Fair game. And yeah, Core is going to be going for the 2TC build though. So I really like this because the cool thing actually about going 2TC is even though the Ibids are still going to try for their Castle Age, the King will delay them a little bit. But the other cool detail on top of it is even when the King's done kind of pressuring the base a bit, the nice follow-up play is you're able to block the Relic grab. So you delay the Ibids from just immediately dropping Mosques. Realistically, the Ibid player needs to drop Camel Lancers first and then go for Dervishes on a delay. So you're essentially delaying the greed timing by, I'd say, about an extra 40 to 50 seconds. Does it make sense to King versus Reinforcement Wing? Yes, because the King is a free unit that heals on the go. It makes 100% sense because just by building this King, you can actually force your opponent to build an outpost. The fact that Lash hasn't right now is very dangerous unless it's Advancement Wing because this King can actually get a charge off and in. Like, you have to pay immediate attention. Even if you do, the problem that you have here is Lash is, let's say you kite the King by backing up the Desert Raider. Great, I'm now going to kill your villages. So Lash has only one choice here. Has to be an outpost. He's already now on the way. King is going to start arriving. Lash in range form. No charge coming in. Just straight away commits. Is going to dive past, and there's the charge I was looking for. So a little bit of idle time being achieved. King is already getting dented pretty hard, but now you just back up and you kind of cycle in a little bit. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I thought the King would hit a bit harder than this. So the thing that Lash can be doing right now is actually if he toggles, yeah, there's no heal. You know what? I'm going to eat it on this one. I actually, I think the King is still worth it because it stops him raiding you. But I genuinely thought the King would be able to get that Desert Raider down to about half HP. Turns out 20% off of nothing is quite a bit. It's the armor, right? I think the armor is the deceptive thing in my brain. If you think about this from a Knight perspective, a Knight would be able to get that Desert Raider down to half HP pretty easily. Because a Knight would start with a Lance charge of, like, what is it, 25 damage? Well, if you're a French Knight, it's even higher. I think that's the difference here, though. This King, it just feels like there should be little squeaky noises coming off whenever he hits, you know, like the dog toy ones. Because that 5 armor plus the -3, at that stage, you're doing, I think it's like 8 damage per strike. And also, the other awkward part is your attack speed. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that I kind of neglected. I totally forgot the King has an atrocious attack speed. 2.38 seconds per attack is abhorrent. Especially compared to this. 1.38 attack speed. So what I'm saying is, guys, the King clearly needs to be buffed. Now, some people are going to look at this and go, okay, so the King was a bad play then? No, absolutely not. Don't think about it that way. By going for the King, you got a very optimal TC timing. You might think, okay, but you could have went Council Hall and you would have had a counter directly to Desert Raiders anyway. True, but the difference there is that if you went Council Hall, you would have then had to have invested into, what, probably 4 Lombos to feel safe? 4 Lombos is very expensive. That's 360 resources. That's half of a TC. The difference here is that Core just built a landmark, got a unit for free, so all of a sudden he's saved himself 200 resources and getting a King. Or in the matchup, the Council Hall, he saved himself a total of 360 resources, right? It just makes a lot more sense. And now Core's goal should just be to rush Castle Age here. The tough part for Lash is I think he did go for Advancement Wing. Okay, thank God. I was worried it was Advancement Wing for a set there. Growth Wing definitely makes sense. But this is the interesting thing about this TC timing. This is why this build is actually much better. Because of what's going to happen when you tech up. Sure, you're going to offset an 8 villager deficit. But by the time you get there, Core should be 9 villages ahead, right? So you're just going to balance the board again. And if you think about the timing here, like realistically, Core is not too far off getting towards Castle Age himself. He always knows that Lash is going to get there first. It's literally impossible to contest this timing from the Ibids. But he's not going to be completely handcuffed, right? It's not like he's going to be able to do nothing when it arrives. Why would you go 2TC versus Ibids, just all in them with Lombos? Because the Lombo rush has time and time again been proving to just not work that well. Because if an outpost comes... Like, here's the problem. If an outpost comes up and you go for LB rush, Your opponent just goes Growth Wing and Feudal Age, and they go Advancing Wing. They get to Castle too quickly. It just doesn't work. I don't think it works anymore. Especially on a map like Rocky River, it's just too far back. You might be able to idle out their gold eventually, but because they would have triggered Advancing Wing, they'll probably have enough for 5 to 6 Gulems. I actually think it's pretty no-brainer what the Ibids do when they see Longbow rushes. They just outpost up, they get their gold, they go Castle Age, and then they build 7 to 8 Gulems and push out. And you don't really have an answer to that if you're English at that stage, because it comes so early, you're still on like 1, maybe almost 2 farm clusters. That's not enough to afford men-at-arms. King goes down. I still can't believe the King's attack speed is that low. It shows you how much difference just the presence of a unit makes if you think about it, right? Like, a lot of people thought Desert Raiders weren't going to be that valuable, but it's the fact that it's there, you have to react to it. So that's why you're seeing these TC builds hit so well for the English, is because the King's presence alone forces a reaction. His stats are terrible, right? Like, he's a worse knight is the way you have to think about it. But the fact that he's there already forces a reaction that puts you ahead. In most matchups, your opponent's going to have to go, oh, I need a Rax. 150 wood. Then I need, 2 or 3 Spearmen. Oh, all of a sudden we're 240 wood in. So, once again, that's now a situation where your opponent has spent half of what you spend on a TC to counter your aggressive play. Like, this is the insane value. This is also why Shinobi got nerfed the way they did. Because the Koka Township, the timing was just forcing an overreaction to even try and contest it. Immediate units have very big impacts. It's the same reason why Desert Raiders are so good. This thing immediately appears, forces reaction. Abbasa's military wing. 4 units immediately appear, and your reaction is going to involve 150 wood into an archer range, and then 3 archers to make sure you win. That puts you behind. Never underestimate the power of forcing your opponent to make a move first. Rax Archer Rangers coming in. I like this from Lash. I hate how often we see Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers is a terrible idea against the English 2TC with White Tower. You aren't going to be able to dive in. And if you have to take a slow approach, Camel Lancers take a long time to scale. You give the English player a lot of time to get the cheap counter, which is Spears. Now, in fairness, Core already has the correct read here. He's going into the crossbows. A little bit worrisome for Lash. Because one thing you've got to kind of realize about the Ibids is outside their backline of archers, they don't really build anything that's not countered by crossbows. Right? It's very rare to see an Ibid player building spears. Yeah, if you see another Abbey 2TC build, you're not a fan, Dinky? Come on, look, dude. It's like, isn't it nice to get back to the days where you could just mass knights and just castle up? Okay, how about this? What we need are more players doing the fast Imperial English build, and then it's at least cool and different. You know the Wingard Raiders build? Damn, that's a good one. The only English build you respect is no farms English. You practice on Frizzy Marshes a lot then. No farms? How much food do you think I have? Jesus, you can tell that Dinky used to be subscribed to Give You Anxiety when Altai was in rotation, right? So, what's Lash's win condition now? He's got 2 relics on the way home. I think he needs to get 4 relics and then go free TC. Or you could go trade. What? I'm not sure that's entirely necessary, but I mean, in fairness, you're against 2TC, right? So you know you're behind. And trade does scale quicker than villages, right? It takes longer to build the initial traders, but the reality is you can build a lot of markets really cheaply. Like, if you think about it from a mathematical equation perspective, you can build 7.5 markets for the same price as a TC, which is kind of bonkers. I actually like this. The interesting thing about this is, like, if you're a Bassids, I'd say you'd be better off probably going for the TCs because of fresh foodstuffs, but you're Ibids, right? So you don't get that discount. That's quite crafty, and the reality is, like, Core has already revealed his hand. He's playing full Call of Duty camper mode, right? He's got mass crossbows. He's now adding in infantry. He doesn't really have a mobile army to punish wide trade. Feudal military wing and 8 vills needs a bit of nerf, in my opinion. What, for the Ibids? The Desert Raider probably should be, like, slightly delayed. Ooh. Actually, there's... Dude, no. There's, like, another way you can do this. But, like, it might open up another can of worms that I'm hesitant about. And that's that you make Desert Raiders a Dark Age unit, and then you have to get the Feudal upgrade for them. Now, you're cringing, but hear me out. Make it so that Desert Raiders in the Dark Age do like 1 damage with Archer Shot. I feel like they are too expensive for you to scale to a point where you win a game with them in Dark Age, right? But the logic there is by putting an upgrade in there, similar to the whole idea around, you know, these different little upgrades, like the Horseman factor, right? You can build Horsemen in the Dark Age as Mongols, but they're pretty trash on stats, and there's an upgrade involved to get into Feudal. Like, quite often what you'll find is a lot of civs where they have the situation where they have to waste resources upgrading still. It's perfect example is the Bastards, right? They're Spearmen and Dark Age Spearmen, so unless they want to drop a Rax, they get less value out of that element of Military Wing. If you think about what makes Military Wing good for the Abbasids, it's actually the archers. It's not the spears. Wolves now going up, so Lash is definitely going to be committed to this. And looks like we have got some Manjanique plays as well. 75 gold in the trade. It was a 3-2 relic split in the end. For Core, his goal really should just be getting to Imperial quickly here. I think that's where your edge is. Weirdly enough, though, we're actually seeing Raxes being dropped. This is a quite odd Iabit game, isn't it? No archers, just crossbows, horsemen instead of lancers. These are not the things you come to expect from an Iabit player, but it is the correct read by Lash. What's intriguing about it, though, and feels a little bit weird, however, is the fact that you are building trade, but you're not really doing anything with that gold other than crossbows, right? So, like, the horsemen, that's food and wood. That kind of makes me wonder if maybe the TC play would have been better, because you might have some scalability issues in terms of lack of food workers to keep this pumping. Network of Citadel's coming. Dude, why did I click on a Core English game? Of the players that I know that would be most likely to play more of an old school English, I feel like Core is definitely up there. The moment I see Network of Citadels at 16 minutes, I know what we're getting into. I hope you guys haven't got anywhere to be. We might be going for a while here. Ooh, Scout. Oh, this is big. If you can snipe him before the trade gets seen. Did Core see it, though? That's the really important detail here. Did Core even spot the trade? I hope he does, because otherwise he's going to take too much of a chill approach here. Yeah, no doubt about it. Core should be seeing this. So trade has been scouted, but Core just needs to go Imperial. When he goes Imperial, though, this is where the game gets... Oh, God, no, it doesn't get interesting. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm flaming right now. I'm not flaming. I'm teasing him a bit, but I think this is very old school English. I am of the honest opinion, the Berkshire is the trash choice now. You only Berkshire when you get forced to. And I think this is Core being overly defensive. The enemy army isn't big enough to attack you, and he went trade. So like now the fact that he's going Berkshire, it makes me question whether he noticed the trade or not. Because if you saw the trade, you know your opponent has done something eco-scaling, which means he's not all in. Right? Which means he has less military right now than he would otherwise. Berkshire is the bad choice. Wingard is just so much better now. The Raiders are incredible now. If he scout the trade, you 100% go Raiders here because of how quickly you can pump cavalry to shut this down. Right? And then it just GG's Lash out. On top of that, once you're done with Raiders, you can get into Wingard Footmen. Wingard Footmen are pretty incredible here. Your opponent is playing into Horsemen. Right? So you can annihilate that, and it's just better men-at-arms. Wingard Rangers also works quite well because your opponent has got mass crossbows. There are just so many valuable options in that build. I think the Canadians especially open people's eyes just how good the Raiders element can be because it gives you a tempo control in the late game. Instead, we've got a much slower approach and I'd say a much less powerful approach with this Berkshire. Upgrade is on the way. Lash has gone for the standard advanced and wing build. We'll open the fight in the center with the King dying. Guys, hear me out. King is broken. We need to rebalance it. When the King dies, Civil War needs to be triggered for 10 seconds. Every English person starts attacking every other English person. Okay, I'm going to stop. Ango hides behind the front line. The Horsemen do have to engage, though. This is a bit of a dicey fight for Lash. I mean, frontline with Horsemen like this doesn't feel good. He has at least got the Dervish Shield to try and keep him alive longer. I just don't think he's going to be able to live long enough here. Upgrades are coming through. Men-at-Arms line is to follow this up. They're going to be arm-cladded up. This is looking like an easy-peasy win for Core. Yeah, I do think that the Bark Shear was unnecessary, and in fact, what Core just done here absolutely proves my point. What he was probably thinking is that he needed the Bark Shear to allow him to do this, otherwise he would have been paranoid about his own base. But realistically, Core could have just built a small wall across here, funneled troops through the center, had Wingard pushing his timing more aggressively, and he would have looked even stronger here. That's another issue I take. Like, Bark Shear, the reason I say that you only build it when you're being forced to is because it's a reaction to you being all-in. Funnily enough, Core is the one looking to all-in. And it looks like he's going to intercept that trade. I think Lash is about to very abruptly lose this game. He's still waiting for his tech to come through. Cool. Now starting to hit up that trade. So this is going to be a shutdown. Gold isn't going to be the problem for Lash. It's just going to be raw eco-scaling, though. Shu's got 2.7k gold. Shu's got some relics to boot. But the problem is it's going to feel like he's 20, 30, 40 villages down. Yeah, this is pretty cut and dry. Like, hindsight, looking back at this game, Lash, I think you just need to look for pressure. I think you have to be all in here because you just can't play this delayed eco game when you know your opponent opens 2 TCs. Core, making it look so easy to execute the English. It's because it is. Broken Civ. Nerf please. Yeah, a little bit of a... I don't want to call it an absolute discombobulated strategy, but I didn't really see the win condition for Lash past like 15 minutes. In theory, scaling trade, like I know I praised it because like it can be very quick, but he scaled trade and didn't do anything, right? Like he sat at home. I don't know. I think like when you're against 2TC, you have to throw the ball into the court of your opponent to react. And we didn't really see that. But yeah, you see why 2TC is so good now, right? Like that king done nothing. But because he was there, he done something. His existence delayed a reaction and allowed the greed to core. English S tier, borderline, man. I mean, they're strong A tier, if not S tier. I'd say they're A tier. I don't think they're uncounterable, but they're very strong right now. All right, let's have a look on the ladder and see who is playing in the 1v1s. So, maybe Downfall. Don't know who Strander is though. Where is my boy Louis? And what is he doing? Let's have a look here. So if I check, I think we did have some Louis games, right? Actually, no, I don't think he's playing that many at the moment. Or was this him? No, this is not. So, there is a Give You Anxiety Corv game. Or a Recon Gully Deckle game. Or a Numadon Elyona game. See when the devs give us search filters? Nah, dude. I just got a punt at it all the time. I facepalm when I hear people like, we should be able to hide our pub data on the live. I'm like, nope. Devs do that, I'm leaving. I hope they don't do that, actually. I always feel like this type of data should be widely accessible. But yes, it should be easier to filter through as well, because that is painful. And I don't think Anatan's been playing it today. Dinky, I don't know what he's doing because his game won't show. Let's do the... Where is it? Was it Recon versus Gully? HRE versus Byzantines. Yeah, so the 2 broken civs. Well, 2 of the broken civs. Let's go for that. Someone said let me get that game up. Okay. Let me load this one up and then we can hop into it. And the interesting thing, like, to Polari's point earlier about, like, hating this whole Fast Castle English build. I don't think that that's the only option they have for that build, though. I feel like they have build diversity. At the highest level, you're seeing a lot of different builds. So, check out Wham and Puppy Paws games. There's plenty of these feudal all-in type builds. There's even some target about Imperial rushing instead of Castle rushing. See, I don't think that this new build for English is bad, actually, because I think the issue before that was that they literally had one strategy and one strategy only. You would Council Hall all in, and there was nothing else that felt good. Like, anything else felt like absolute trash for that civ. So, I'm fine with it. I think it made a lot of sense, that change. There's a possibility that maybe the timing's too quick. Maybe the spawn time should be a little bit delayed, but I think we still need a little bit more time for it to cook, for that English build to be dissected. Now that's enough talk about the English. It's time to talk about other civs that just are broken right now. Byzantines and HRE. This guy here is an HRE specialist. That's right. It's the return of Gully Deckle, the guy who never loses with the Holy Roman Empire. 100% win rate since we last checked on him. Has not dropped a single game with his fabled HRE. But he's got a tricky one ahead of him here. Not only is it a top-tier player in Recon, it's a top-tier civ as well. The Byzantine HRE matchup is quite a comical one to me because I feel like actually the Byzantines are favored at practically every stage of the game, bar possibly Feudal Age. I think if there's one area the HRE can get an edge, it's going to be in Feudal by Mass Archer, Mass Men-at-Arms, and In. If the game goes Castle and beyond, though, that's where you, interestingly enough, will see Byzantine players start to annihilate. Sounds a bit weird to say, right? Like, thinking about what these civs do, typically the Byzantines are all about Varangian spam. HRE, they love that. They build into Men-at-Arms, they get heavy maces, they absolutely destroy. The problem comes, though, with things like Teardrop Shields. The quicker attack speed of the Varangian actually gives them an edge. And the bigger deal, even more so in this matchup that makes me favor Byzantines time and time again, is their production speed. Because of the Cistern effect, giving them an increased effect with Conscriptio, they're able to just spam into racks a little bit better than HRE at a critical point. And that's why often when we've watched this matchup, we've seen a Byzantine player with, say, 30 Varangian, when an HRE player is sitting at 20. And the other interesting thing about this matchup is the difference in terms of their economy is actually not that drastic. HRE, at this stage in the game, aren't as powerful as you'd think, right? Yes, they're buffing about half their eco by 40, so that means they're getting 20% buff. But then your opponent has a 10% buff on everything from the get-go. So you see how it kind of balances out a little bit there? Where it gets intriguing as it goes on, though, is when you move into the berries and you get Olive Oil. All of a sudden, you've got the situation where it's not just this 10% increase versus a 40%. It's 10%, and then you get 20% of a different resource entirely. So the economical differences aren't as grand, but I do think they are most valuable for HRE now. So I'm hoping Gully's going to show us the way with some archers and men-at-arms openers. It is a bit difficult up against the javelins, but you have to think of the archer mass for HRE similarly to when we watch, for example, a Roost player try to deal with Marlins. The logic is that they have jabs to counter your archers, but you scale a lot of archers. So if you scale them quick enough and overwhelm, if the numbers are good enough, jabs will lose. And the cool thing about the HRE is that extra movement speed, those archers gap close almost immediately. So tech up complete. And that is a lot of people over in the wood. That's a good sign. That's exactly what we want to see from Gully. Well, possibly. Because whenever you're watching the HRE player pull all these people in the wood, we all know there's two options here. He's either doing something productive, or he's looking to gather some farms. What am I looking at, Gully? Wait, is he going for an outpost rush? Oh my god, he is. Okay, that is a fun... No, okay, he's not going for Vanguard. I was going to say, outpost rush is way too slow here. Because if you wait for the racks to build and then walk across to build an outpost, your opponent's already on the olive oil. He'll gather what he needs and have the first mercs coming out before you get the outpost up. So I prefer this approach. Racks, get some men-at-arms out, follow up with archers, and start to block out that gold. Because one negative of Recon spawn, we can see he got double gold spawn here. He has got retracted gold and berries. He hasn't walled this off yet. And the problem is, with this newfound build with marching drills being there by default, HRE's initial troopers are so quick to get across the map. Interesting. Double racks beginning. If I'm Recon and I see this, though, I just drop an outpost. What? I think he's going to have to choose a new animal if he makes Wololo again. If we get a roll off AoE4, remember last time Recon was the Trash Panda. He was the raccoon. But this guy's been obsessed with cavalry, actually. He's the player who I've most frequently seen building stables as the Byzantines without Hippodrome. I don't think any other player has built stables as much as Recon has. What a crafty build. So this is going to be probably still Javs, right? No, Western. You go Western. 100% you go Western. Because now you have horsemen to counter archers. What? I'm sorry, what? I was going to say you go Western because you build Lanceneck better than the HRE do. But now this build just got weird. He went Keshiks. In reality, this can be good because your Keshiks can just cycle charge the men-at-arms and they can beat them one-on-one quite easily. The negative is your opponent has already built Raxes. So pivoting the Spearman is not very difficult. And you've already given him a reason to anyway because you built Horsemen. I'm a little bit confused by this build, guys. I think Recon is cooking. Only, you know, this is about to come out the oven a little bit too black. Wolves are at least going up, so he will have the backup gold if he gets pushed off this. He does have defender advantage as well, but defender advantage is kind of a moot detail when you're using Cav, because it feels like if you're defending like this anyway, if that was your goal in the game, it would have been more cost efficient to build things like Limitane instead, right? I guess the argument here, at least, is Horseman and Limitane have similar stats when you calculate the cost difference, right? It's 90 resources versus 120, and it's, I believe it's 90 health versus 125. So Horseman probably feels a little bit better because of that. And it does allow you to kind of micro on the fights to beat your opponent, right? Like, look at this. Oh no, I'm injured. Pulls away, comes back in afterwards. Good opening clash, though. Notice the fact that the Keshiks got completely ignored. In a way, that's good for Gully, because that's the thing he absolutely won't be able to kill here. The negative, however, is that you've got this maximum damage unit constantly wailing on you. So great opening. Outpost now coming up from Recon. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Blacksmith fairly quickly in this game. I actually think it's very important for Gully as well. The insulated helms, actually, the melee armor, incredibly high value up against Mantis Horsemen. And, of course, the +1 damage at this stage is notable, considering it would be a 10% increase in your DPS. So, considering Gully clearly wants to just stick to only melee units, with no archery ranges being added in, to me, Blacksmith makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of people sleep on it when they go melee only. Whenever you see someone doing archers, they always rush to Steeled Arrow. But I think it's negligent rather, to not do it with this build. You're about to be at 15 melee units. Blacksmith is worth it. And arms diving in, but that's hurt. Scout also getting targeted down. A lot of priority coming in from Recon. All of a sudden, Gully's playing pretty blind out here. It looks like we are now indeed getting archer ranges added in. So he did scout the first Spearman arriving. In the meantime, his cavalry went raiding though, so we'll find a kill on the farms. At this point, these Cav are just there to kind of keep Gully honest to the feudal age idea. So I think Recon is quite comfortable with what's happening here. Mass men-at-arms can be annoying if you let it overwhelm you, but between the initial berries in the Grand Winery, the fact he's got backup berries behind his base, and the fact he's raiding as he is, he should have enough Keshiks to keep holding this back. It's actually crazy that Gully's trying to defend his farms now with the meta-arms. It's kind of lucky that Recon isn't diving onto that, actually. That would have been 2 free kills, easy peasy. So instead he wants the unarmed peasants. Gully, what we're really missing here is actually siege engineering. I'd say siege engineering actually makes a lot more sense than the undermesh first. The reason is that you can get siege engineering and start building a ram. And that ram's going to take like, what, probably 20 to 30 seconds? Then you build a second ram. But because you had undermesh researching when the first ram goes up, by the time the 2 are complete, you still have your tech. This to me feels a bit weird because he's now gone undermesh, but came home. Worst possible situation, right? Sure, there are archers to contest when you get to the other side of the map, but for right now, like, you're not getting any clear value out of that tech. I'd say actually Bloomery would have made more sense first. Yeah. Should he have fallen back and built up spears when he saw the double horses? He kind of did. He kept reinforcements. The problem was that he built into men-at-arms first instead of spears. So these raids are still happening. I think coming all the way back home was the worst possible thing Gully could have done here. He saw his opponent trying to force him home, right? Like, that is exactly what the goal was for Recon. He sent these knights across the map to get a reaction. You gave him a reaction. So now at home, he gets away with it all. While you're being idled up underneath your TC, while you're losing villages, there's no damage being done. What Gully should have done here is seen his opponent raiding and said, men-at-arms are going in. All of them. Because Undermesh was completing around them, right? So, like, you would have been able to dive and kill off this outpost. Now, it's debatable whether you're going to get through it in time. Torches come out. Recon is going to need to repair. The fortification is halfway complete. Recon. Okay, a little bit of a goldfisher there. Didn't actually go for the repair. A little bit surprised, actually, because he could have repaired that long enough to keep it up. Especially with Akratoy, these guys wouldn't be able to kill quick enough. So instead, it is going to be a dive towards the TC. Archers are going to stand their ground. But you see what I mean, right? Like, look how tanky these guys now are. If he'd just done this originally instead of running all the way home, think about the impact of that timing. Would have been probably half the archer count. Fortification wouldn't have even been at risk of coming through there, because I think Recon could have actually threaded that and got it online. And then you have a very hard hold. Instead, Recon has got a little bit more length to his early game than he deserved here. Gully is at least going to force some idle time. But now, with the extra Keshiks coming home, this is where things should start to stabilize for the Trash Panda. Gully, I think this is where you need to go Castle Age. You've had your fun. You're not going to be quick enough to reinforce now. The problem is that the Keshik count isn't going to be slowed down necessarily. Like, you've dented it, sure, but it's going to be going up to 5. You don't want to stay around long term for this, especially with your opponent now adding in archers. And it looks like Gully does agree. Now, the cool thing about what's happened here is actually Recon got forced to commit a lot of his cav to that fight. He isn't high on raid count. The problem with this is now if Gully's plans to go into Castle Age, he should be able to quite easily yoink 2 or 3 of these relics with little to no pressure. An even more important detail when you consider these 2 civs want the relics, right? Recon has got the Grand Winery. This is, after all, a monastery in a mill. I'll tell you what, of all the monasteries that work in around the world, around the globe of AoE 4, this has to be the funnest, right? Just chugging down the wine while you preach. I don't like the Gullies just dancing around to the tune right now. So unfortunately, let the Raiders get out like this. Regnitz is now in the way. You can see Recon is now starting to stockpile as well. You know, this is the stage where typically players back up to protect their tech up. Gully tried to go in, but his timing was off. He wasn't respecting the cavalry details, so it looks like Gully may have pulled almost every troop to the front side, which means if this dive spots the Regnitz going up, he could idle him out long enough that Recon could be the one with the castle advantage. Does have to be fast about this though. Recon now shuffling in. Regnitz has more villagers working on it. If he just gets a glimpse of it. Sees the gold. Spearman just in time to block vision there though. So Recon, he won't commit into that choke point to try and idle gold workers. He probably would have tried actually for the tech up though. So bullet dodged. Gully now up in castle. Still a one-dimensional comp there, right? He has at least added an archery range, but realistically this is just Rax units. And I mentioned already, the interesting thing about this matchup, you'd think it would favor the HRE. You'd think with heavy maces and 2-handers, they feel great. The problem often here, though, is the scale point of what the Byzantines do. Because of the production rate, they're able to get into Varangium very quickly. And I'm wondering if we're going to get that build here, because Recon obviously has a different way of getting these frontline men-at-arms in the form of the Gulems with Oliver. And on top of that, because he opened stables and archery range, which is probably the least done comp, he doesn't already have Raxes to start production. And arms upgrades already in. Keshiks are going to need to stand their ground here. This is getting a little bit difficult right now. Recon, the problem he has here, Undermesh plus the upgrade, these guys are insanely tanky. Even the TC is barely tickling. Right now, Gully, his goal needs to be the back line. If he hits the back line, big deal here. Tech up complete though, Recon. He's just going to bide time, dragging them around. I think this is a mistake actually by Gully. He's so busy focusing on the army, he needs to be hitting the economy. Finally, that is going to start happening. Akratoy could potentially be activated, but Recon knows it's not worth the effort. He's just going to make his way out to the other side of the tree line. And the question is Gully going to react? Because he saw this. He just watched them run down. Instead, he continues to A-brain in on the left side. What? I think Gully's letting a few too many details slip through now. That should have been continued idle time. That should have been 16 villages, a third of the Byzantine economy never working. Instead, they get back to work on the wood. Now, all of a sudden, half of Gully's comp is spears. Nice to mirror out those cavalries coming back home. However, the first cataphract hits the field. Surprising choice here, but pretty good against the men-at-arms. Archer veterancy has not come through, but we are indeed seeing the veterancy contract upgraded into, so likely we'll be staring at Ghoulims to defend this. Not a bad choice considering that right now, Gully doesn't have the heavy maces. More Keshiks now on the way. And these ones are vetted up, so they hit significantly harder. More farms also being added in, so Recon is trying to get to the point where he can go for a food spam. Notice he's actually ran out of food here. This is really important. If Gully keeps turning the screws on this left side and sends a few troops right, then the only way that Recon can stay in this game is farm transition. And that's something that, in a way, Gully already has an edge on. He's about the same number of farms deep. The difference is that his are better. He's gathering 40% faster from them. Difficult game here, Gully. He's starting to split up. This is what I wanted before, by the way. I didn't like the first dive-in because he condensed his army, split it into two groups, and chased mainly military. What you need to do with that first wave of men-at-arms is send them everywhere, because if Recon gets his tech up, it's hollow if he can't gather resources for it, right? And I think what happened is Recon was given a little bit too much time to do that. Considering he had that raiding force away from home, he was in no position to take a main fight. And I think Gully was so focused on that detail, he didn't realize that you may be able to wipe that army, you may be able to take it out, but you don't have the follow-up play to then end the game. Recon now switching up into the crossbows. Gully is doing the exact same thing, funnily enough. I mean, it must feel like a dream, right? Like, you're against an opponent who's gone for a contract that gets completely countered by crossbows. Keshiks, Ghoulims, they both lose to it. The cool thing about the Ghoulims for Recon, though, is you can build mangoes on the go. Hopefully we'll see him using that. Wallop's now coming out from the heavy maces. Crossbows, Keshiks are going to stand their ground, though, and this feels like a loss for Gully. I think he jumped the gun. Once again, like, mistiming here, right? There are times to engage and times to back away, and we're past that time to engage, so it's going to be a full fallback. Behind this, he has won the relic game, though. We're talking about 4 relics, a.k.a. 8 relics for the HRE. Really powerful outlook on the coming minutes for Gully, as long as he can survive the storm that's coming his way. This is getting weird. Recon has to be the biggest lover of cavalry amongst all the Byzantine pickers. I don't think I've seen another player build cav as much as he does with the Civ. The fact that he's actively scaling into cataphracts is intriguing to me. I see cataphracts as a support unit, not as a main, and you're building it as a main unit against a superior economy type Civ, right? Like, the HRE at this stage for the Archon is incredibly powerful. It's like, trying to get cataphracts together, it's a slow and arduous process, it's very expensive. Your opponent could easily be just building spears and going Imperial behind this. It's kind of a dangerous choice being made. You gave him the love of Cav? What did you do to him? This is a real horse, son. Ooh. Oh, wall's not up yet. Gully, has he also got the emplacements? No. That needs to be fixed ASAP. So he's dropped all the relics in the Regnants. Typically in this position, your play is now to set up Springles and just kind of defend. The nice thing about being against cataphracts is, although you won't kill them straight away, because a lot more resources is going into one target, you kind of get more value out of those Springed emplacements, right? And yeah. So the point that Sassy's trying to bring up, the whole point in cataphracts, they aren't even really a great raiding unit. They're too slow for that. Your goal is a support unit. When you see siege, you take out siege. When you see a high-value target that's split from the formation, you trample through, right? That's the main value point and proposition of this unit. Another way of kind of looking at this comp that's kind of interesting, though, is that the cataphracts are incredibly good damage absorbers. Ghoulims have similar damage output against unarmored units. So maybe part of the full process here is that Recon will trample to the crossbows. All fire will be absorbed by the trampling cataphracts. and then the Ghoulims can just fight up against the front line. I don't agree with that element, but I think it's going to make enough difference that the crossbow backline should win out, right? Like, that's the cool thing about Cataphracts, is whenever you target the fragile element. I also think Cataphracts are kind of critically underused in Imperial Age against that type of comp. Like, backline doesn't have scalability, right? Front lines do. Elite Army Tactics and Biology give more health. Incinerary Arrows only gives more damage. Now coming in, it looks like Gully's trying to get some forward outpost set up. I'm just confused about the men-at-arms spam here. Like, I get that you're seeing Ghoulims, but you've already gotten crossbows, right? So either you do Spearmen with crossbows, or what, double down on men-at-arms and add in mangonels. I think that's the crazy thing for me with Gully. His comp looks a little bit discounted here. Recon's just looks a lot better. Oh my god. Guys. What I've been saying about for a long time is a good tech to have. Border settlements. Look at the vision on the map. That's crazy. I love border settlements, by the way. It makes sense if you build it before you have like 50 pop. Border settlements pays for itself in terms of save build time by the time you have 200 pop. It's a really, really good tech. And it makes it very hard to ever creep up on the Byzantines, right? These are just very cost-efficient outposts, because if you have an outpost this far out, you're unlikely to upgrade it, so it's just a vision giver. But it's an expensive vision giver. Not only does it cost double what you'd pay for a house, it takes 4 times longer to build. Yeah, smart read. Now, I'm fully cognitive of the fact that because we're watching Recon, this could also be a possibility of setting up trade to make sure it's safe. But for now, obviously, the more important details, because you're against HRE marching drills, then men-at-arms can go on the flanks a bit quicker, right? So you want to make sure you have that early warning so you don't get jumped. Similarly, if there's some Landsneck, you don't want to be mass gathering on a gold in the flank and all of a sudden get ambushed by one of the meat cleaver boys. Mangonel's now in. This is what I want from Gully. I'm glad of it. The problem is now, because you don't have spears, you've got this cataphract detail. That's the issue. That's why spears with mangoes and crossbows makes a lot of sense. But without spears, I'm a little bit worried these cataphracts are going to prove my point about being a support unit. They can easily just charge through. Looks like instead, though, Recon's just going to back up. Now, this is where the cataphracts become even more of a support unit, folks. They're still good at sniping siege, but once you're in Imperial Age, you can get this tech here called Numiri. Numiri is pretty cool. For 12 seconds, you get a 15% damage buff against things clipped by Cataphract Trample. So the whole idea is you trample in, past the front wave, everything gets debuffed, and then your follow-up kills. Pretty cool to think about here, actually. Like, even if you were spamming Varangian, that trample difference would mean you guaranteed beat men-at-arms. It's crazy that we're in a game now where the Byzantine player is going Imperial first. Gully needs some damage done. He can't just fall back and say, I'll go Imperial too. He needs to punish him for this. The problem is the Byzantines are kind of absurd for this. If they have the gold on hand, their tech unlock speed is insanely fast. It's very difficult to shut down when the systems come in. Over Recon, where are the upgrades? Oh my god, I think he played this a bit too quick. Cataphracts need to be going around the side here. Sees the opportunity on the siege. Nice sniping. So Mango only going to get a single wallop out. And it looks like Recon should be able to stand his ground here. These Cataphracts and Keshiks are lasting a bloody long time. All of a sudden, it's turning into a crossbow mass versus crossbow mass game. Second Mango is on the way in. Recon has no sweat on his forehead on this one, though. Way too many Cataphracts still alive. And that's the problem. These 3 last Cataphracts could easily just trample now to finish off the Mango. And here we go. Snipes in. Gets good bang for buck because he also hits the crossbows on the way through. Siege down. No doubt in my mind, Gully is not going to break the base with this push. Just notice Gully doesn't like the fast imp-route. I'm fine with that with Feudal Castle, but I think that the problem here is when you're deep in Castle Age the way he was, when he was being pushed back in his base, he chose to double down on military instead of defenses. I think that was the critical blunder. Outposts with Springhorns would have kept him safe, and then Imperial would have been his. Instead, Recon saw what Gully done and used it against him. He's like, okay, you know what? Fine by me. If you want to build a full Castle Age army, I'm just not going to engage with it. And now we hit this ugly phase of the game where Gully if he'd gone for this Imperial choice, could be building an eco lead, a substantial eco lead. More beyond just this relic count. It being raw villager count. I don't like this approach from him. And now, seeing him double down, this is usually where things start to get ugly. You just took a fight that you didn't win. Right? Like, your opponent spent 3,600 resources and you did not win that fight. This is the definition of someone putting everything on 69 at the roulette table, losing, and then asking for the sort and pin code for their child's university fund account. Right? Like, it ain't gonna get any prettier. He's like, but you know, if I quit too quickly, I'll never win. It's like, golly, the win is now an Imperial. Just get up, don't go in, don't waste any more effort. And it seems he's being a sensible lad about this. So Palace of Swabia is now on the way. Unfortunately, Recon is now on 2TC. He did go for Palatine School. This is quite interesting, actually. I think Palatine School makes a lot of sense in this matchup. The reason is because you went for the Keshet contract, you don't really get that much value out of Foreign Engineering Company. You get Boot Camp for Golems, you get the Step Lancers, and then that's basically it. It's much better to go for Palatine School, especially in this matchup. Recon should just be spamming Varangian. I kid you not, Varangian will destroy men-at-arms. It sounds like I'm delusional, but trust me on this. The scale speed, because your production conscriptio rate, the extra attack speed, and the ability to berserk whenever you outnumber your opponent is absurd with Mass Varangian. Recon going for one of those counters though. I hope he's got Numiri. I'm going to be disappointed if not. Yeah, that needs to be fixed. You've got a bunch of crossbows, a bunch of Varangian. Numiri is so valuable at this stage, and it's only 500 resources for that tech. When you're at like 6 cataphracts, that's when it's definitely worth. The cool thing that I'm looking for from Recon here, by the way, the whole idea of the cataphracts as a support unit, there's 2 types of tramples you're looking for in these fights. There's flank tramples and there's dive tramples. Dive tramples are all about targeting the siege, so you just see them, you click on them straight away. Flank tramples are all about getting the line. So when you see your opponent fighting, let's say they fight in this kind of formation, this direction, you want to be here or here. So that you can trample all the way through with just one cataphract and debuff 20, 30, 40 units. Recon now moving out. So easy decap coming on the west side. I don't think Gully will be able to defend that. I'd be surprised if he tries here. His army still isn't upgraded. This is classic HRE, right? They get Imperial Age and they only care about villages. They haven't got any elite tactics. Instead, Recon on the other side, though, already has the crossbows upgraded. And it looks like we are indeed going to be upgrading the Varangian next as well. No elite stats on the contracted mercs yet. I don't mind this. The reason is that if you actually get the elite contract, you run the risk that you start producing tower elephants that just feel terrible here. I mean, tower elephants rarely feel that great. So I like that he's prioritizing the units, that he has full control over what he's getting. And Varangian especially makes a lot of sense here due to the Palatine School. Another thing to remember, by the way, I've been focusing Palatine School for Varangian a lot because we never get to say this, but remember, cataphracts also have a chance to be produced extra in the Palatine School. Now, I've highlighted this before, that I actually think we're eventually going to have a game in competitive that will make the Palatine School look completely broken, because what you have to realize is that that percentage is random. So similar to the roulette table, you could keep rolling the 69, right? And the reason that's busted is, let's say you rolled a free cataphract 10 times in a row. That means you've already got a rebate of the cost of your Imperial Age tech up. So yeah, just think about the insanity of the Palatine School in those situations. Mark my words, there will be a game that is decided to that degree of RNG. It's just a matter of time. I've said already what it should be. They should actually change Palatine School to be every X number of a unit produced, you get one for free. So it's like a standing tally count. So it would like track Varangian, Limitane, Cataphract, and then it's like, oh, 1 of 4 or 1 of 5. 1 of 4 is what we do there. The army tactics now on the way from Gully though, and it looks like we are getting into hand cannoneers. If I see no Numiri still, I hate you so much. Why do people hate Numeri this much? It's such a value tech when you're popped like this. I feel like people just forget about it, right? Because it's not a tech you go for often. In fact, I'm kind of surprised the devs didn't just introduce it as a default tech when you get Imperial. Flash coming in. Gully trying to stand his ground, but look how quickly that front line falls, and the Cataphract charge comes in. Tramples to the backside. Siege is most definitely going down. The crossbows just can't clear up quick enough. And that is going to be an absolute wipe for Gully. The only upside is because he's got the marching drills, he can at least run away quickly. But no doubt about it, all you have to do here, Recon, yep, pull back the melee, chase with the ranged. This is getting brutal. Mirrored in terms of quality of the crossbows, it's just the count difference right now. Recon, the crazy thing is he's been holding a lot of olive oil, a lot of food in reserve. He's got options on the table. And looks like he's actually going for the Limitane. Now, this is interesting because I've said I actually really like Limitane against hand cannoneers, and I stand by that. Limitane against crossbows and hand cannoneers is smart because Varangian will get shredded by both of those. Limitane will die, but they are a more cost-efficient death, right? In terms of health difference, sure. Varangian are more chunky. But when you consider the damage reduct, especially against high base damage units, Limitane with Shield Wall will live a lot longer. They won't kill anything, Varangian will. But the difference is that it's, one, a more sustainable comp, and two, it's a front line that is more cost efficient. I think a lot of people focus on this idea that Varangian are better because they'll kill, and that's great. But if you have to throw away their lives, countless amounts of them to do that, it can usually drain your banks too quickly. And I think the thing that Recon's trying to be conscious of here is he's in a matchup against an HRE player with 4 relics. So there is a risk that he runs out of gold first, even if he secures the big gold veins. Crossbow is like the word bow, but crossways. Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused by that. Fun little fact, actually, as a kid growing up playing loads of MMOs and RPGs, I always considered crossbow wielders to be the pussies who didn't know how to play Ranger properly. Archers are just cooler, guys. Why does no one build archers? Oh man, Berserk activated. Backstab coming in. Recon, I mean, he's just dominating these fights. The eco difference behind it also concerns me. Like, hand cannoneer count does look good for the moment for Gully, but what worries me is, like, realistically, once these Limitane start coming... Okay, he stopped doing Limitane. Scrap that. He's just going to Varangian spam. He still doesn't have Numeri. Why does he hate damage buff so much? So, tough little part right now for Recon. Mangonels aren't going to be your golden solution against hand cannoneers, right? Unless you want to commit to Siege Works. The good news, at least, is because Gully Deco's built an army of range, he doesn't have a way of breaking. This is very comparative to when we watch Jeanne d'Arc in late games, and she builds mass crossbows. Great for winning a fight, terrible for doing anything else. Because you can't break anything. You can't break walls, you can't break keeps. So this is a difficult point in the game for Gully, where he now has to slow down, reassess, and get into siege, get into men-at-arms, so he has a way of breaking through. In fact, what I'd love to see from Gully right now is a handful of horsemen. Hit the farms. Flank your opponent. Drag him around his own base right now. Like, that is the advantage you have here. And then when he's dragged to the back of his base, you can snipe out these keeps pretty freely. Because right now, my worry is if you're planning to just front line this and turn this into a long siege, Recon is going to contest you. Macro and Eco wins in late game. So what you're saying is, we need kings. Recon's got a hell of a lot of stone to work with here. Now, Gully is very powerful at this point in the game, but if he doesn't do anything with it in the next 3 to 4 minutes, his lead starts to shrink, right? Like, you have to remember, Palace of Swabia inflates you at an insane pace. So it's very important that the HRE use this moment. The other way he could kind of extend his time in this game is if he was scaling more hand cannoneers, but he stopped at 15, which I do not like. The problem is he doesn't have great gold access. He's got the 4K back here, and then the others are guarded by keep. So I think that's why you're seeing Gully a little bit hesitant to double down on hand cannoneers. It's that type of army where if you lose it, if you make one mistake and it dies, it's GG. Because you don't have 4, 5k gold sitting on reserve. I love how he just sees every move his opponent makes as well. Gully's done similar now with the outpost going up, but it just feels like these houses need to be taken out. It's way too much free information coming through to Recon. Especially in the later phase of the game when you start moving your villagers out into those flanks, right? Like, he'll see you a mile off. What does Gully view as win condition as now? Because that's the thing that's kind of puzzling me. This slowdown is awkward. He's not gathering the gold, right? He's not getting access to these new gold sources. He's massing Raxes behind this, so it looks like we are just going to get a double down into Men-at-Arms? Surely not. I think Men-at-Arms might be the worst choice he could make here. Because as we highlighted before, like you will just lose to Varangian. I'm not even over-exaggerating. The Varangian spam is so insanely strong at this point for the Byzantines in that matchup. I prefer this idea of maxing hand cannons over time. And then what you do is you switch into probably Horsemen to frontline a bit better. Yeah, I do love that we're 36 minutes to do a game including Recon and there isn't trade at all. There isn't even an intent to do trade. Good boy. Everyone that says that Recon's the same old, same old. No, 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 no. This is proof that he's evolved. The Recon I remember would look for any reason to trade. He'd pick Roos and he'd go trade. Gully, now just trying to break through the keep. That is expensive, actually. Recon is burning an insane amount of stone to keep this alive. The army is now on the way. Still no Namiri, though, right? Jesus, what is it with this tech? Now, Recon does have the bigger army here. However, Gully has a lot of quality with his hand cannoneers. Judge coming in, Keshi leading the way. Varangian gap closing fast on this, and crossbows are now in range. It looks like the Cataphract should better wrap around the side and get a good stab in here. Straight after the bombards, not the mangoes. And oh my god, he just flattened him like a pancake! And that is why you build more hand cannoneers. I can't believe that, man. No frontline whatsoever. Massed crossbows. No men-at-arms, no horsemen. Unbelievable. Gully, I think he was so fixated on the lack of gold, he forgot just how powerful these Varangian are going to be. And the crossbows, I mean, we mentioned this whole idea that when you get to this stage in the game, with the teardrop shields, with a berserk, crossbows don't actually do that great against Varangian. It's just a matter of surge, and that's the difference here. Recon now has control of the game. This is full Zerg factor of 10. Gully now is trying to pivot to men-at-arms. Even if he had the count together, you don't win that fight. Varangian are completely baller. And it's full balls to the wall. Recon gets the GG out of Gully straight away. I think Gully Deckel, the challenge in this late game, he looked like a fish out of water. Wasn't sure what to do with this late game situation, and I think that maybe was looming over him throughout most of this game. Those points where he looked poised to take full control and get a GG. Instead, Recon finds a way out time and time again. It shows why the Byzantines are so powerful later in this game. And next time, he better show me Numeri. I'm outraged. When Land Snakes kill Varangian? No, because you just die straight away. Like, the Land Snakes don't attack quick enough. It's difficult. You didn't see the gold in-game? Are you blind? You like did the big gold like what in the back corner? You didn't see that? Oh Jesus! Yeah, no, dude. I thought you were leaving that and trying to get one that keeps down the center, so you had like backup. Like Gully, I think a big issue there though is if you feel like you don't have gold and you're screwed there, build Horsemen and raid. I think you needed to delay that game. You just needed to raid his economy and then get gold. Because if you scale hand cannoneers, it makes sense. But the other issue is you're sitting on crossbows, and crossbows just do nothing there. I think crossbows is a nightmare to try and wield in those late game fights. He saw the elephants and tapped out. Of course, as we all should. Not Dumbo. I need a gold, that's why I wanted to push his keep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, what would have bought you time to get him maybe a bit cleaner to get the bombards to kill is if you built 20 to 30 horsemen and you raid his economy, and then the bombards are taking out the keeps in the meantime. Because his army is immobile compared to yours, right? Because he's got Varangian, he's got crossbows. So he doesn't have the mobility you have. No gold for all of that. I think you had enough gold to get your veterancy at least. Maybe not elite status, but you had loads of food and wood, right? I think you just accept that you're not going to get them fully tiered up. Because, like, what's your alternative? You're saying, like, your issue is you have no gold. Okay, so with no gold, would you like to build hand cannoneers? With no gold, would you like to build men-at-arms that you can't afford? You see what I mean, right? It's like, you're in a spear. Yeah, spear's a quick way to die. Like, my point is, like, think about the logic. Horsemen treated the same as you would in feudal age, which is your army sucks, you can't fight. So how do you not fight? Subscribe to Beastie Cutie's guide on YouTube on how to completely ruin someone's economy, right? Just take a leaf out of his book and spam horsemen down the flanks, right? Biz late game is countering HRE? Sure, but, you know, if that's how you feel, like, if every time you get into the late game against Biz, you're just going to GG straight away, right? It's like, you got to find a way. I know it sucks, but I think you just have to kill his economy, right? And in fairness, although he stonewalled the mid-map, he'd woodwalled his base, so, like, you had a way in. Confused when he got all the units earlier? What, when you were trying to dive his base originally? He had the back spawn berries, didn't he? And he had olive groves coming in. So he was fine. I think your big mistake was early on in that game, so there was two. When he raided your farms with the initial Keshiks, you ran all your infantry back, which was a big no-no. I think you should have been going in and punishing him. You're in position to trade better. His cav can't hang around, but you can go in and kill, right? And then the second time, I think where it really screwed the pooch is when you came in with like 12 to 15 castle men-at-arms, you attacked the army instead of the economy. I'd say like those were probably the two opportunities, the big opportunities thrown away, that would have given you the early lead to end the game, right? Need to attack army though? Not with all the men-at-arms, I don't think. I think you just got kind of played in that regard because he's teching up, right? When the tech up completes, you're fighting men-at-arms into archers and horsemen, which are units you don't want, right? So like you're letting him get food and gold to then get Varangian or crossbows or cataphracts. All men-at-arms? I don't think you have to send all men-at-arms. You send some though. You started to at the end and you got good idle time, right? But like if you've done that a little bit early, if you send like 2 into the farms, 2 into the very back where you know there's berries and gold, and then 2 on the wood, and the rest attack the army, you're going to achieve idle time because he can't fight men-at-arms. Because he didn't have textiles, right? Yes, you did as soon as you got... Like, well, you done it on a delay, because I watched the fight. I literally just watched it. You fought him for a while, and then eventually, like, 2 of them seeped into the back. But the big thing there, I don't know if you noticed it, when he ran the villagers through the tree line, through the gates to the south side, you had reinforcing army that you didn't send to the east side. If you sent them to the east side, you would have idled out a third of his economy still, and you had nowhere to go, right? I think that would have set you up really nicely. Yeah. You were literally rallying troops to the left side of the tree line, but you were already you had men-at-arms actively attacking the woodworkers, and you saw them run south through a gate, or like you had vision to see them run south. Is what I'm saying, and you didn't react. I assumed you didn't see it. Like I think that's the little takeaway. Is like those type of details very important because you have a timing on him there where he can't actually like do much with a third eco gone because you're taking relics as well. And then finally, like Sassy came in, he highlighted as well. We were talking about the fight which you took outside his base to the south side. Then there was no reason for you to be there anymore because you got the relics already. Because you're sick. Are we hiding behind illness as a reason? God, just be fitter, be healthier. Don't get ill, lol. Can't run away from Cav though. I think you can send like some of your troops back, maybe. Because you have marching drills, right? So his whole army can't catch up. So if you run away, turn around, hit the Cav, run away, like you'll get more home than just standing and fighting. Like, you know, it's not one of those everyone must live. Like, dude, we're not the American army going with this whole no man left behind crap. We're like, nah, we're bailing, bro. You got sepsis, you dying anyway. You wouldn't kill as much? I feel like you didn't kill much anyway. So, just checking who we've got online. I think Was there another Recon game? Actually, we had another replay, so I remember that. Not sure what I'd call that one anyway. Alright, there we go. Casting on games is pointless at the moment. You're playing really bad. Well, he built Cataphract, so I'm happy. Actually, I'm not happy. Screw Recon. He didn't even bloody research Numeri. I do not know why he didn't research Numeri either.
You're my
Yo! What's up, Marika? Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. Are you still conk? Wait, you spun up a third account, right? Look at you. You filthy smurfer. 2x conk? Alright, yeah, alright. So now you got to take one of them all the way up. All the way up. Non-stop. Gung-ho to the top. Conk free. Zoom zoom. No more smurfs. You've got two. You can keep one there. The other one, go. Your coach is ready? Wait. Which coach are we going for? Voldy? Beastie? Me? DC and KP. Poggers. I mean, I don't play, but I do know my way around a few builds. I'm a bit of a nerd. You know what we're going to do, Marika? We've got to start having you play the Byzantines, and we're going to teach you Numeri Cataphract strats. Because once you have that knowledge, you're going to master it, and then you're going to coach Beastie. Because remember, Alex has said he doesn't like figuring out the meta. He likes figuring out the optimal strategy when someone else has figured out the cheesy thing. I'm telling you guys, dude. Byzantines, Cataphracts, Numeri is underrated. Insanely powerful tech. Think about it this way as well. Like, when you're using Varangian, if you Numeri charge through with a Numeri buff from the Cataphracts, 15% increase on damage taken by that person. You Varangian spam, and then you Berserk, you're hitting for 30 damage. So you're actually increasing your damage by an extra 4.5. That's insane. That's that's 4.5 levels of Blacksmith deck. See, dude, Sassy's there with me straight away. It's so freaking good. All right, enjoy your work. Let's hop into another. So I believe there was there a Louis game? There might have been a Louis game. Did we watch the Je ne sais quoi? I don't think we watched the Je ne sais quoi. We could watch Je ne sais quoi, or we could watch Give You Anxiety versus Corvinus. We also have Numenor versus Elyona. Actually, can we watch that one? Let me check, because I don't know if Elyona's data is public. Okay, Elyona's data is public. That is an option. Other control groups in AO4? There most definitely are, yes. Control number or shift number, depending on whether you want to add or override. Geo versus Corv is really good. All right. Let's spin that one up then. Let me get GUA's data open, and we can have a look at that game. So, wait, what map was it? It was on Dry Arabia. Okay. Abbasids versus Order of the Dragon. Isn't that like the eternal battle of I want late game and you don't? Feels like it. I just don't think you want to play late game towards Order of the Dragon. Every age that gets added to the game feels like it's a disadvantage for OOTD. It's weird because like part of the problem is it's not just your units feel less impactful and they have more counters. In fact, we can talk about this. Order of the Dragon just have so many issues attached to the idea of later ages, right? It's not just the fact that as you age deeper in the game, your units are counted more cleanly and clearly. It's the fact that as the game goes on, you approach that infamous pop cap that disadvantages you so much on this Civ. Add in the fact that all of a sudden you can't play wide flanks, you can't go deep. Surely we're looking at a game that has to end quickly. Because we're talking about a matchup between the Abbasids and Order of the Dragon here. And the Dragon is going to be manned by Corvinus. Corvinus, who I think is like 35, 40 games deep in a row now of Order of the Dragon. He's trying to solve it, right? He's a scientist at work in his crazy little laboratory. On the other side, GUA, tried and true with the Abbasids. Something that's been making research and competitive, actually, because this Civ fell off the side of a cliff. But in recent weeks, ever since the slight little tweaks with fresh foodstuffs being moved around, we've seen a reboom, actually. And I think that, you know, it was nice to see. I don't think it was 100% needed. Abbasids weren't performing well, but that was, in my opinion, more due to the fact that when you look at the tournaments, when you think about when the Abbasids weren't really being seen or performing, it was at a stage in the tournament where you could pretty much just kind of win a series without needing Abbasids to come out if you drafted well, right? You get Iabids, you get Byzantines, you get your hands on the Chinese, and you were off to the races. Now, with these deeper series coming out at the later phase of EGC, just after the patch came through, and now when we're looking at best of 5, best of 7 show matches, you start to thread the needle a bit better. Add in the fact that at the time, people were looking for golden solutions to Ottomans, and Abbasids were always a decent one for that with the 2TC build, and it makes sense why this Civ has seen a resurgence. Now, Dragon on the other side are waiting for the surgeons. There's no re here. Actually, there's a lot of re. There's the re of a million Dragon players that just can't seem to get their wins easy peasy outside of feudal rushes. Which is why I'm expecting this game to be focused around mine work and pressure from good old Corvinus. He's definitely going to need some opening units, because as anticipated, GUA is going to go for the military wing. Military wing is just hands down the best choice, actually. I always say it's about 60% of games you'll see Millie Wing in. I feel like the number's even higher now. Trade Wing has fallen down in desirability. Eco Wing has risen up a little bit to take some of that percentage. But I still think if you're going for Eco Wing, you're essentially forfeiting the entire map to your opponent. And that's something you can't really afford to do against Order of the Dragon. It's not a case of by getting this military wing, you'll be able to fight the initial units of the Order of the Dragon. That's not what GUA is aiming for here. But he gets two things out of this military wing play. One is you block any sort of interception on your second TC. Very important with a forward spawning stone like this. And two, whenever you're building like this with the Abbasids, the reaction that has to come out of your opponent is to go into an archery range, right? Because you have to counter both units. How do you counter both units? Well, the spears get countered by archers, and if you have more archers, you counter the archers. That's rough for OOTD, though, because it means you are being forced into a predictable comp. And the thing that sucks about Order of the Dragon compared to other civs in the early game, if they get the comp right, if they aren't countered, they look broken, right? How many times have you guys experienced... I had someone here the other day asking, how do I beat Gilded Men-at-Arms as, I think it was Byzantines in that situation? I gave him an explanation of it. He's like, yeah, I seem to be struggling with this. It's like, a lot of people are struggling with this because if you get the read wrong at the beginning, it snowballs hard. However, it's a double-edged sword. If you read it correctly and get the correct move ahead of time, if you force that action, like what Geo is going to do here, you can actually have Order of the Dragon by the longer curlies. Setup complete. Military wing units now on the way. And we've got a lot of wood being gathered up, so it looks like Corvinus might be trying to go for those archers as expected. Wait, no. Is he going for second TC? Oh, that's crafty. You can't see it, but I've actually got a smile on my face. It's dangerous against the military wing. I still feel like you're going to have to be very defensive with this TC if that's the case. Instead, is he going for greed? That's wild. He is. Guys, he's going out onto the deer. Now, this is intriguing, actually, because think about the build speed of this. 10 villagers building this up are insanely fast. They have a base increase of 20% compared to other villagers in the build. Last of the wood now being dropped off. Needs to start this now. He actually started with a mill by accident. But look at this, GUA. He scoured the area. He just saw the deer move around, and he now knows he's going to move in. And all of a sudden, Corvinus has to cancel it. I can't believe that. Had that been a build straight away, he could maybe have afforded 2 villagers going down to get the TC up. Instead, he has to forfeit the ground, come all the way home, and then run to the other side of the map. Are you kidding me right now? Think about that walk time. He hasn't got wheelbarrow either, so this is painful because on the other side, this GUA is now on the stone with a lot of villagers. The question mark, though, is going to be, can GUA get across quick enough to delay this further? Because that would be huge. The reality is, yes, it's a very loose TC for Corvinus, but he's getting an insane amount of value out here. He's got the boar, the deer, and a gold vein in this area. So he's quite happy to park in this area. And on top of that, another interesting detail, guys, when this eventually turns into Castle Age, it's got 2 relics really close to this town center location. So very easy to walk out, build an outpost, and have a prelate drop off there later. Camelot to come from GUA. Wait, what? Okay, now I'm confused. I thought he just couldn't contest the south side because, hey, you know, Archer's Spear's too slow. GUA doesn't seem to be aware of what's happened here. This is awkward, right? Because I think from his POV, there could be a TC here. And that's what he's anticipating because he's already blocked out with this Camel Archer move. He can't dive in, however, and he's already blocking the north side. Bad news for GUA, though, is this TC has gone up. It is incredibly loose, but now what worries me is it's so insanely loose that Give You Anxiety might never look for it. Oh, that's bad as well. I mean, in this situation, you're going for a condensed TC by comparison, right? So you're going to get very inefficient when you're walking out to these deer stacks, these berry stacks. Meanwhile, although Corvinus had a lot of inefficiency getting this town center up, after the fact, he's going to remain very tight towards it, which is great because it means all the new villagers are immediately going to be working instead of walking around not doing anything. GUA, looks like he does now know about it. Problem is, one Camel Archer is not going to do anything here. If he'd spotted this sooner, he could have walked over and tried to build a ram to apply some pressure on the TC. It's difficult, though. Probably not worth it. You have to remember that this is a Civ that has E-repairs. So unless you want to commit 2 to 3 rams, you're just not going to break it. And on top of that, because you haven't added new units in, you're not going to have a backbone to contest the villages that are torching it. Second TC now coming up, but not a great sign that your opponent is about to mirror the count on villages. Typically, the way you play this build now is the Bastards is to go Castle Age as quickly as possible. I think this still holds true even in the Dragon matchup. The logic being is that, you know, the deeper the game goes, the better it gets for you. Bastards is one of the highest peaking civs when it comes to late game. Order of the Dragon, as we mentioned earlier, is one of the lowest. In fact, most of the time, Order of the Dragon players can only really play into the late game if they have 2/3 to 3/4 of the gold of the map. Because otherwise, the idea of scaling men-at-arms and hand cannoneers is a bit too pricey. And if you're not scaling men-at-arms and hand cannoneers, you simply don't have the efficiency of your army. Because the issue that we usually run into in that late game, we alluded to at the start of this game, the reason why the Dragons suck is they struggle more so than any other Civ to play a wide map. Like, it's brutal how hard it is, in fact. GUA. Likely we're going to be looking at Culture Wing here. Eco Wing seems like a tasty proposition, but what you have to realize is in this game, GUA hasn't really got many techs. He hasn't even got the level 1 mining tech. He did at least get Wheelbarrow, but he hasn't got Boot Camp. So actually, the idea of going for Culture Wing in Depok has a lot of value. And the cool thing is then down the line when you go Imperial Age, you just go with the Eco Wing, you get 20% off. And depending on how quickly you want to skip past Castle, you should have enough resource on the map that you don't have to rush a farm transition before Imp. And yeah, there you go, Culture Wing. It also just gives you more flexibility to be the aggressor at the beginning of Castle. Pregnus on the other side. And looks like we are going to be getting the stable archery range and cracks. One of everything out of Corvinus. Remember what we said about the weakness of Order of the Dragon being the transition? Is that if you get the unit comp wrong, you're screwed. How do you solve for that problem? All of them. Just build all of them. Relics are going to be guarded in the meantime with GUA. I'd love to see him just pull a villager and wall off these nearby relics. I think it's doable on 2 TC. Sure, your opponent has 2 TC as well, so it kind of puts you behind. But considering the fact that he's adding in stables and archery range as well, Corvinus is not going to be very torch efficient. So if he runs into walls, it's like his kryptonite here. Now, all of a sudden, you've got this big Giga Chad Gilded Knight that apparently the one true thing that can kill him is walls. Stack up complete. Nice opening. Spearman also being prepped. And is indeed going to be the Gilded Crossbowman. Yeah, Spearman's quite an interesting detail here. I guess they're possibly worried about... What? No, it can't be the Camel Archer spam. I guess he just wants a cheap front line, right? This way you can have the Knights to raid, and then you have the Spearman to front line for the crossbows. Otherwise, you're going to men-at-arms, which is slower anyway. They can kind of more easily be countered. Basset players have to be smiling when they see this comp, though, right? Like, because if I'm looking at some GUA, I'm on cloud 9 because I can just go composite bows and it's a win. I think what's happened here, though, is Corvinus has said, okay, because neither of us really built a feudal army, you wouldn't expect composite bows, right? You wouldn't see value in that straight away. So he's trying to catch him off guard with that detail. Wallow coming through, and GUA playing with fire there. Just about stops the Prelate from getting it off. However, now with the Spearman arriving, the Gilded Knight as well, this is where there's going to be some map forfeiture. These Gilded Knights are so insane as well. You need so many spears to bring them down. The Camel's a pretty cool detail, though. I really love the Camel Archer still being here. Because remember, Gilded Knights have insanely high base damage. There's something that's being discovered right now about Order of the Dragon. And if you're wondering why it take this long, it's because no one wants to play Order of the Dragon. And it's that percentile decreases are their true counter. So Japan is a perfect example of this. The Temple of Equality has one civ where it makes sense to build right now, and it's against Order of the Dragon. And similarly, with things like the Camelonese, you get insane value against these Gilded Knights openings. Because all of a sudden, that power of 2 knights in one becomes your downfall. Because what you've essentially done is you've condensed it all into one unit and just made it get counted even harder. And what really pains you in that situation is Gilded Knights already struggle when they run into spears. Because there's less entities, it's much easier for the Spearman to overwhelm. Because what will happen is with these 5 spears, one of them will get stunned in return to stun one of the Knights. But then 4 of them will be attacking that entire time. It's an insane power play for the Bassets. Power play for the Dragon, though, is already on its way home. Relics are being picked up. Funnily enough, realizing that these aren't safe, Corvinus went for the more dangerous relics first. So 2 already on the way home. And he still has these other 2 that are realistically very grabbable. In fact, I don't really know how GUA defends them. Because this one's already failing. The one near the TC is too wide. This is going to be a 4-relic game for the Order of the Dragon. Phalanx now being prepped. GUA massing into the crossbows. Now, one thing that worries me when I see this is actually if I'm a Dragon player in this situation, Mangonels make way too much sense. Your army is not very fast, and you're pushing me back into my base, which means I have choke point advantage. I'm hoping that GUA does something kind of spicy behind this, like a third TC. I think a third TC is subtle, but quite genius. Just because now your opponent has the relics, now he's going to kind of condense himself in his base. You've now got an infinitely harder job of fighting into that. Mid-map is easy peasy. But in a base where H3 have E-repairs, where H3 have choke points, that's where it's going to be your undoing. So yeah, a little bit surprising that we're seeing Rams coming out instead. Then again, is it really that surprising when you're watching GUA? Is there anyone in the game that likes Rams more than this guy? I don't think there is. Outside relic. It's going to be a grab as well. So there is 1 relic left over, which is going to be the back of GUA's base. Unlikely we're going to see that grab too soon. But 4 relics is still good enough here. However, the position of those relics is questionable. Outpost on the flank. No connection in, so no E-repairs. That fortification a complete waste of stone. Villagers are going to try to keep it alive, but not going to work out. So 5 villagers going down for the Order of the Dragon here. Corvinus, an underwhelming army to try and defend with here. Gilded Crossbowmen do at least have the advantage of being able to outrange their opponents here. The problem is that the Swarm can just dive in. So I think we're seeing a situation now where it has to be Siege Workshop, and indeed it is. A little bit surprised Corv didn't do this sooner. Mangonel makes a lot of sense when you're not coming out your base. Now on this delay, I wouldn't be surprised if GUA reads it because he's revealed the hand. The most logical play now for giving Zai is anticipating Siege and just getting a sprint. Instead, he's going to focus on the burn through. Korv, not wasting the E-repairs here. That's pretty smart because in this situation, if GUA saw that the E-repairs comes here, he can start trying to talk to Regnitz. I'm just giving Zai. How are we looking on the food sources? He's got a decent amount to work with, but he's out of berries after this, right? So he might be forced to add in farms before he's ready to go imp. But it does look like he's starting to save for that. So once again, it's that cool idea. People have been asking this question recently. Why would you go Culture Wing over Eco Wing in any game? This is why. You thread the needle. You get all your upgrades, your blacksmith techs, your veteran Cs. You pile pressure on. And then behind it, you go for your greed. Really smart read. Okay, ignore me. GUA's reinvesting. This feels a bit ambitious now. I think you're making your game a bit harder than just taking the free Imperial win. Because you've shown a lot of spearmen, a lot of crossbows. So actually, the Order Dragon kind of have a brain-dead strat here now, right? Lance and Spears are actually a pretty smart read with Mangonels to assist. Moving in for the Regnitz now. Ram has also arrived. GUA is going to show his entire hand here. Mango shot's coming in. That Skrill needs to start diving. In fact, another Mango should be coming out. Decent wallop. Good backup just in time there. E-repairs is going to make this difficult to breach, though. It's going to be a dive underneath the TC. Guys, this is where things get dicey. Free Landsknecht in the formation. Zornhau has been researched, which pretty much offsets the value of boot camp entirely. And the chase like this, the worst way to do this. Surrounds them, but the Zornhau doing a lot of damage. The Spearman going down. A nice pull away. Gilded Crossbowman still tickling away at this. You've now got the Springald overextending. That's a freebie. Wait, what? GUA. I don't think you can stay here anymore. He's done it again, this guy. I feel like this has been the kind of the crux of GUA. So impressive on the aggro, but sometimes doesn't see the tree through the forest, right? Like, the bigger picture here is Abas's Imperial Age is a win. But he's so focused on winning the game in Castle Age before it reaches that point. I think he became a bit too obsessed over the idea of the 4 relics. This is a difficult game to now dive and close. You lost a decent amount of spears for that dive. A lot of them are heavily injured. There's still Landsknecht left over to counter you, and now you're splitting your formation, which means if the Lance see this and chase it, all spears are dead. And the reason that worries me is if all spears are dead here, you're running out of deer. You're going to have to start adding in farms. So you're not going to get that efficiency of Eco Wing, Fertile Crescent, and then farms. You're going to have to do it at full price. Mango's pushing out. Another siege weapon failing to go up. Oh my god, GUA came full for the resources. Wait, GUA? Yeah, get out of here. Scram, you bozo. Wrong place, wrong time. Spimnar moving in though. Good raid from GUA. A lot of eco kills now. 15, make that 17. Gilded Workers down. Healthy lead. This is the type of position where you'd expect Giving Zai to say Castle into Imperial. But I know the type of player Giving Zai is. And he has this tendency sometimes, when he's got the dub, to not just take the dub the safe way. He's going to keep piling pressure. And that has me worried now. The castle up, with a relic nearby that could be garrisoned to make this impenetrable. Trebs is going to be way too slow. So realistically, this is the stage now where Eco Wing could not make more sense. Even if it wanted to. The alternative is you could try to snipe this flank TC. I actually like that idea. I think, you know, the tough part here is diving into the main. What Giving Zai was doing, I think he was worried about Order the Dragon just going Imperial with Palace of Swabia, right? That focus kind of cost him a little bit in the long term here. He did block the timing, but I think in a similar way, you can get just as much value out of taking out that second TC and pushing Korv into a corner with Palace of Swabia, where he doesn't have much gold to work with. Because now with the keep drop down, the fact that you've spent all that extra food, you now have to go farms. And you have to go for a lot of farms. What worries me now is by the time that GUA is going to be in Imperial, he might just be better served by Tradewing. Because I could see him easily being at 40 farms before he completes the tech up. Lansk. Oh my god! Not quick enough to move away. Just way too many Lansk in the formation. And just like that. This is why Lansk are my favorite unit in the game. 18 worker kills against 0. All it took was 5 seconds to almost do the same amount of eco damage that GOA has in this game. God damn. What a unit. Anxiety. I'm still struggling to see what he's perceiving his win condition as with this attempted pressure. Keeps have gone up. I think he's given a little bit too much breathing room. Like, he went for the all-in, he got pushed back once, and what Corv has done in the last 2 minutes with it has been phenomenal. The raids on the flanks, the secure of the gold in the center and at home, very difficult now for GOA to den. Corvus has gotten a little bit ambitious with trying to run home with those villages, but the rest are definitely safe, and these dives are going to start tolling a pretty heavy price upon GOA. Still no Castle Age into Imp coming. Farm count now up to 21. It's good going for the dive. This didn't work last time when you had Rams. Now you're basically mass ranged. Lansk finish off the gold. Now going to make their way towards the main base. Springolds are there to counter out. Unfortunately, there's Springolds to meet them this time. And the Horsemen are getting in. Just a few stabs is all they need. Nice interception at the last second there by the Spears, though. It means that Give You Anxiety will be able to keep the siege at bay. Pregnance is getting low. No E-repairs being used yet by Corvinus. A little bit surprised by this. Finally is going to be triggered. Springolds being brought low. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these need to be rebuilt right now by GOA. The issue he now has is that there is a Siege Workshop reinforcing at home. So, and every time you have to build these, it's time that you're not spent fighting. And nice snipe there. Catching them while being built means they take a lot more damage. Meanwhile, there is going to be a raid in. The Landsneck being completely ignored could start to stockpile quite a few kills. Okay, this game is getting officially messy. Mangonel is going to get sniped out. Gyuto Crossbowmen are whittling away at the numbers a little bit here, though, and instead they're going to start diving. Okay, that's sick. Is that Bodkin? No, wait, that's Imperial, right? That's just the raw damage. Because it's 18 versus 10 armor. Smart read there. Gets rid of a little bit extra siege. Corv now officially down in the dirt here. Not much of a military force to work with. And looking towards Landsneck to save him. Speaking of Landsneck, that one on the eco did get cleared up, but not before he made it worthwhile. Guys, we are now all of a sudden looking at 45 worker kills in total for Corvinus versus 29 for GOA. What a bonkers game this is turning into. I mean, this is the power of Landsneck, right? This is why I rate Order of the Dragon as the best Lank Civ in the game. Second place Byzantines, third place HRE. Just such a heavy wallop, and shows you the value of having Zornhau in your back corner. Just ensuring that Textiles will not save you from 2-strike. See where these Rams. Heavy commitment again, but not a fast enough commitment. This is what I'm worried about. Going 2 Rams like this, it's not working. E-repairs will always be off cooldown in time. Now New Wave marching out. Lansk, men-at-arms moving in. Front line's going to try to hold. GOA with the micro to try and shut this down. And it looks like it is going to be good enough. Front line is pretty much dead, though. Now it's just 2 Rams trying to do this. In the meantime, the siege gets sniped out. Uh-oh. This is problematic. At this stage, actually, you can now just go Mangonels to clear this up. I can't believe this. Springald has backed up. Funnily enough, that could have dove in and easily taken out the extra Springles. Regnance looks like it is going to be forfeited over here. So the Rams were good enough in the end. Spearmen ensure it. However, now, with double Mango on the way, with the slow build up of Springles, I don't know what GOA is meant to do here. Because you can't dent the base any further. Instead, he's going to turn onto the castle. Worst possible choice here. You don't actually have any way of breaking castle right now. Even these Rams aren't going to be that clean in the process. In fact, these villagers could easily torch them if they get too close. Nothing that worries me is Mangos are now on the move from the base of Corv. GOA will find some villager kills here. Outpost is going to go down. Keep Trying to go for that fire armor. And the backstab's coming in. Corvinus marching up. Mangonel is slow, but he's baiting the crossbows to respond to this. If timed right, Corv could easily start sniping these rams. Flash comes in. Crossbows. Trying to start a step to stay away from the Lansk. Springwolves are now starting to snipe out the rams, though. Villagers are going to be pulled for the repair and for the torch. Spearmen get baited over, and Corvinus takes the opportunity to shut down the ram push. Are you kidding me right now? Villagers will get back inside, and all of a sudden this castle is not going to die. I cannot believe that. He threw away the Springwolves to bait the spears, gets the kill on the ram, gets the spearman out of position, and although the castle's going down, it's costing GA a lot more than intended here. Clutch repairs coming in. Crossbows just trying to catch those villagers when they come out. The problem is there's enough left in the bank on the stone to repair this up long enough. I don't think that GA is going to have much of an army left over here. Final Lansky men-at-arms coming in. And I think he's done enough to break this now. It's triple Mangonel behind it. So much thrown away for a single keep kill. And the fire armor truly has come in clutch here. Corvinus has lost an insane amount of villagers to hold this area. But GA has now lost the entire army. Wow. Now, the good news for Give You Anxiety fans, he has at least got farms fully set up now, right? 45 deep, but no Eco Wing means you've got no agriculture, no extra play from improved processing down the line, because at this stage, losing that much means you're not going to rush Imperial, right? You're going to reinvest. Now the Mangoes are going to start to shuffle on in. Now, the question mark, does Corvinus want to try and commit more to this attack, or does he just want the age up now? Because I could easily see him just trying to go Imperial. Because this is the interesting thing, isn't it, right? It's like, yes, he lost a lot of villagers, but typical of Atri and Order of the Dragon is, oh no, I've lost so many villagers, I can just go past the Swabia to kind of rejuvenate that, right? To recover and recoup my losses. Does GA see bottom gold? He does indeed. The problem in this game isn't that he's running out of gold, it's that Corvinus isn't. The way you beat Order of the Dragon, folks, is you starve their gold. Even with 5 relics, this Civ kind of struggles to be relevant in late game compared to the cousin Civ, the HRE. Because Men-at-Arms isn't really the thing you go for. You go for Gilded Hand Cannons. You go for a lot of Siege. And that costs a lot of gold. So why GUA focused so much on that central gold deposit is he understood that element. He's seen Order of the Dragon enough to understand that in the late game, without gold, the Civ just doesn't work. And he didn't want Corv to have that, but I think he tunnel visioned this, man. I think that this has been a bit too much focus on pressure, maybe more than was needed in this game. And oh my god, the timing. Are you kidding me, Corv? The freest of massacres here. Wait, that final swing actually cancelled. He should have got one more out there. So it looks like some of the villagers will get away. Some will be poisoned to death. And secondary dive now coming in. If at first you don't succeed, stick your head in the sand and keep going. Mangonel's moving up. Springwolves trying to snipe them out. Good start step coming in. Mangoes will go for the shot in on the Springwolves. Not only them, but the crossbows as well. Villagers need to get to work repairing this. Rams are getting the castle low. GUA with the double down to try and break through. Mass Spearman pushing on in, and I think this time, surely, he should be able to get rid of that keep. Corvinus, heavy miss macro here. 2.5k gold in the bank, 1.2k wood. I don't know if you're setting up trade or if you just haven't been paying attention, but something has gone desperately wrong here. It looks like food is a big issue. Farm transition not exactly looking the cleanest for Corv. Mango's just trying to get out and do as much damage on the retreat, but it looks like they are going to be overran, so Siege is going to fall here. Love the fact that we were seeing Inspired Warrior buff, by the way. Remember, that does actually work on Siege. Landsdeck are going to come in to recover this. And this Spearman! Oh my god. That was one Lansk. One Lansk done all that. Insane unit. Quite possibly the best unit in the Order of the Dragon arsenal. Time and time again, it has pulled back any advantage that GUA's built up. His military lead went from 80-90 versus like, what, 40, down to 40 against 34. His eco situation is drawn to more or less even, and that, by the way, means he's behind. Because remember, all the Dragon Villagers are better than Abbasid ones. And we're here again. It's time for the burn through once more. Only this time, Jiwei looks about half the strength he was when he took down this Regnus previously. Castle. Oh, Jiwei. A little bit of a misstep there. An expensive one. Several crossbows going down. Why is Corvinus not adding in archers? Because you're against mass spears. It's actually better just to do Lansk. Lansk is much better here. I actually agree with the choice to do this. And the cool thing is, like, you can just spam spear Lansk instead. The reason why you don't want to do Lansk and archers is if you do Lansk and archers, Jiwei, his micro is automatic there. When he A-clicks, all of his crossbows are going to attack the Lansk. Whereas when you do spears plus Lansk, your opponent has this issue where when you run in towards him, he has to select and target each one of those Lance necks down. Add in the fact that this also keeps Jiwei away from cavalry, it's really smart because if Jiwei goes towards horsemen, he'll start flank raiding. And Corvinus hasn't built any walls. Camel Arch is now coming out. What? Well, that's a quick way to lose the game. Oh my god. And Siege just immediately gets blitzed down. Gilded Lance necks. Ready to move on and munch down that front line. I think Jiwei is starting to lose control of this game. He's still flank raiding. Are you freaking kidding me? Now dragging them across the gold, the worst possible thing you could be doing. Front line is falling. Give you anxiety. The problem I'm seeing in this game is his solution of spears just doesn't work. And the idea of going Camel Archers is great if you have Imperial Age techs behind you, such as agriculture and of course, the improved processing. He doesn't have that, though. Oh, man, this is getting brutal. Lance moving in to clean up the last of the back line. And all of a sudden, now we're in a situation where I could easily see Corvinus just going Imperial Age. Look at his economy. He gathers almost what he needs per minute to go into Imp. Army has been mopped up. You know, why go Imperial Age when you see the enemy's economy on the front line? I mean, that is begging. That is pleading for more Lance necks, right? Right? Oh, yes. So Jiwei is about to lose the eco lead. He's not even backing away here. Wow, slow reactions. It's going to cost him dearly. Second wave forced to commit earlier than it's ready. And the problem I'm now seeing for Jiwei is like this Camel Archer idea seems cool in theory, but it takes so long to get max value out of it, right? And on top of that, the Horseman reaction is perfect. You'd think, oh, Horseman and Spears is a bad idea. Not really, because the Lance neck, Gilded Lance necks in particular, kill the Spearmen so quickly that you can just essentially A-click the fights and your Horseman won't die. That's crazy. A normal villager takes 24 seconds to come out of a TC. A Gilded Villager takes 24 seconds to come out of TC. Normal villager is 20. And then Pulse Swabia for H3 is 6 seconds. For Order of the Dragon, it's 8 seconds, if I remember correctly. I can't believe this, man. These flank Lance necks have kept him in the game. I feel really bad for Jiwei, because I actually feel like he had this. He had the right read, if it wasn't for those raids. Those little pocket raids with the Lance neck are the reason why he can't win this game right now. Great raid with the Camel Archers, at least. Finally something that can mirror what the Lance have been doing. In fact, in some ways do it better. The Horseman damage. I mean, they get a charge in. You feel it in the morning. So Camel Archer raids are going to start getting blocked out by the Horsemen. Notice that for now they're doing a good job. That's because there's a trickling of Horsemen. Horsemen kind of suck in small numbers, obviously, and as the Order of the Dragon, you don't scale them quickly. The interesting part for me is the fact that we are looking at Imperial now. He's prepping Horsemen, but he's not over-investing. He's slowed down the Lance neck, even though he can keep... Okay, ignore me. Are we ever going to see Imperial in this game? I'm starting to wonder. I'm not sure about the Men-at-Arms choice, by the way. Like, it's a little bit perplexing to me. It's chunkier than Lance neck, sure. And obviously, Camel Archers get bonus damage against spears, so you don't want that. But the problem I'm having here is, like, these units are getting kited perfectly. Lance neck are at least a little bit quicker. Horseman makes a lot of sense. I feel like Horseman Lance is just your win condition. Instead, you're now giving a window for Jiwei. 40 spears and pushing. Gold has been secured on the right side. So maybe that was the issue. Just didn't have enough gold. Then again, like, if you didn't have gold, you wouldn't be building men at arms either. And oh my god, what? You've got to be kidding me. That Seek Shelter just cost him half of his farm workers. What? This game is incredible. Eco Wing now on the way from GUA, so the tech up has been triggered. Corvinus, how do you now get back in this? Camel Archers still just raiding villages. Do you think GUA is sitting here and going like, man, this is so easy. Why didn't I do this sooner? Spinman going to be pulled off to deal with the Horsemen. Camel Archers can now try to contest the front line. Count is a little bit low, though. So it looks like a fight that actually should be turned. Corvinus will be able to hold on to his base. He's got some Lance Nectar in the mix as well. However, the difference here is that one player's going Imperial, the other most definitely is not. Now, that being said, Abbasids did just spend a lot of resources on this fight. Those Camel Archers are not cheap to replace. But I think the logic for GUA is maybe he doesn't need camels now, right? With Eco Wing coming in, with the idea of just going into elite army tactics, Spearman might be back on the table for him. And agreed. Like, it wasn't ideal from GUA. I think what he was trying to do, he was so focused on going for the villager kills, he wasn't focusing as much on the fight. The Camel Archers most definitely should have been attacking the front line quicker because they have good damage, base damage against men at arms. They counter the Spearmen. The problem there is, like, I think you're struggling either way, right? Because if GUA pulls the Spearmen away to deal with the Horsemen, then all of a sudden the enemy's infantry leaks through into Camel Archers. You're kind of screwed the moment you overextended the base. I think the mistake there for GUA wasn't that fight, it came earlier. It came with the fact that he sent the Spearmen in when he should have just used the Camel Archers. And now the return fire is coming. Tech up complete. Corvinus looking to push in, though. Not many Lance left in this mixer, which means that GUA should be able to clear it up. Gold is a problem now, actually, for the Abbasids. He's trying to rescale into crossbows. He needs to get into his elite techs. He's only got 1.4k gold back here. And then what? 1.2k gold that is about to be taken away from him. And oh my god, I don't think GUA realizes the gold is already locked. Are you freaking kidding me right now? If you're wondering why does Corvinus want this area? Trade post. He understands with the gold being locked in the way he's done it, the only option now for GUA is trade. And he's taking it away from him. And it's Gilded Village is building this. There's no way you're stopping it. Castle is most definitely going up, and GUA doesn't even try to contest it. Gold in the center has been exhausted down to 52. I think Corvinus has just got this now. The gold is the difference. Lance now moving in. Villagers, funnily enough, going to run away. So many stages in this game, like, I've looked at it and been like, if GUA just took the greed choice, how much better would it look? I respect him for not doing it as someone who hates just typically boomy games, but all I can think back to is that moment where GUA had this optimal timing to go Castle into Imperial Age and he just didn't take it. So paranoid of what Corvinus would do in reaction, he just kept gunning in this Castle Age, and I think as it's gone on, it's cost him more and more. And at this stage, even though Imperial's in there, it feels like it's too late. And that's the other interesting thought, actually. If you want to play a long Castle Age, you see Lance Neck like this, you see Spearman. Archers was being begged for here, right? Composite bows, mass archers, Castle Age, I think you win that. It's almost like GUA was too worried about the idea of men-at-arms in Castle from Order of the Dragon that he shied away from, I think, what is one of the most powerful units in the Abbasid arsenal. Now we have an ugly situation. You're building squishy units against 18 Landsnecked. Oh my god! I think Corvinus is going to win this game in Castle. The Spearmen arrive, but they immediately get flopped down. Elite Army Tactics isn't there. It wouldn't even matter at this stage. There's just too many Cleaver boys. GUA is going to lose the army. And the little gold he has access to with it. Has to stand his ground. Castle now being rushed up. If you just peel 2 lines, just 2! Oh no! Oh yes! And the villagers on the north side are not going to be safe either. Ram's going to take out the keep. The Cleaver boys are on their way up north as well. I think this game is over. GUA, there's just nothing you can do right anymore. What a read by Corvinus. He who jumps first, jumps last. Oh my god, Corvinus just understood perfectly that that plunge being taken by GUA was the opening he needed. Gold was the difference. And he's making the Dragons look gold right now. First wave is going to get cleared up, sure, but it's the impact on the map now. No gold, limited wood. There's just not really any lifeline anymore for Give You Anxiety in this. Wow. I know people have polarizing experiences about All the Dragon, but I'm just going to say it. I wish more civs had units this powerful. The idea of just like this clear mop-up, like units being doubly effective. I love they have these units that can swing a fight so quickly. It's incredible. And, well, talk about an incredible move. When you're 111 eco, you don't need a Pulse of Swabber at all. It's time for the L's back. Slap bang in the center of the map. Raid's hitting the backside now. Looks like the Horseman will at least be cleared up there, but I'm worried about the next wave. I mean, this is the thing. You held off the back of you having Imperial Age Spearmen and crossbows. That's the only reason you're still alive. Well, guess what? Corvinus is going to have his Imperial versions as well. Lancenecked, Horseman, Spearman, all on the table for him. What a crazy game. And the amount of food behind this, 84 food workers. Sorry, 73 with 84 farms. Insane. Secondary base being built with the Raxes now. Every upgrade on the table. Interesting, he's switching into Men-at-Arms. A little bit intriguing considering you're up against Camelot and crossbows. But I guess you have the Horseman for that, right? This is just something to break face on the front line. You have to remember those Men-at-Arms attack insanely fast. So they're very efficient in terms of the space they take up in a melee ball. This game has literally been decided by Lansk. He's doing it again. Unfortunately, he's a little bit late here. He gave GUA way too much respect here. He's like, oh, he's definitely played it a little bit slower and chunking through his safe wood, right? Nope. GUA's like, yes, if I can just get Lanceneck, I can win this game. Oh. I'm pushing them through the Palisade wall is the perfect way to clean them up. So, more eco going down. Gold is at least going to be secure on the right side, but it's 650 gold. Not really going to break the bank for that. And now you've still got these Lanceneck just patrolling around the back of your base. I think you're going to lose a lot of your food eco in the coming minutes. Yeah, the reaction is just a little bit too slow. The only good news is this is like the worst thing Lansk can raid. Lansk are terrible at raiding farms. They're great at raiding other resources because they clump up, right? Usually if you're going for farms, you just want the Horseman instead. Does GUA have a way back? If he can get rid of this castle and set up trade, maybe. That's a big ask. A really, really big ask in this game. He needs keeps on the flanks as well, or stone walls. One of the two. Castle. It does have the L's back, right? Yeah, that's a sick read. I love that Corv done that. It's just in range. This castle is taking a millennia to kill. A few horsemen are just going to leak around. If they can just touch it, they can get the kill. But GUA, good micro inwards. Will at least keep his siege alive for a moment. But I think it's the end of the road for him. At this point, it's just a game where you can only build food or wood-based units, and the problem is you don't have wood. He's struggling to get on flanks and get any access here. He's finally actually set up a lumber camp on the east side, but now with that gap in production being queued, I think you're just going to lose this fight and then be pushed back into the corner where you only have food. What a crazy game. I can't believe the back and forth that this entailed. I love the fact that GUA's like playstyles lead to these intriguing games. And it's well played by Corvinus. The idea of just playing this as more of a macro game, focusing the gold, is what allowed him to win this. If he didn't sneak for that central gold, if he didn't keep playing flank gold, he wouldn't have enough for Mass Lanceneck. And Mass Lanceneck was his MVP. It won him the main fights against Spears. It won him the game by flank raiding the economy. It got him to where he is now. Sadly, they will not be making an appearance in the final photo. But they've done their work, and they've done it well. Horseman now looking over into the villagers. I mean, it kind of shows you what Gio's intent is here, right? He needs keep drops, he needs walls. The problem is those aren't that impactful when you're Imperial anyway, when there's bombards on the table. Looking back in hindsight, I do pin this back on the idea of the Imperial Age idea just being ignored for GOA. What happened is he got a little bit too worried. He got scrambled by this idea of Palace of Swabia. I think he was in a very good position to take Imperial Age and still stop a tech up from his opponent. They tried for the all-in that we know GOA loves to do. And I think we had Fade say this the other day. You know, GOA has this kind of interesting predicament on IDing when the game turns into a macro game. This game turned into a macro game about 20 minutes ago. And I think he neglected to respect that detail. Landsneck are being returned to, folks. I can't believe all the things he's buying. The amount of gold he's got on this map is incredible. Still 2.5k gold to work with here as well. Interesting choice to try and start burning it down when it's that close to completion. GOA, if you're wondering why would he do this keep, he's not getting the gold, it's about the wood. He needs wood this badly. He needs some layer of protection here because his army simply is not cutting it. Love the fact that we're actually seeing the Inspired Warriors buff all the way through this, by the way. Look at the damage difference, man. Like, these Men-at-Arms hit for 33 damage. I always say that of the two civs, HRE, the Inspired buff isn't that important, but when you're playing Order of the Dragon, it's day and night difference. Worked for the Lancenet, works for the Men-at-Arms, will definitely work for the Hand Cannoneers. Fast coming in, Men-at-Arms. Should be able to just make quick work of this. And the problem in this game is, you know, even if his army gets wiped, he's sitting on a 2k gold reserve. That's enough to reboom this Men-at-Arms count fully. For GUA, the moment he starts losing crossbows, they're irreplaceable. His only option is to go Camel Archers, but those gaps in wood gatherings has hurt him dearly. 13 queued up. A long way to get him here. The only upside right now is at least his economy isn't being raided by small groups again. Oh, wait. Did someone say economy? Oh, my God. Okay, Men-at-Arms are now dead, but 11 new Landsnecht have entered the battlefield. Oh, my God. Just have mercy on him, please. This is the worst feeling in these type of games. Giving anxiety is almost an hour into a game. He's like, wow, I've done it. I'm starting to stabilize, Papa. You proud of me? Dad's like, no. Why? Why won't you ever give me the respect? Because I know what he's doing next, son. It's back to premium. I'm impressed he hasn't ran out of gold yet. Oh, that would explain it. Oh my God. How did I not notice this sooner? He's got 30 traders. No wonder he's not running out of gold. Jesus. I can't believe I didn't see that a little bit earlier. We've been so distracted by this right side because I've been waiting this entire time for the Abbasses to go for trade. It never happened. It never will. And I think he knows it now. He knows the trade's been going on when he sees this many Landsnecht. The sad reality is if GOA had just taken a handful of Camel Archers around the back, he could have shut it off. There's no protection for it. I mean, look at this game. Look at the map. Do you notice something different about Corvinus' layout? He's allergic to walls this entire game. The damage on Landsnecht is very high. They hit for 39 damage with the Inspired Warrior buff. It's baffling just how good it is. They use like somewhere between 32 and 35. Oh, you must have heard me say that. GG gets called. I don't think I've ever seen a game where Gilded Landsnecht have been such high value. Wow. Well played. So let's see. Landsnechter are the dragons. S-T-A unit. All right, there we go. Well, let me snack on a cookie or two quickly, actually. While I get ready for us to cast some more games. That was a really cool one, though, right, guys? Holy crap. Sick game. I mean, I expect nothing less from the guy that has played more games of Order of the Dragon than I think the top 10 players combined in the last month. In fact, guys, give me a quick sec because I want to quickly go grab a snack. Only be a second. Then maybe we'll catch some Sassy versus Leozim. Sassy still trying to play the autos. Or we'll have a look at the other options. I think maybe we'll go for like... Who else was there? Well, Core's been playing some more games, so maybe we'll check out Core's actually. So bear me a sec. I'm going to run ads as well, so you guys don't have to worry about that when we finally get into game. But be right back 1 sec while I go grab a snack. Enjoy the music, and enjoy a Gillette advert that teaches you not to chop your penis off. Top tier content. Oh, I see I have people interested in Gillette Snip Snip. It's a new product. Intentionally chops off your penis. I think that's what they're trying to advertise to me. I just never understand those ads. The region has no ads for this channel. Alright, lucky you. So wait, I'm not getting money out of you? Oh, so let me just quickly ban you. Did Core like play one game and go off? I think so. Okay, no problem. We've got more games. So I think we had... There was a Louis versus Jonas Sakura game. When we get new civs, should Byzantines get new merc contracts? That's like the issue with those type of designs, right? It's like things become outdated due to power creep, so then you have to fall back and fix them, which can become quite time absorbent. So I think Louis was an option. There was another player who I can't identify as ranked 29th in the world from China. I think it might be CSO, actually. Looks like Shiki's back playing as well, which is cool. I like how Dimmu has named himself GL the Viper now. Oh, you silly goose. I think we've seen Killjadi's games, right? Mostly, yeah. Voldemar was playing yesterday. Do we do him the honors? Are we kind? I don't know. Are we kind, guys? Wait. I've got a Roos versus HRE game here. I think we're going to watch Roos versus HRE. You love Manchester United? I used to follow football quite a bit. I was a Man U fan. I just don't really care. I don't know. I care for, like, my take is I actually think esports is more impressive than traditional sports. Don't get me wrong. You gotta have a lot of respect, a lot of appreciation for someone dedicating X years of their life to like, athletically master what they do. But here's the thing. From an adaptability standpoint, that's where I think esports is so much better, right? The meta changes. A patch drops, things change. You have to evolve with the times. That doesn't exist in traditional sports. Traditional sports never changes, right? Football doesn't change. Basketball doesn't change. Very rarely. There'll be a rule change occasionally, right? Like you've got VAR. But that took a long time. That's the worst take you've ever heard in your life. Gonna have to elaborate on that, buddy. Like, the traditional sports very rarely change. At least the ones that have been around for a long time. Tactics change over time. That's true. But like I'm saying, the rules of the game change fundamentally with esports. I'm not saying sports can't change. I'm saying typically they do not change as often. They tend to anchor themselves around the idea that they are perfectly balanced quite often, right? Look at Super Smash Bros. The characters did not change for years, and yet the meta did. That's not countering my point then, is it? People find winning strategies, that is the change. Wait, are you arguing from the esports side and didn't listen to what I just said? I said I think esports is better than sports because it does evolve so much. Rules vary, don't change. Fundamentally, the way that things function do, though. Things get tweaked, things get rebalanced, right? It's like the balance dynamics change, not just because players discover new things, because the development changes them as well. Oh, you said he doesn't have to change or evolve or get patched in order to evolve? I agree, it doesn't have to, but it helps to expedite the process of new things changing and evolving. Also, like, another kind of example of why that's usually a good thing is typically when games don't get patched, don't get changed, or new things don't get introduced, and this is an interesting thing, there is kind of a gatekeeping element that can inadvertently occur. That's another thing I really love about, like, esports and the whole idea of evolving games. You can actually see this in some scenes. If you think about, like, it's very hard, I think, to break into AoE 2. It's very hard to break into Dota 2. Can happen, but very difficult compared to, like, when you have a soft reset. I think a good example I used this was, like, CSGO compared, like, when Valorant came out. When Valorant came out, not just at a competitive level, but also at a casual level, there was a reset that allowed a lot of new people to kind of experience that for the first time in a way that they couldn't without it, right? Did you look inspired by the late DJ Steve Wright? No, actually, I never really thought of that. But thanks. I didn't even know this guy died. Jesus. Nah, I'm just trying out my new Gunner lenses. Exclamation mark Gunner if you want them, guys. Let's catch up on the chat, because it's kind of getting interesting. Esports changed far more than traditional sports. Exactly. The competitiveness of popular sports is incredible. I'm not debating that. I think from a spectating perspective, like the thing that's intriguing to me is just how often esports can evolve, right? by comparison. How quickly it can as well is the other important thing to highlight. Part of that is because it's younger, but part of that is because of the developmental process where things get changed so much. You start this by saying you love Man United? Yeah, there you go, dude. Well, yeah, because like the point was that I used to watch a decent amount of sports. I used to play a decent amount of sports. Now I find myself more interested in watching esports than traditional sports. What's the LCK Spring Finals yesterday? Watching Faker and T1 amazing. I bet 2/3 of the audience don't even know League of Legends. Same with sports. So many girls I know love football but don't know the rules or when to cheer. I mean, there's a lot of people who think they actually know esports and they don't, is what I'll say as well. Right? The people who are like see results like, and they'll go onto Reddit and make a comment about BC's build, or they'll be doing it in a Twitch chat. And then I'm just sitting there reading it. It's like, I even do it to them on the ETC channel sometimes. I'll respond to them and go, that's not right. The worst one is when it's not an opinion that's wrong, but when it's factually what they're saying is wrong. No one needs to be an expert, but you've got to generate excitement. Yeah. I also think it's a very interesting thing that is unique for esports is the commentary style that evolved. Who was talking about this the other day? They highlight something very fair, which is like, they're not sure where it really came from, but they're happy that it stayed because like commentary in gaming is very different. I do think it's like a bit too extreme in that like the whole idea is compared to traditional sports. The idea of dead air is like, oh, we can't have dead air, right? I don't think you have to be that extreme with esports, but I do like that there's a lot more kind of hype, talk, analysis constantly going on, right? Don't get me wrong, it's a very different style and commentary. I still think like esports has things to learn from traditional commentary in the way that they build stories with history of players and also the pacing. Like I've highlighted, whenever I've cast with new people, whenever I'm teaching like new casters, I highlight to them that silence is not your enemy, it's actually your friend, right? And that's something that traditional sports gets a lot better than most esports commentators. There are a few exceptions. I think Maven is one of the best ones for this, where he understands how to use silence to generate hype. I think esports having gatekeeping knowledge makes it less valuable as a sport. There shouldn't be a specific knowledge you can have that automatically makes you good. What? Having to like train athletically for 20 years is more gatekeepy than that. I'm sorry, what? That doesn't make sense to me at all. What specific knowledge are you talking about? The fact that people discover different strategies? That's not gatekeeping, right? And the point is, training athletically is not gatekeepy. Anyone can do that. Genetically, no, they can't. That's a lie. That's actually that's a complete lie. I'm calling you the bullshit on that. That's a complete lie. Genetically, some people can't, right? Training athletically is not possible for everyone, either through genetics or happenstances in life. If I break my freaking leg, like, you know, and the fracture heals in the wrong way, I'm probably never going to be able to sprint down the flanks in a football match. Acquiring knowledge is something everyone can do. That's the point. Like, that's what? I'm sorry, Demons, but that one makes no sense. Training athletically most definitely is gatekeeping. There's no less gatekeeping than someone training in a game to discover new things that you can't discover. I'm sorry, they're both time investments. My point around the gatekeeping element is like, actually, the gatekeeping element resets more often in esports that patch and evolve their game. It's not a pitch perfect solution, but usually why it works so well as well is because, you know, Halo releases and then doesn't have relevance, so people switch over to Call of Duty. Call of Duty has relevance, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, Fortnite came out. So you get soft resets. Same with the logic of going from CSGO to Valorant, right? It was a soft reset that allowed people that previously couldn't get ahead of the people who had years experience over them, and it also invited new people in. Oh, what's up, Core? Got all my pro boys arriving. I think the casting for AoE would be more interesting matchup histories, new metas, replays were kind of fun through in the opening minutes of the match. Yeah. And I try to do that as much as possible. I also try to like leave gaps where we can. Because I think sometimes, you know, you have it where like a night charge coming in is like, in with a night charge! And like you just want to stop saying something for a second or two. But that does require trust between you and the co-caster. Because you need to trust that when you drop the mic, they won't rush to pick it up. And that's not, like, I'm not faulting any particular caster or whatever. That's just an instinctual issue of human beings. Human beings don't like silence. We go out of our way to fill silence. That's true, Voldemar. The only reason you're not able to beat Marine Lord is that your thumbs weren't grown to the direct length required. So you should blame your mum. Oh, I love how this is just becoming a heated debate. The groupies hotter in football or esports? Esports, because most of us have eye trouble, so we're short-sighted. So, you know, I always say you're just 6 feet away from prettiness, because I just have to take these off and then move back. See you, Core. Wait, is Core playing a game live? Pog? Do we want Voldemar versus Wham, or do we want Core gameplay? Physical sports, game knowledge, and execution is everything? Yeah, exactly. Like, this whole idea of gatekeeping knowledge is no different, dude. Dude, if the game, like, okay, here's an idea. If football wasn't gatekeepy, why are all the coaches and team managers so old, right? Is it because they, like, have the knowledge base they've built up over years that you wouldn't be able to expect out of someone who's 25 years old? Probably, like, dude, if you want to leave with an example, one that's not gatekeeper, I guess you could go with, like, what? Baseball, the logic of, like, Moneyball and what they done to create a winning team. Wait, so what? We're going on to an insider knowledge logic here. I'm confused. I know 2 pro players in my school. I'm talking early days CS, FIFA at Mouse Esports. Both of them were exceptional athletes as well. One became even a professional handball. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, I'm good friends with the person that was technically the first pro player in the UK for Quake. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, it's kind of funny you could have those connections as well. The early days, the inception days, because esports is so young. Dude, I'm going to restart my game quickly, either way, because it's lagging. Do you guys want Core or do you want Voldemar? I'm curious. Voldemar's game is a replay. Core's will be live. Would you buff French by making farms cheaper, or should that... what should be done to make French great again? I think French are fine. I think, actually, they're not that bad. I would say, like, what I would love to have seen is... I've said this before. Take Knights away from Joan and give her her companions. Right? Give us, like, something more in line with the Keshiks. Make her unique. French is fine. I actually think, like, the interesting thing is French has some matchups that just work out a lot better than if you go for Joan anyway. So, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with French needing many buffs, actually. And yes, agreed. This was my original point, is like esports constantly evolves and requires adaptation at a very frantic pace. Football may change, but football will change, I'd say, over a much slower process of years than esports, where a patch change can completely flip the game upside down, right? And the fundamental rules can change. Like someone said earlier that it doesn't? It does, right? If you think about it, Age of Empires already had that. Where did Olive All come from? When was that a thing before, right? Like, the way that all the dragon units function is completely different. Joan is a completely new mechanic. So, like, even the example AoE 4, drastic changes, right? Dota 2 had this not too long ago when they basically changed fundamentally the way that Roche spawns and works, which was a huge part because Roshan is like a key fundamental of executing Dota 2 games. If football had Pele and recently Messi, who is RTS esports equivalent? Serral. Serral and probably Viper. Marine Lord's making a run for it. Give him another year or two of AoE 4. There's a few others that come to mind, like Mario, right? Like, and then there's the earlier day people in the StarCraft community. I think Grubby counts as like an all-time great as well, right? He's running Warcraft 3, is incredible. Him and Moon. You say Faker? In RTSs. He said in RTSs. Faker's not RTSs. BC rated French is bomb. I think it, like, once again, though, is the problem is it's because Jaune isn't different from French. I think that's fundamentally the problem. If you really need to buff anything about French, actually the most obvious thing I'd say is Chamber of Commerce needs a complete rethink. It just doesn't... It's worthless. I haven't seen a single game where I was like, Chamber of Commerce won that. Chamber of Commerce, like, one change you could make, it's not going to help the early game, would at least be to make School of Cavalry's buff production rate unlockable later in the game for the French. So it's offset. Get School of Cavalry now, get the buff now, or get it in Imperial Age, right? Because right now, it's just like you're sacrificing something permanently to get something crappy and temporary. The irony is, like, this whole idea that French is bad isn't true, because if you reach the late game, they're broken. Arbitrary are ridiculously strong. Sup, Super Zero T, thank you for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. So, like, French, like, the early game might need some tweaks, but you have to be very careful with that. This is a Civ that already has Feudal Cavalry. Strong Feudal Cavalry. The strongest Feudal Cavalry. So if you buff them even just a little bit, and it puts them over the mark, then they're going to reach late game with Arbitrary Mass. Because Guildhall is, like, way too good to enable Arbitrary, is the problem. But if you take Guildhall away, you're kneecapping a Civ that is reliant on gold more so than almost any other Civ in the game. So, yeah. Difficulty to total balance. Cock needs to allow traders to reside inside and get gold. I swear I've heard that somewhere before. Where have I heard of... I swear! Are we stealing ideas from other RTSs there? Been trying to play French lately, getting rolled. I think 2-3C is still pretty viable. Here's an interesting one for you guys, actually. If you're up against Jaune, funnily enough, French destroys Jaune. Alright, let's have a look at Core's game, shall we? This is a good discussion, though. I enjoyed this. MC in StarCraft 2 was such a character, and I love Jeff. Yeah, I did. I'm gutted I'll never get... Like, some of the people I'm really gutted I'll never get to meet is definitely right up there at the top of the list would be Jeff and Total Biscuit. I always hear amazing things about those guys. Alright. Should we get into game, though? Because we've got Core versus... Do you guys want Core versus Kyo or Voldemar versus... Who's Voldemar against again? Wham. Was a passive income of gold per minute? I can't remember the exact calculation. Yeah, the thing you have to remember with Guildhall is it gives you more as you have more in it. So there isn't a raw per min gain. You guys want Voldemar? Okay. You should cast SC2 back when Twitch was Justin TV. Damn, Arden. You dinosaur. Woo, lordy. You can have a shaking hand and tell us about the good old days. Wasn't expecting that. I'm up there. Yeah, I can tell, dude. Holy crap. I'm very young by comparison. My esports journey started in 2018. Although it's crazy to think that was 6 years ago now. It's wild. I started streaming in... Would have been maybe 2016? I think it's 2016. And then got into esports in 2018. But content creation, like... So this is an interesting thing with casting, right? Is I would love to be at a point where I could like comfortably just do content creation. Don't get me wrong, I still want to do casting, but like casting has to be my full-time thing because to get the scale to where your content creation pays all your bills and is actually worth it, it's difficult. But if you can crack that, I can tell you that like any caster who's thinking ahead is looking for a way to eventually become a content creator. That's a reality. Courage done the smartest thing he could when he decided to convert to content creation. Because for a start, when you're a caster, you have very limited control over your destiny. When you're a content creator and an influencer, you're controlling the channels where you're doing your content. So you have a lot more control. And when you scale, the money involved is insanely higher than when you're a caster. Like, I would easily wager Courage is making more money than, like, Golden Boy. And Golden Boy is probably... I don't know. Is he the most paid caster? I'm trying to think if there's someone who's present more. Have you considered OnlyFans? Not really. For a start, that would definitely mean you wouldn't be able to do esports. I'm also really not sure why people would want anything from me on OnlyFans. Have you seen these goofy faces? I don't have early access though, Arcleave, so I'd have to wait, right? But might check out Manor eventually. Yeah, like I didn't see anything spicy about the combat. Tasteless and Artosis versus Courage? What, in terms of income? Not even close. Courage. I think they'd admit that as well. They've done well for themselves. But if you're talking about who's who at the end of the year, if you're looking at financial statements, has more, I'm trying to think of anyone who's like been a caster and turned content creator that makes more than Courage. I don't have the raw numbers, but I can guesstimate figures. He's an owner in 100 Thieves. He has huge streams. I'm pretty sure he has the YouTube exclusive deal, right? Like, it's not even close. Courage Pro, like, dude. I don't want to focus too much on Courage. Like, I don't want to be that guy's, like, exposing his financials. I don't know the exact numbers, but I can make a very safe guesstimate that he's making more than anyone else. Yeah. The reason why I do esports, the reason why I do content creation, do these things, like, you know, I said this before, that I could probably have made more money just sticking with development and getting like contractor jobs, dime a dozen. But the way I always describe esports is like the classic way we put it is there has to be something wrong with you if you're full-time in on esports. Like people who actually spend their lives working hard in the esports sphere, there is 100% something like wrong with you, because the reality is so many of us could make more money in our specific roles in traditional industries, right? So, you know, if you're a commentator, if you kind of like lean into even like tier 3, let's say football or something like that, if you got into that sphere, it'd be better. I could probably make more money doing less work being like a radio host or something. But I'm stupidly and madly in love with esports is the problem. Voldemort straight into his 2TC build, I'm guessing. Bold prediction. Against HRE as well. Should we get into it? Right, we're having a big, giant discussion about esports. And you know what? We've got to focus on a few pros here. We've got someone who is typically topping it right now, actually. Wham's having a phenomenal time, able to actually take down Marine Lord recently in that tournament. Voldemort, on the other side of this, I think has actually been improving at a rapid pace. I've actually been impressed by Voldy recently. There are still some Roost games that shall not be named. Actually, funnily... Wait, hold on a sec. We've seen this matchup... Well, not this matchup. These players before. Voldemort had the Roost then as well. It was against Wham, I think, on the Abbasids. That didn't end well. But hopefully, this one will go a bit better. I think Voldemort has been improving quite rapidly, though. I think you could tell he's maybe wasn't having as many hours a few months back, but he's back on the grind, and I think it's paying off. Getting Roost might feel like an auto win, folks, but I want you guys to remember that this is a newly found busted HRE. This Civ is something else. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some feudal pressure. I think HRE can actually 1TC all in at the Roofs in a 1TC on 1TC and beat them because your economy is just so much better. Your archer spam is just so much better. The movement speed is just so much better. So many things are so much better. Another very interesting detail that opened this game up, though, Wham didn't go for the double scout that we often see in reaction to the Roost. I'm a little bit surprised by this. He did deny one of the deer stacks, but it's come at a price if you think about it. Like, his sheep pool is going to be absolutely atrocious here, right? I would be surprised if he has more than 9 sheep. He's got one more over here, and then the rest of the map looks like it's pretty much locked in for Voldemort. Pretty good game as well. This is always a good sign. When you're in a situation where you can trigger your tech up and almost have the gold trickle for Wheelbarrow, that's a big thumbs up. It's what allows this Civ to get some of the most aggressively ridiculous tech up times that exist in Age of Empires 4. And this one should be on the way. A match on the stone for Kremlin as we maybe look at 2TC. Instead, oh, this is interesting. He's going to secure the deer, the gold, and I guess you could sneak the stone, but I would be surprised if he goes for that here. And it's true, Kraken. If you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Although sometimes you rip your hair out when you can't pay the bills. Jesus, that took a dark turn. Voldemort keeps trolling in his qualifier matches? I don't think he does. I think he lucks out sometimes. I still remember that game he had, I think it was against CSO, where the Sacred Site timer bug screwed him over. He basically decapped the site, but because a unit ran on and off, it completely lost him the game because the timer resumed. So win conditions between these two. Voldemort, from his POV, I think Castle Age makes a lot of sense here. You can spam knights, you can rush out to relics with your own warrior monks. I like the idea of just getting the stables, getting 2 or 3 knights out, trying to control the map a bit, and then teching up. Especially when the HRE player is doing this. What? Wham is going for a 2TC build. I'm a little bit surprised by this choice. Is this because he's expecting 2TC on the other side? Because I'm wondering, like, is this a plan to play 2TC long feudal? I kind of like that idea. It's weird because you're going to be playing into knights, but over time you outscale. So I think Voldemort, the correct read here would just be to get into Castle Age as quickly as possible. And he would have scouted this, right? Like, this detail shouldn't really go unnoticed for more than a few seconds, courtesy of the fact that you have free scouts, so you should be seeing everything. Well, I say that. Voldy. What? He finds the wolf. This is definitely fast castle. You can tell by the fact he didn't prep wheelbarrow. Anytime that you're going to see 2TC or long feudal, you should be seeing wheelbarrow coming out. So first knight's going to get queued up. And he's about to get the info. This is a big deal, actually. The fact that he's already got knights on the way is the correct read by Voldemort. And now he knows about the stone. He sees the mining camp. He knows there's going to be a second TC. The question now is whether the timing can be right to stop that town center. Because this knight is coming in aggressively. 10 seconds until it's produced. And Wham hasn't even started building the town center yet. It's moving north side. And I believe that was scouted. Voldemort should now know, quite intuitively, the only way that he could be going is north side. Wham is being a bit zealous with the placement here. Let's go extra wide to go on the deer. This should go up, though. Like, he's brought out how many villagers? 8 villagers. Yeah, the knight might get in time to kill a single villager if he's lucky, but I think the timing just didn't really align here. It's interesting because I feel like Voldemort had quite a lot of resources floating there. Maybe the stables could have came up a little bit quicker. Unfortunately, in this case, it might just prove a bit too slow. Surprised that Wham is going in for the archer range, though, considering his opponent should be opening knights here. Spears just seems like the no-brainer, right? In fact, does Wham even know? He may not have even seen that single knight. I think the goal here, from the perspective of Wham, the reason why he's doing this, by the way, is by going archers, he wanted to try and build a few and start raiding the Roos, who he's expecting to play pocket ecos. Because it's all about perceived play style in these matchups. You can talk about the play and what the player likes to do, but you also have to be cognitive of what the Civ can do. A Roos player is more likely to play pocket economy than an HRE player. An HRE player rarely wants to come out of his base. So the idea of archers and marching drills to kind of punish that greed is pretty smart. Unfortunately, because it was, of course, the night opening, his hand's a little bit weak. So Spearmen are going to follow this up. Double racks, in fact, to get him where he needs to be. We're talking about the hardships of making it your hobbies. It seems fitting when we're watching people who are aspiring to be pro players. It's actually interesting in that perspective, because I remember I talked to Voldemort about this. I think he said it in the stream chat before when I was asking about like coaching and paying his bills. He actually gets by on a living in Denmark as a coach full-time, which is impressive. Wham, I think that they've got a part-time job. This is like one of the tough things, right? It's like people expect esports scenes to just kind of go full-time. This is something I've always seen in so many places where people are like, oh, you should be able to get a full-time salary for that. It would be ideal, but that's just not how numbers work when the scene isn't big enough. I think an example I gave is like, if you're not a content creator, being a pro as a full-time career doesn't really make sense in AoE4 with the current prize pools. You're going to have some sort of job, right? Like I've said before that, you know, right now from a casting career perspective, for me, doing casting full-time just on AoE4 isn't going to bring the money in because the scene's just not big enough. I think sometimes like that has been exactly what has led to the toppling of esports, right? Where it's come crashing and burning for 2 years straight. Because people just thought that you could throw millions of dollars in and it would just happen overnight. Grassroots, baby. These things have to be built up over time. In some ways, Smash and the fighting scene got it right? And that like they exist no matter what. I do think that that scene definitely has its downsides as well, where they're maybe a bit overly protective of the idea of outside money. So I think that scene definitely should have bigger prize pools than it does. Let's see if Voldemar's on the money with this play. Up to 6 Knights now. Same number of spin in the field. So that's actually a really good sign for him. And also this TC is at a stage now where it's overburdened. I love the read by Voldemar there. He saw the TC, saw he can contest it. So he waits. He waits until there's too many eco units here and then punishes the second TC play. Good strike in here as well. All of a sudden, Wham's entire eco lead is just shrunk. I wonder if Voldemar just keeps going now. Because the reality is, like, Wham taking that type of damage hasn't really seen any return on his investment into a TC now. I think Voldemar could do this another time, but if you continue to double down like this, over time, Wham's army is going to get big enough to contest you, right? So there's going to be this balance point where I think Voldemar is going to look towards Castle. If he wins another fight like that, where he just gets a clean eco kill, his bank should be big enough to start moving up. For the time being, though, we might actually see him attempting a ram play, which actually is on the table for that second TC. Even with E-repairs, it doesn't have much health to work with. So if you take a slow approach, maybe 1, possibly 2 rams max, I can see it working. One thing I don't like is we're reaching a stage now where he's going to have to start moving out for pocket resources, and he still does not have wheelbarrow in this game. It's getting expensive on the walk time. Now, funnily enough, Wham doesn't either, but the cool thing for Wham compared to the Rus here is you can more easily transition into farms around the Arkham. It's quite intriguing to think how different this matchup was just a few weeks ago, actually. HRE would never look to play long feudal in the old patch, right? It was always just about Castle Age. But you see how it just kind of muddies the water now. Usually, Rus in that situation would just went 1 TC all in, block the relics, wall them off, and then it's a pretty easy GG. But this completely changes the dynamics of what's meant to play out here, right? Because now, let's say Voldemar was like, okay, I'm going to rush Castle and I'm going to wall off the relics. Wham would have all these torches to burn down the walls. It just wouldn't work. Not a great raid through here for Voldemar. Taking quite a lot of damage on those knights. Does at least stay out of range of the spears almost all the time. Other side is Voldemar now getting ready for the siege engineering, so we will be seeing the ram push shortly. One thing that does worry me a bit, though, Wham is going to have the Steel Dagger for that fight, and he has got Archer mass advantage. These choke points are really important for this factor, guys. These small choke points mean flooding knights gets very difficult. That's the one worry I have for Voldemar, is Wham chose a really good position for this town center, as the only clean way you have in is here, or if you break through the walls on the north side, right? And that takes time. It allows a reaction, allows a back play, and then when you reach these choke points, once again, the knights have a similar issue. Weird choice by Wham. Comes pretty far out. Spearman. Good reaction by Voldy. You have to be so quick against HRE. I'm sure many of us experience this, where you look away for a second managing something else in your base, and then all of a sudden you're impaled on a spear. It's not just the 1.38 movement speed, it's actually 1.72 because they charge. That's what makes them absurd. If it wasn't for the fact that they stopped to brace, I feel like a lot more players would be screaming that Marching Draws is OP. Oh wait, they already... Oh. So Wham's win condition, I think he just needs to go up to probably like 30 Spearmen, 40 Archers, and then you can start to flirt the idea of Castle Age. His goal right now is to just blunt any assault attempt. Voldemar is going to have one good strike to try and take out the TC. If that fails, then all of a sudden this game becomes quite HRE favored. And he's definitely going for that TC, right? Like, he's gone for the siege engineering already. He keeps posturing on the north side. It's his only value point. I'm wondering, though, is do we maybe see a sneak out? Because whenever I see a player focusing on one side like this, there's an opportunity to flank resources. Raid coming in, though. Wham, once again, with way too many villagers, going to build the gate to try and get out. The other side, just in the nick of time. And now the backstab. Oh my god, Voldemar! I think he may have just overextended here. Spearman, enough of them here to hold this back. Archimass is shrinking for Voldemar. Second wave is coming in. Mistakes most definitely made. Spear count is at least getting low, so maybe the Knights will be able to turn this around and get out. But the second wave is coming in, and unfortunately, I think that means that Voldemar has been completely depleted here. That was brutal. Dude, this is the problem. Like, Voldemar, he could feel the pressure mounting. This is why I was expecting a ram. If he just gets a ram in there and breaks the wall, he has another way out. Instead, he took a one-way ticket to hell. And Wham now in a perfect position to start scaling. Yeah, this is everything I feared for him. One TC puts you under pressure, to try and make this type of play. And this is the other element I was worried about. We mentioned this before the raid even came in, the idea that Wham could just play out to the right side and gather resources. It's happening now. And it's completely free because Voldemar just has nothing to contest. It baffles me as well because Voldemar did go for the siege engineering. So, you know, if he just walked up here, built a ram with archers, one ram, he'll break through this wall so quickly. And the timing would have been perfect. You send the ram in here, you send the knights and archers in on the south side, get in, slap down the eco, get out the other side. That didn't happen. He set himself up for failure with that dive. Why didn't he just run his knights out to save some? Because they would have been skewered on the way past. He was trying to snipe down the spearmen to try and then dive in with the remaining knights. Unfortunately, he's trying to do that into double spearman production in the enemy base, right? It's always a recipe for disaster. And now the walls are coming up from Voldy. So this is the stage where I think we actually have to try and get to castle. The play in feudal is just missing. It's possible that Voldemar might think he's got one more shot in feudal. You might be wondering, isn't that just insanity KP? Why would he believe that even for a second? Because he might suspect that Wham is teching up. Usually a player in the HRE's position here, after taking a win like that, they'll take the greed. But Wham has the correct read. I love the fact that he's just not going castle. He says, no, I deplete my army, I replace my army. It's very different, actually, to the type of playstyle we were seeing a year ago. And, you know, part of that is, of course, the buffs, the HRE, with the marching drills, but I think actually a bigger part of that is the fact that players have ID'd Feudal Age is a much more dangerous time right now in the meta. Just because you get a fight win doesn't mean you should immediately seek greed. Sometimes you should take a fight win and seek the overwhelming win in the H2. Voldemar, as a result of that, will get a chance to tech up, but it's almost like Wham is waiting for it, right? If you do rush that tech up, when you do it, when you complete it, he'll be in your base with marching drills. You'll die. If he doesn't rush the tech up, that's fine for Wham as well. He's going to keep scaling a better army. He's going to keep scaling a better eco to DC. And then when that tech does come, all of a sudden you could have a situation where Wham's able to flood 100 military units into the base. Instead, Voldemar will be able to get the tech up while Wham is still at home. So he does end up rushing it in the end. Only builds a little scrap of archers to try and hold on here, actually. Not many knights to raid with either. Then again, he did somehow sneak in here. Oh, the wall never went up. Well, that's actually a big whoops. Voldemar, that's really important, actually. That wall not going up is why Wham didn't rush out. If the wall goes up, he'll be moving towards the base. So, sick read by the Dame. He saved himself a lot here, because if these walls had gone up, this tech up would be complete when Wham is crossing the central sacred site, and you're just dead. You won't have anything to defend with. Not only does he get out, he gets out unscathed. Walls are at least now going to go up. And Regnitz Cathedral, not far behind this. High Trade House, not going to be great either. Get your numbers in, guys. Like, I'm just going to warn you now, though. These small tree clusters, players discovered very early on that they're not that great. Most of the time, you get more trees just by sitting in a high trade house on your primary line. It's so weird the way that these small clusters work. I think part of it is because you can actually see they spawn looser. So if you look at the primary line, I feel like they're a little bit tighter to the point you can't really see the ground, whereas you can see patchwork here, right? So it's always deceptive. And hello, Harrison. Welcome across the YouTube side. No, upgrades coming in. So many archers. Veterancy only just got queued for Wham. Unfortunately, Voldemar's isn't ready yet, though. So we can't fight. And it looks like we've got 132. Yeah, so... Little tip to people playing Gorge. Just don't place these. I actually think you might have got more from placing the high trade house here. Actually, yeah. There's definitely more than 37 there. Down in the center. Upgrades coming in though. Wham needs to delay this fight a little bit. Instead he stands his ground. Expectancy coming in just 15 seconds. Spearman count is getting low. However, there's enough of them still to dent this. Instead they A-click into the Archer Mass, and that's going to commit the Knights. Wham! I'm a little bit surprised by this. With marching drills, there was no necessity to take this fight. It seems like he got a little bit angsty over the Relic in the center. Veterancy is finally in, so the Archers can finish off the Knights. But Voldemar getting a much better trade than he has any right finding here. Archers are going to be reduced pretty heavily, so maybe Wham didn't want these long term. I don't think that's the case though. I think he just got a little bit distracted, a little bit greedy. He wanted that Relic so badly that he threw the entire army into it. And all of a sudden Voldemar, with double Warrior Monks in a situation where he can yoink these central relics away if he's quick. Which he's not gonna be. Oh god. Yeah, this. Okay, scrap that. It is indeed gonna be a central relic. He can at least take the flank ones, right? So we're probably looking at a 3-2 relic split here. I'm hoping Voldemar sees these relics. He does. He's scouted them all. Wham has not scouted this back one. He knows about all the others. Yoinking just in the nick of time there. So Wham will have to settle for the 3. Wait, sorry. Yeah, 3. Yeah. Wait, 2. No, I'm an idiot. My maths. I just looked at the map. Voldemar's already got 1. Maths is hard. Okay, so that's actually more balanced. That's good. The difficulty still in this game for Voldemar is it's 1 TC versus 2. And it is an insane lead, right? Like 90 versus 65. The thing that scares me when I see an HRE player with this many eco units is like if he's going to play a long castle, he'll go Elsback. And that means he can get his Imperial Age without being punished. And yes, Warrior Monks are faster than normal monks with carrying relics. Interesting trade here. Wow, I'm throwing away the Archers again, once more to get his hands on a relic. Interesting start step back. Warrior Monk is hunting, and it looks like he's found his target. So Wham, we're going to have a tug of war over this one. Men-at-Arms are being queued up now. With heavy maces as well, a decent solution against both Archers and Knights alike. The first ones have now arrived. Just going to spring the trap on him. I don't think Voldemar has enough food for this. He's moving out with the deer on the flank now. Has got the hunting cabin coming up. Archer Mass has been heavily reduced, sure, but I mean, the MAA should be the backbreaker. Warrior Monk is at least going to pull this one back, so it is indeed going to be, as we said before, a 3-2 split in favor of the Rus. Everything else looked like it's about to shift away from Rus' favor, though. Eco has already been there a long time. It's a 30 villager lead for the HRE of all civs. And now, with mass men-at-arms, Voldemar has yet to get a single unit that is a good counter. The walls by Wham? There's plenty of space for Wham. What are you on about? He doesn't really need that much. This is perfect space for farmlands. MAA now finally clubbing it. Voldemar, surprisingly enough, standing his ground. Doesn't feel like the best way to fight this. You need to start stepping back. Otherwise, the men-at-arms will win this one out. I mean, they may have already. Wham, now up at 48 military to 37. What is the way out now for Voldemar? He's macroing way too much gold. You could think about going Mango play to get rid of the Archer Mass. You're still going to need crossbows at the end of the day, though. Against these MAA, I don't think Knights is scalable with a guy who has so little food. The most cost-efficient counter to men-at-arms spam here is going to be crossbows. But first of all, he needs to remove the Archer Mass, and it's why I love that Wham is doing this 1-2 tap. Archer, men-at-arms, Archer, men-at-arms. It puts Voldemar in a bind because he just doesn't have the food quantity to get the solutions. So I think for Voldemar, best approach, weirdly enough, might be crossbows with mangoes. I'm cringing saying it, but I don't feel like he has many other options with limited farm counts. Look at the HRE production. Sure, they've got the churn coming, but never underestimate defender's advantage. Like, Wham needs to reset. He's Congo lining of death here. He's up against mass archers and he's sending in men-at-arms one at a time to die, so he just needs to reset, calm down. He's adding in additional farms. Once he's up at about 40, he should be able to get enough production spam going to overwhelm. Sacred Sight's also locked in, so additional gold. And it looks like we might be heading towards a keep. I think this is more about sprint placement, but I'd love to see a castle drop in the center of the map, because Voldemar is playing Archer Mass right now. He doesn't have flank capabilities. Flash in the center, though. Wow, now only getting the level 2 eco tech, so heavily delayed in getting to that. Boy's Fortitude is now on the way for Voldemar. The problem is, you're going to need to start flank raiding, and the walls are already up, right? So if you're relying on knights to break through that, it's going to be a very slow process. Sun production now favoring Wham because he is on the defense. Voldemar's army is also deceptive. Don't think that this is going to just break it, because although it's a bigger number, it's mostly archers. And men-at-arms do have the 6 ranged armor here. Voldemar now on the delayed second TC. This is bold, but I think it's the right call. If you just keep playing 1 TC, you know it's eventually going to turn to Imperial Age for the HRE. You need more economy yourself. It's one of those weird things where, like, when you don't have farms, it feels bad to have to do second TC. But the logic is on a delay, you'll be able to afford a lot more farms, right? And I don't see a way in which Voldemar breaks this game in the next 4 or 5 minutes. So aiming for a later phase of the game makes a lot of sense. For anyone who feels like Voldemar backed up way too early there, he didn't. The problem is, because of marching drills, if you start losing a fight and you have to retreat and your opponent's on top of you, you're dead. You lose the entire army. So what he done is he backed away while he had control of the narrative. He didn't wait for Wham to scale more military and then destroy him. And use that time instead to try and get walls up. And yes, Voldemar is getting the bonus in his wood line. He's chained it all the way through. Kremlin's really generous, guys. Like, yeah, look at the range on that. Oh, wait. This side doesn't, though. No. Wait, what? Ignore this. This is a UI being stupid. There we go. The Lum Camp's connected in now. I think the UI just didn't update originally. Voldemar now starting to macro up from Imperial Age, but you can see Wham is doing the same thing. A lot of the time, HRE players will instinctively go Palace of Swabi here, just so you can throw away villages in dangerous places. I dislike it. I think Elsbat makes a lot more sense. If you Elsbat the central Sacred Site, and then you Daisy Chain keeps in on the flanks, you can just go for a Sacred Site victory. Okay, goes to the idea in a different way. So Elsbat on the western flank. That's kind of interesting, actually. So Wham, he's worried that the game might require trade. That's why he plays an Elsbat here. Still a little bit surprised he didn't drop it in the center. I think it just slows down any sort of attack by Voldemar. He's already shown he's got mass archers. Later in the game, he's going to be going things like Streltsy, right? These are slow-moving units. So if you park yourself in the middle, you make sure he has to take the long way around. Fortified walls doing what's needed here. High Armory now on the way from Voldemar. And the farms are getting respectable at this stage. He's up to 28. Doesn't really compare to the HRE at 61, but it's a start. And this is where the game gets interesting in the later phase, right? When you're in Imperial Age, actually, the Rus aren't too bad. Streltsy are remarkable up against mass men-at-arms spam. The difficulty I see in this game is getting the eco for that. You're now talking about a 30 villager lead in a game where there's more gold trickle for the HRE as well. This is going to be difficult to reach that phase of the game where you have unlimited gunpowder, boys. Voldemar isn't it really holding on to reserves that inspire courage, confidence either. Gold access isn't too bad. He's got the 3.6k here, 4k here. When you consider the elite upgrades, you consider the Imperial upgrades, gunpowder, that's not a lot for Streltsy. Up's complete. Wow, now going in for the dive on the main. Elite starters coming in soon for the men-at-arms, archers as well. And hand cannoneers immediately get queued up by Wham. This is so smart. Streltsy can annihilate hand cannoneers if given time, but Voldemar doesn't have that time. He doesn't have that economy. So Wham looks to shut the game out before Voldemar can truly get online. Dive comes in. Full-on militia spawn. A malicious spawn, if I do say so here. 21 of them to fight up, but the men-at-arms, the archers, they get their elite status first. It feels like a losing fight. Voldemar barely going to be able to hold on his own base here. Man, arms line is at least fitting a little bit. That Archer Mass behind it hits so hard. 10 damage per strike, 95 HP. A phenomenal edge to have, and one that is going to push Voldemort back. No frontline left over, only Archers behind this. And Wham may have lost wave number 1 of the MAA spam, but the second wave is prepping. And in fact, the stragglers left over in the first might be good enough. The reason you see 60 Archers from the Roost is because they tried for an all-in and then had to back away. They had to have someone to defend with. I think Voldemort, in hindsight, he'll know where this game went wrong. The 1 TC all-in, I think, was the correct call. What was not the correct call was diving the second TC with walls being up. I don't know if Voldemort didn't scout this detail. I'm shocked if he didn't see it, though. He saw the wall here. He should have suspected the walls here. Had he gone for a ram instead, broken that wall, and then dove the second TC, I think he'd have control of this game. And he'd still have the Knights to leverage that pressure onto Wham. But the moment that fight happened, the outcome defined the rest of the game. Since then, Wham has been in full control, and this is an absolute massacre. There's nowhere to run. That TC almost just feels moot and irrelevant at this stage. Roost losing? How can it be? Wait, guys, that means we don't have to reset the Voldemort timer. We remain at 0.8 days since the Voldemort loss. Wait, 0.8 days since the Voldemort win. Oh, brutal. And then you see the aftermath effect, right? When there's a small group of Archers left over, don't fight what's remaining, just run beyond. Idle out more eco, find more kills. This is just wave 1 as well. The quality wave's now on the way. Hand Cannoneers moving in, Men-at-Arms as well. Voldemort is trying to play mass Archers with Incendiary Arrows into Gunpowder Hand Cannoneers. On a scale of nightmares from, ooh, Puppies and Rainbows to Nightmare on Elm Street, this is a nightmare on Wham Street. And Arms also breaking in again. I think Voldemort, the writing is on the wall. He's just trying to process it right now. He'll try to go for one Hail Mary to hold, but when you see this many Hand Cannoneers, this many Men-at-Arms, you can't be delusional about the outcome of this game anymore. He was trying to prep for Horsemen. Sadly, I just don't think that's coming quick enough. And this third TC would delay him so much, I think Sacred Sight would just tick him out. So well played by Wham. Good execution here. Love the fact that he didn't get greedy. He didn't rush Castle Age. He understood that the longer this feudal went on, the better it was for the 2 TC play. And he bided his time, right? He waited patiently for Voldemort to make his move. The Archer opening looked a bit questionable, but I think the cool thing about Archers as a defensive unit is when you know Voldemort's going for an all-in, you know he's not going to dive under. So you can always just raid and tickle away at him. And yes, Blacksmith range damage, I think it does. Right? That's a good question. I've been over this before. No, sorry, it doesn't, right? It's arrows and bolts. Yeah. It specifically says arrows and bolts. So you only get 35 and you get +7 from the gunpowder. I'm trying to remember if there's an exception to that rule. Azutsu, I don't think... Yeah, I think they don't get it either. GG's called, though. And Wham will make the HRE look even more broken. What is it with these Canadians right now? English, HRE? They're trying to get all the recently buffed boys nerfed. And yeah, no, they I don't know why I did think that for a second. Yeah, it specifically says arrows and bolts. What's interesting about that is, if I remember correctly, where it gets a bit spicy is Springles do get the bonus damage. I'd have to double check that, though. I think Springles do because they're a bolt, technically. Okay, my game almost stalled out there. Let me restart. Why is it lagging really bad all of a sudden? Only chemistry improves hand cannoneers? Yes. It improves hand cannoneers, and it improves cannon emplacements in outposts. It also improves the culverins, bombards, and so on. Oh, yay, hydration. The other interesting one, actually, is, like, I'm pretty sure Springles do get the increased damage from Steeled Arrow, because the interesting thing, actually, is that Springle Towers get increased damage from the +1, +2, +3. Yeah, it's a giant bolt. Okay, who else we got that we can check in on? God, this song's catchy. Game's taking ages to start up. Okay, here we go. Don't know why, like an hour ago, things start getting really laggy. Don't know why. Bit weird. Hey! Thank you, Kraken.
Your entertainment is cheaper than Netflix. Appreciate the hard work you put in every day.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the support from everyone. Don't forget those Prime gaming subs in if you've got them. I always appreciate the support. And it also lets me make sure you don't get spam of ads. That's true. I am cheaper than Netflix. But I have no chill. Just non-stop energy, baby. Whoop, whoop. Killjadi versus Lash. With the Oppermans. Don't mind if I do. I'm weighing up actually whether we stream tomorrow, to be honest. I'm thinking either tomorrow or Thursday we take... No, tomorrow Thursday or tomorrow Friday? I might just say to hell of it and take Tuesday off. The reason, like usually I stream Tuesday for those that don't know, but the reason is because we're going to be streaming Saturday as well, and we just stream Sunday. So the nice thing about like taking Tuesday and then like I always take Wednesday off because it gives like a recharge of letting players play games, so I have more things to cast. But I'm just trying not to burn myself out at the moment because we are casting like the same players again and again, and we've seen all the matchups. It's different tournaments. I do tournaments every day, but I want to try to not exhaust ourselves too fast. All right. Let's intro the players. Lash up against Killjadi here, folks, on Byzantines and Ottomans in Gorge. What words today? Dude, my words are so weird. I don't know why anyone picks the Civ. I'm just going to be telling real view. Trash Civ, Ottomans, worthless, yawn, move on. This Civ, on the other hand, oh my. Ooh. It's like, what is, it's not the body of Adonis. What would you call like the Civ that is like the body of Adonis? It is the utopia of Civ picks right now. The one and only Byzantines in the hands of Lash. Want to welcome back to A4 Action. We're hopping into Gorge for a showdown between these two. I'm curious what Killjadi has in mind with the Ottomans, because right now this is a Civ that I think just struggles to do anything that doesn't look mediocre in Feudal Age. And what worries me there is this Civ on the other side struggles to do anything that doesn't look supreme in Feudal Age. Byzantines are on top of their game right now. Their early game economy, their transition into Castle Age, these timings are disgusting, so hard to deal with. And on the flip side, you're looking at a Civ that is weakest at that point. Ever since the nerf to Ottomans, the early game has been questionable to now non-existent. In fact, a lot of players regularly with Ottomans have just been trying to find a way into Castle and beyond as quickly as possible to avoid the plague that is early game. It's difficult though. We are in a meta that is, quite frankly, dominated and dictated by Feudal Age more so than anything else. More so than I'd say ever has been in the history of AoE4. So no surprise that just that small nerf to production speed and the Vizier points has put Ottomans down in the gutter. I would put them down as like a bottom 6 Civ at this point. So, with that in mind, how does Killjadi entertain us and amaze us? I don't think we're looking at Sultani Trade Network here. Sadly, this is just not the type of map that would allow for it. If there's one map where you might end up seeing Ottomans try Sultani Trade Network in the future, I would say it's going to be something like Frizzy Marshes, right? Because on Frizzy Marshes, you get the corner spawn, so you can actually get full distance trade. But on a map like this, it's not impossible. The other issue is, you know, to go full trade, you'd be giving up permanent food. So you once again need something like Frizzy Marshes, where you get your hands on all that extra food. So we're just on the way as expected. We're probably looking at Anatolian Hills, right? Most Ottoman players are just defaulting to Anatolian Hills right now. The reason is it just gives you so much extra safe food. And I think that's very important in this matchup because I just don't see a way that you easily can test the Byzantines opening. Because Byzantines in most situations are just going to go Limtane and Javs. Very difficult for you to afford Sipahi and Archers at that early phase to contest. Too bad they nerfed Otto. Hold on a sec. I don't think anyone has ever said that. Unless they're an Otto main. Wait, Julie, were you an Otto main before you moved across to the Juju? I'm onto you. So Grand Rhino coming out. Lash, likely we are going to be seeing the Silk Road contract. I think it's just the no-brainer here. The reason is that Silk Road feels absolutely amazing. It gives you the mobility to hunt down Janissaries later in the game, shuts down the archers early on, and also if Sipahi are countering you, you have a little bit more mobility to get away from them. Add in the fact that you get Camel Riders in Castle Age. If your opponent masses Sipahi, all of a sudden you have this Camel unease that ruins them. It's just such an effective contract. I think like the funny part is when this Civ regionally released, rather, a lot of people were of the feeling that the Silk Road contract was underwhelming. Western contract was MVP, but ever since the timings got changed, so it's a little bit easier to get those initial contracts out, I think we've seen Javelins exceed all expectations. Not many people would have had them looking this good in so many matchups. Spin reaction coming out from Lash, so opening of the Limitane. Now, Killjardy at this stage could go Archers, but if you're going to go Archers, I don't think you do this willy-nilly thing where you're like, oh, maybe I play this Age, maybe I don't. You have to all in it, which is difficult for the Ottomans. And the reason you have to all in it is if you open with a handful of Archers, Javelin reaction is going to shut you down straight away. You'll be dead. So very important now that he commits to what he's doing. In fact, he has got the archery ranges now getting added to do that. He also has queued up the meta in the military school, so we'll have that aura in 2 minutes. I believe we are looking at Anatolian Hills here, considering the difference in sheep. So nothing too unorthodox. The cool thing about Anatolian Hills, the nice knock-on effect, is the gold gathering rate, right? 8 sheep is cool, but the extra gathering rate for the villagers guarantees you can be a bit more optimal getting into your eco techs and your blacksmith decks. So that is the edge of Anatolian Hills for playing along feudal. The downsides have already been highlighted. Slower production, slower Vizier point generation. I think if anything, that Vizier point nerf especially made it even more ironed in that you had to go Anatolian Hills to compensate for a slower unlock with that extra food and extra gold. So Lash should be dropping the Merc House now. Does he just try to go for castle here? He's got a backspawn gold, the backspawn berries. The deer on both on the same side. Got berries back here as well. In some ways, this is a fairly easy game to try and just get away with Castle Age Greed. But you do need to at least have some initial units out. One thing I'm not a fan of, I think Lash is overkilling it with the Limitane count. He should be scouting right now. Like, if I had to criticize one thing for him, it's the fact that he hasn't been keeping an eye on this. He's acting as if he's already up against Sipahi. He doesn't have any proof of that. He should be looking for proof to the contrary, right? If he goes in, he'd see very clearly it's double archery range. At that point, you got to have a smile on your face because it just means there's no actual need to spam the Limitane, which is a big sigh of relief, right? Because one of the big problems with scaling Limitane in the other game, way too expensive on food. I think we were highlighting this earlier. Something that Recon discovered is actually when you play with Limitane, they're so close to the cost of Horsemen, quite often Horsemen just feels better. Unless you are facing off against spears that absolutely counter you, Horsemen will always feel better because they have the mobility, they have the same damage, but they have more health. And in fact, if you think about the stats involved, 100 health versus 125, 90 resources versus 120. So you're paying the difference perfectly there, right? So you might as well get the mobility as well. Now, of course, Limitane a bit more tanky up against the archers. Actually, no. No, really not. Because Horsemen come with a ranged armor built in, right? Still Darren now on the way, undermesh on the other side, and Javs have been queued up. Yeah, I think Lash could have been a bit more aggressive on the Merc House drop timing, so he would have been optimal on the Javelins coming out. So there's going to be some idle time as he's pushed back. No Still Darren is unfortunate there. It means he doesn't get anything for his troubles in that dive. And first Javs out means that Killjardy is going to have to calm down a little bit. He needs to make sure he's got the Archer mass together. He's scouted out that all the olives have been gathered, so he should be anticipating 8 these Javelins. So against 8 Javs, you're probably going to want about 25 archers to feel confident about taking that fight. And it should be reasonable to take that fight with probably only losing about 5 archers. The reason is that you've got the meta attack speed. You could even consider doing the ranged armor. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not really worth it. The Javs hit so hard, you should just try to kill them faster. Alright, what do you think, guys? Are the Ottomans favored or the Byzantines favored? 2's for Ottomans, 1's for Byzantines. Is this one going the way of history, or is this going the way of Age of Empires 4 balanced logic? Javs. Starting off with a good trade, but nice snipe there. Killjadi just going straight after the villagers. Very expensive losing Archer Mass like that, though. And now this pushback is going to be painful. I think Killjadi's making a mistake hanging around for these kills. He's letting the Javelins gap close on him every time. And he's not killing Limitane anywhere near quick enough. This would only make sense if your plan was to switch Sipahi on a delay. I just don't think you have the food mass to do that. Oh man, nice stance his ground for the fight. I'm confused, baffled, and bewildered right now. Killjadi, I love the idea of diving in for those villager kills and then just getting the hell out. The Limitane would never be able to chase you down, but gave away way too much there. And looks like he's trying to switch into Sipahi, but Lash had the read. It's like, okay, there's only one reason you actually take that fight. And it's because you're trying to prep Sipahi to win. Lash already ahead of it, prepping more of his spears. Sipahi is a really smart choice coming out from Killjadi, by the way. It's the one upside Ottomans have in Feudal now. There's nothing else that's good for them. The reason why Byzantines can justify early farms is because of the fact that it's a permanent olive oil supply, and it only costs 60 wood. So think about it this way. It's 60 wood as opposed to 75. English get it a lot cheaper at 37 by comparison, right? But the difference is that you're getting 20% more value out of this farm while paying 20% less. It's kind of insane when you think about it that way, right? Because you're not just getting the food gathering rate, you're getting the olive oil as well. Especially when you do Grand Winery, this is insanely valuable. It gives you, I think it was 32%, I want to say it was. Because the olive groves give 20%, right? And then on top of that, you get 60% extra on that 20%. So you end up with 32% olive oil for food dropped off. And remember, you're in a system buff. So like these pay for themselves very quickly. And the cool thing is it keeps you safe. When your opponent has to play on the risky resources, you just stay at home. Ay, ay, ay. And Killjadi is going to wish he stayed at home here. Came out for another fight. Didn't end well. Jav count's at least been reduced down to 6, but the problem is the archer count is non-existent at this stage. Only 12 on the front side. This simply isn't good enough. The Limitane count is too high. And Killjadi's idea of just playing into Sipahi to catch his opponent off guard isn't going to work now. Because the olive oil is just too good. The second berry patch is being grabbed. That's 8 berry patches. That's going to be, what? I think it ends up being some, like, 3 groups of jabs, if not 4. And it will definitely be at least 4 when you consider the permanent food source here. And yes, the landmark gives a big buff to the farms. That's what we're highlighting. By default, you get 20% of the food you gather as olive oil on top. But when you put an olive grove in range of the Grand Winery, it becomes 32%. Because the Grand Winery buffs by 60%. So take 20%, add 60% on top. Maths. Everyone in chat is speechless right now. Like, oh my god, KP done the math right. Castlein's now on the way for Lash. You can see he's saving up for it. Killjadi's looking to do the same thing here, sort of. I just think he's going to be notably weaker. Wait, what? Lash? Oh, that was less than ideal. Luckily, the Sipahi didn't have quite enough time to hang around. This is getting messy fast, though. The Javelins, just enough of them left over. Archers also added in. Oh my god, that is a spicy meatball. You wouldn't expect Archers as well if you were Killjadi. Killjadi started showing Sipahi. There's no realm of existence where he was expecting to get sidelined by Archers plus Javelins. Sipahi mass is getting big for Killjadi fast, but the problem is that's sacrificing his ability to go castle. So this is now turning to kind of an all-in state for the Ottomans. I've seen Killjadi win these type of games before, where he allows his opponents greed and then he raids the farms like there's no tomorrow. I just don't know if this is that type of game, because Lash has had the correct call. He has some of the weirdest walls I've seen on Gorge. Nobody walls like this. Everybody walls length to length, right? They basically go across map. No one chooses to just take a tiny slab of land like this, but it's such a smart call up against Mass Sipahi. I feel like Biz gameplay is 50% what if Malians had a good front line. I mean, Malians have an insane front line. Donzos are just as good as Limitane. So what you're highlighting there is, yes, Malians do have a really good front line. They have a really good Feudal Age. I do think Marlians are overrated, by the way. Marlians are being picked way too much into competitive, and there isn't a clear reason anymore. A lot of people who pick Marlians are drafting it in a way that they pick Marlians to protect their English pick. And that's pointless now, because I actually think English can beat Marlians. Golden Horn Tower versus Mehmed Imperial Armory. Now, it's not just the tech timings that's the problem here. It's also the speed of the unlocks. With Dialecticus, upgrades are going to come through fast and hard for Lash if he chooses. Another thing that's going to come in fast and hard is the Varangian spam. Varangian spam is the killer here. Killjadi has to survive an onslaught. And I don't think he has great answers right now. He's going to have to prep crossbows. This is one of the most difficult points in the game against Byzantines, because when they get to this size of economy and tech up, the Varangian doesn't slow down. It's a non-stop slew out of the base. And that's courtesy of the fact they have all these great gathering rates on the Sistan, but also because the Sistan itself is giving great production rates. These Varangians come out every 16 seconds per racks. So that's almost 8 Varangian a minute for Lash. There's not really much to compare on the other side. Like, there's archery ranges by comparison, 17 seconds per crossbow. So you mass a little bit slower, right? And also, now you're building crossbows into jabs. Yeah, this is where the game starts to feel really bad for an Ottoman player. Yeah, I don't think you can allow the Ottomans to choose any of their Vizier points immediately to invest in, because then it becomes broken. There's so many issues with that. For example, like, to your thought process and logic, imagine how early you could just get Jannies out. Clash coming in the center. Limitane are being attacked by the Sipahi. That was possibly the worst way to take that fight, and yet he still won it. What? He just sat there A-clicking Varangian and Limitane with Sipahi, and he still wins the fight. I can't believe that. Lash is mismacroing. Like, no wonder he won the fight. Lash is holding on to over 1,000 food right now. Now, even in spite of that, I still favor the Byzantines for this detail coming. Like, these camel riders are going to make it impossible to take the next fight. They should, at least. Kite shields is also on the way. This gets even harder. Or teardrop shields. I always call it kite shields. Same thing. Killjadi is at least going to have a mangonel to his name. And he has stemmed the idea of this Varangian spam. So, like, I'm not going to take anything away from Killjadi. This is impressive. He shouldn't be winning these fights. Jazz trading out the last of the archers. Second line Limitane is going to ensure that he doesn't, though. I think Killjadi, this is the point where the game is going to turn quite viciously against him. He may have reset the jab count, yes. He may have actually got some space. And he is indeed trying to pick up relics. It looks like it's still possible for us to be looking at a free relic game for Lash. Admittedly on the delay, I just think Lash completely misread his economy. Not enough gold gathering, way too much food gathering. I don't like the fact that we're still looking over 1,000 food in reserve. He needs to spend it. It's insane that he's sitting on this. Like, even just dropping his stables and building some horsemen would make sense. An ambitious march out by Lash as well. I'm not sure what is making him think that he's strong right now. Jabs are going to just have to be bailed on, right? Goes in for the clash. Lash is going to end up losing the army again. I'm trying to scramble my brain whether this is just misplays by Lash or good plays by Killjadi. And I think it's a balance of both here. Lash is jumping the gun because, for good reason, most Byzantine players at this point in the game just flood the field and they feel in control. Killjadi outplayed him in that initial fight with Sipahi. The fact that he just A-click brained a bunch of Sipahi into spears and still won shows you how big his army was comparatively. And I think since then, Lash hasn't really recalibrated how he's approached this game. He's definitely floating way too much food now. On top of that, he keeps tricking his troops out instead of waiting until he's got bulk advantage. Like, imagine if he actually just waited for these camel riders. Just kept scaling army, waited for that. The reason though he's rushing, though, seems to be around the relics. Well, that's going to prove to be his undoing then, because these relics are still going the way of Killjadi, but now you're ensuring the entire game is going his way too. food gathering on the left side. So Lash, apparently in a game where he's flying over 1,000 food, has decided he needs more food. God, it's hard not to sound sassy sometimes. This Mangonel is doing God's work. Looks like it's going to be a leak over effect, so Killjadi does need to pull the siege back, or you could just stand your ground and murder them all. And this is pretty chalked right now. Lash, he looks lost, man. I think he's mismacroed entirely, and he hasn't found a moment to get back on it. You know what? I'm gonna do this justice. This is Killjadi to a K, a capital K. This is exactly what he does so well. The problem for Lash in this game is he's had no breathing room to rethink his strategy at all. He's pretty much been in the blender doing the same unit comp again and again and again and again. Because every time he wants to stop and think, Killjadi middle fingers that idea and then pressures him. This is just remarkably well played by Killjadi. It's like the wall was because the relic was actually being denied on being pulled back. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 4-1 relic game. And not just that, it's going to be a breaking. Killjadi, relentless as ever, proving to be Lash's undoing. Finally, he starts to figure out, I've got too much food, I need to put it into something. The problem right now, though, is a big part of why he's got too much food is that he didn't have too much food anymore, rather, is because he can't gather what he needs anymore. I think this is pretty cruise mode now for Killjadi. He's backing off for the moment. I don't expect that to last long. You could see him trying for Imperial Age. It doesn't really feel necessary, but I think his goal right now is secure the sacred sites, escalate, and come back in. In fact, you can really see he's gathering a hell of a lot of stone, so we could be looking at a keep drop shortly. Oh, am I getting checked? There's a big difference between a kite shield and a teardrop shield. All right, come on, Leave. What have you Googled to discover? A bit surprised that Killjadi's not flanking with the knight. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't like these keeping with the knights here. This is a raiding unit. Use it as so. Unfortunately, it's going to come too late. The walls are at least up. So Lash has got the 4k gold in the corner to try and get another attempt to survive online. Mangonel does now at least have a counter. Although it's only one Springald. It's two Mangonels. Looks like he never actually repaired this one, right? Like, which is interesting because he does have the Janissaries. So a little bit of a miss micro there. Killjadi, he could actually easily keep this one alive. Instead, it's going to go down. Second Mango should look to get involved. Unfortunately, the Meta's already been taken down, though. And Lash trying to hold on, but the problem here is that back line is thick. The question is it going to be thick enough? Killjadi hasn't got all the troops here. Went for the keep in the center. Lash has lost the front line, though. It's javelins versus what? Mostly archers here and a few crossbows. I think Killjadi is going to want to back away from this one. Night Raid not going to be able to break through either. So Lash, actually an impressive defense there. Is ready to write him off in this game. I think the mistake there, Killjadi, he didn't engage with this Mangonel quick enough. On top of that, he didn't heal the Mango that was injured, which he has no excuse for because he has Janissaries, right? That can repair Siege. So a little bit of a whoopsie. Had he fixed that detail, I actually think that's just a complete GG. He's going to fix it now, though. Siege Workshop on the front side. He's got Mangoes on the way. And although Lash may have bought himself a reprieve on the execution, he's still in a sticky situation here. Olive groves are about as high as they're going to get without you starting to lose scalability and value per farm because the ground wine is fully surrounded. And you're in a game where you don't have access to your flank resources now. The deer, the boar, they're all in an area where Lash doesn't want to be. And now Killjadi, with that keep drop, he says it's time for traps. And bless him. I always love the honesty of Killjadi. I had a feeling you'd forgotten that you could heal the siege. Yeah, it's interesting because if you remember that detail, you would have beat him in that fight. Because you would have had two Mangoes, so you would have had double the hits, right? Burn Fruit coming on the north side. Gold already being abandoned. Lash did at least get much of that. But the problem I now see is this south side is completely exposed. I am not liking the look of the next 5 minutes for Lash. Sacred Sites are now locked in. It's 4 relics as well. Like, this is an insane amount of gold. Killjadi could actually just go Imperial. And I don't hate that idea. Makes a lot of sense, right? It's your strongest point in the game. You're massing Janissaries anyway, so You already have the right comp to move up. So backstab's coming in. Lash. Oh, Killjoy is split a little here. So it could actually be a payday. Army marches in Killjoy. Well, first they forgot to repair siege, now they forgot to shoot. Finally going to return fire a little bit too late there to do anything. Reinforcements are coming though, and Lash has officially gone beyond the threshold. He's far out of his base here. The Sipahi, if they just engage with the Knights as well, it's going to be a wipe of the back line. And wipe at the front as well. I think Lash misread this situation. It came too far out. Yeah, that's going to be a mop-up. Main line of the army is going to be gone. And behind this, like, Javelin count is non-existent. That's a problem. You now don't have an answer to Janissaries. Mangonel's at least going to come out for a wallop. But it's not going to get back home. And the problem here is now, because you're only on Olive Groves, and the count isn't insanely high, rebooming up to, say, 20 jabs just isn't on the cards right now for Lash. So what is the way out for Lash? Well, he hasn't really got any gold to work with. He's finally moved out, but it's a maximum of 11 villages here with no gathering rate. So there is kind of a handcuffing to just how much you can afford of premium units. Varangian starts to lose value now as well. The Janissaries attack speed is kind of absurd. They dent you Rapido style. I think he needs to focus on getting the jabs back online. Maybe you play into Siege with the limited gold you've got access to. You could try to go for multi-springles. The problem is Killjoy, the smartest play he made in this game is the Ford Siege Workshop. It's helped him so much here. It's making it difficult for Lash not feel suffocated by the siege. The Treb. When the Treb thinks he can do war better than everyone else, like, well, I should kill the keep, but I need to kill these guys and carry your noob asses. Well, guys, it's starting to feel like this one is going to go the way it does historically. The great siege of Constantinople continues. Only one Treb at the moment, though. Killjoy understands he's got the number advantage, starts to push in. Janissaries are just going to shred through this Limitane. Shield wall is irrelevant in the face of this damage. With the front line gone already, I don't see a way in which Lash is going to be able to hold on. Siege at least been sniped out, but he doesn't have a mango of his own. It's finally coming in, but it might be too late. One shot in, but not much of an army left to hold afterwards. I think Lash is going to have to admit defeat here. The mango is also now hitting the wrong targets. Looks like Killjoy is going to back up temporarily, but no doubt the damage has been done here. Lash lost any premium he really had there. He's got a little bit of siege left, but with such little gold income and the fact that the Sacred Site time rate is continuing, I feel like it's just a matter of time before Killjoy comes in for the killing blow. Would longbows not be better against Jans than Jabs? No, because longbows have less mobility. So Javelins gives you more mobility, and then the follow-up in detail is very important, which is going into Camel Riders gives you a counter to Mass Sipahi. If you go for the Western contract, you only counter one of the units. If you go for the Silk Road, you counter both of the units that Ottomans do best. Trev now hitting the TC. What worries me is Lash is in a game where if it's in his base, he holds, right? That feels great. But the reality is this game requires you to come out because of Sacred Site time. And we've already seen that Lash, literally every single time he comes out to fight, he loses. The closest to arguing the other way would be here. I wouldn't argue he was out of his base when he took this fight, though. He was guarding his base still. When he came out to the Sacred Site, absolute rout. When he tries to come out to the keep, absolute rout. This is the issue with what Killjoy is crafted, is that Lash is handcuffed by the early skirmish limitations. He's in a game now where the idea of flanking to raid resources is great, but where are you getting the gold to invest in those units? Because you're playing a Civ that doesn't really raid that well with cavalry, right? Cataphracts are expensive and slower, so that doesn't really seem like an option. You could maybe take the Camel Riders, but if you take the Camel Riders, you don't have the unease for the Sipahi. Quite the sticky predicament he finds himself in, and it's about to get a lot worse. Lash. Oh boy, he did not upgrade this outpost. No mangonel placement. No fortification. And a lot of villages that are about to be exposed. Fortifications now not accessible either. The body blocks are perfect there. Fortitude activated. And Lash is about to lose all his gold workers. That surely has to be it. He was holding on by a string before this, but now with a hit to the economy like that, Killjadi's in full control. Wow. A few workers going to make their way back out, but I mean, it's a 16 eco lead now. You got to remember this has been going on for a while, so Vizier point-wise, there should be a lot unlocked. In fact, I think we have got the additional military school. Yep. And wait, does he have the ability to produce them? Yes, he has been producing the giant tower. So he pretty much has everything he needs. It's about to get a lot better when he gets a fight like this. Mango shot coming in. That's a big one. Spy line's going to spread out. Mango return fire looks good, but the problem is your front line is going to break a lot quicker than Killjadi's. And the impact's going to be felt. Javelin's in retreat now. Sapati should be able to clear up the siege after they're done with the jabs, and I think we are looking now at a pretty clear and blatant GG. Good attempts to hold by Lash. I think, you know, part of this is showing you his skill as a player, but also just showing you the power of the Byzantines. But Killjadi just showing you that he's on another level with what is considered to be one of the most pointless and worthless civs in the earlier ages of the game. Well played, Mr. K. Javier is always better on spawn up. Wait, Javier? Who is Javier? What has he been doing for you? Okay, so 0.8 days. Oh wait, no, you're right. We're up to 1 day now. Thank you for. Actually, no, we're a little bit away from 1 day. Yeah, 0.8 days, dude. Don't be weird about it. 0.85. There you go. Oh wait, now we need to reposition it. There we go. Perfect. Also, meta is to survive to mid-game. Yeah, your goal is to try and get to the Castle and Imperial Age. Like, your Castle and Imperial Age really didn't get hit. The nerfs to the production speed of the military schools was quite negligible. And you still have the upsides of, as you go on, you got Vizier points to give all these perks and great bombards as well. So yeah, pretty good. Okay, sorry, I was just reading a bunch of crap. I think it was more, hope your opponent doesn't get Lombo contract. What are you on about? Lombo contract wouldn't have won that. Dude, if he went Lombo contract, he wouldn't have came out of his base. So the Ottoman player would have just went 2TC. Like, it's insane just how much better Jav contract is. You get a lot more value out of the initial opening units, and you get more flexibility to attack and defend. So much better. So, let's have a look here. Don't know who Voldemar's playing against. Let's check the ladder. The Baconator. What a name. Wait, isn't that a device that someone made? I can't remember if that was an actual device. I still don't know who the first of the zebras is. Is it a sandwich? Really? Ooh. It's kind of got me curious. Let's have a look. Wait, that's the wrong... Why is it capturing that one? What? Whoa. Oh! It's Wendy's, that's why. I've never been to a Wendy's. A gross sandwich from Wendy's. What I will say is bacon is overrated. There, I said it. Hate me. Bacon is 100% overrated. It's not as good as people try to make it out to be. The Clogger. Ah, got you. Who's Beastie up against? Oh, wait. Is this the Wololo account? It's been a while since we've seen them. Let's have a look. They're from Germany and they mainly play China. Part of me wants to believe that this is crackety. Should we do a beastie game? It's a Bastards versus Order of the Dragon. We watched this earlier, and it was quite entertaining between Corvinus and GUA. So maybe we get something similar here. Wait, what the frick did I just walk in on? What the hell? All right, leave and look at that, guys. Arcleave and Secret Boogie, Bogey. Actually, is it Boogie or Bogey? I assume it's Bogey. We just, they found love thanks to this stream. Big clappers. We done it. Here's Bogey. I thought it was Bogey. Don't know why I was going Boogie. I mean, I guess you're going to do a type of Boogie with sweet talk like that. Woo-hoo. Sorry, I'm just checking on something. Kill it with fire too. Someone's messaged me about a game I can get access to. Don't think any of them are strategy games though. Broken Roads. That's kind of a cool looking RPG actually. Alright, so the problem with this game, I'm looking at right here behind the scenes. Its art style is kind of in a weird place where you see what I mean when I show it to you. It looks cool, but at the same time, it also looks like those mobile games and those like scam games. You know the ones I'm talking about? When you see pictures of them? Like that picture especially. Looks like a browser game, right? It's kind of weird though, because like some of those shots look really good. Like that looks great. Not sure about that one. And what was the final one? Duckside. What's Duckside? Wait. Chat. Chat. We might have to play this. You guys have seen Duckside, right? So this is a battle royale where you play as ducks. This does look hilariously stupid in a great way. What's the name? Duckside. Actually, is that like I could have sworn they said it's a battle royale. Maybe it's not. Okay, no. I think it's gonna have a battle royale mode though, because I remember someone saying it to me. But it's like it's Rust, but you play as ducks. Yeah, it's Rust, but you play as ducks. Of course, ducks with bows and arrows, as you expect. A shotgun receipt. Oh. Oh man. This does look like a good time. I love the hats as well. No pigeon skin? I know, right? I feel scammed. That's why we can't play it. No pigeon. GG. That does look hilariously fun. Oh, man. That is very tempting. All right, we're just a few seconds out from live. Perfect. Yeah, it's very tempting to check that one out. Okay. Oh, it's him. I haven't seen him in a while. You guys remember Wallow, right? This guy used to always be queuing into the top level pros. Well, looks like we're returned to old habits here, because on the other side of this, on the Abbases, we've got Beastie going up against Order of the Dragon's Wololo, and what an intriguing immediate play. Out towards the gold and onto the deer with no hesitation. Love this opening already. This is really cool, actually. The reality is, Order of the Dragon, they have the buff of the Prelate essentially built into their villages by default, right? A 28% increase. So playing Pocket Ecos is a lot more valuable this Civ than it is with their cousin Civ. Terrible start there, needing to actually spear down twice on the Wolf, though, because it takes 3 hits. But outside that, pretty cool one. So checking the rank of Wololo, they aren't typically top. They are ranked 313th. They've had some good seasons before. I remember the early days, especially Season 1 and Season 2, they're ranked 80th and 51st, respectively. So they're very capable of getting the absolute top. Of course, when you want to get to the absolute top, players like this being in your way does prove to be a problem. Beastie, on this account, if I remember correctly, is he in 10th place right now? Or is it 9th? 9th. So 9th place, but he also has his Abbasid OP account, which is sitting in 12th. And then I think Yahalo hasn't done anything this season. Yeah, kind of interesting, actually, that Beastie's typically always been the top 3 on the leaderboard, but you got to remember, the last few days he's been focusing on just playing loads of free-for-alls. He's been taking a break from the 1v1 grind. So he hasn't been as active in that regular rotation, which is nice to see. It gives us an opportunity to check in on some new players, for some to get up, for you to then farm their elo. But this matchup in particular is quite intriguing to me, because I think Order of the Dragon have to play very fast against the Abbasids. And the cool thing about the Abbasids is the opening move of Military Wing can bait the Wololo player to go the wrong way. They can bait a Dragon player to go into the wrong unit comp, and then the game gets ruined from there. So what I'm looking for is that Military Wing opening that's going to force an archery range reaction. We watched a game earlier between Corvinus and GUA in this particular matchup, where Corvinus had a very different and creative approach to that problem, which was that instead of just settling on one production building, he got all the production buildings. I'm curious to see what this Dragon player is going to settle on, though. Tech up, not ready to go yet. This is Deceptive. He's going to be pretty much there. It's the fact that he's gathering on the deer with almost everyone. That's the thing you always have to remember. I remember this became very apparent back on Cauldron, actually. When I talked to Recon about it, he was saying, it's weird on Cauldron, because on Cauldron, you had the deer right next to your base, right? So you'd move on to them. But you always had to remember to manually drop off, or you'd end up with suboptimal tech timings because of how long it takes for them to return the food. Even more so with Order of the Dragon, where they gather up to 35 food. In fact, right now, if Wololo just drops off, to have what he needs. There we go. So, tech up should be on the way. One interesting strategy. No. Like, I was about to say, like, the idea seems cool because you're buffing the deer, but then you're already munching for a lot of the deer. By the time the tech up's complete, you've probably finished it. Mind work makes a lot more sense here. Dude, he's not done there. He's going for the boar. Wheelbarrow is so early as well. This is kind of funky. Very dangerous as well because you are up against the player doing Military Wing. So if he sees you out here with the archers, he can just shut you down. That's the thing I'm a little bit reserved when it comes to this strategy with, that I don't like, is the fact that even if you build an outpost now, not everyone's going to be safe, right? Like, you've brought 8 villages out to a board, which is typically a big no-no with Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon like to keep their pocket ecos to a cap of 5. That way, one outpost protects the entire investment. He's the other side that's already gathering the stone. Pretty standard build, right? You go 2 TC after the Military Wing. Very strong. Actually quite potent against most opponents. The new Castle Age builds on 2 TC I've been seeing out the Abbasids are really scary, guys. I think it was Puppypaw and Wham that were kind of leading the charge with that. Very difficult to stop because the issue is that you get stuck reacting to this play and the Abbasid player gets a very comfortable second TC. Then with the fresh food stuff savings, because of such an early TC, you're easily able to afford to tech up. I think that should be the goal here. In fact, I'm getting increasingly worried. This is an insanely slow tech up. Can't OTD just make men-at-arms and Abba can't really hurt them without going castle? No, actually. Abbasids is one of the hardest civs to do that strategy against. The reason is that Abbasids can just build camel archers. And you can never touch camel archers. It's really hard to actually win against Abbasids with massive men-at-arms. We even have, I think, a cast on the YouTube side between Kiljardi and Beastie, where Beastie's playing Order of the Dragon, and he gets destroyed by mass camel archers. Oh my god, please finish the tech up. Please finish the tech up. He's going to have to commit it. He just about gets it in time there. In fact, I think if BC's Spearman hadn't walked down for a second there, he might have got the kill before the tech completed. And all of a sudden now you're talking about a game where Wololo does not have gold access. Not freely, not easily. And that, by the way, is usually why you do not build your mine work so far away from your base. What makes it even more worrisome is, like, how do you get back to the gold now? Because the gold is completely out of range of the TC. So you have to play, what, flank golds? If I'm Beastie and I see this, I might just decide to drop a stables and go some horsemen. Because I know you're now going to have to take risks, right? How's the sheep count at least looking? I think that's the good sign about this, is a lot of sheep at home. What I'm wondering is Beastie, now he's walking and seeing that there's no villagers working on food here, or barely any. Does he think that there must be a pocket eco? Because so far, this has gone unscoured, right? Otherwise, the archers and spearmen would already be there. Second TC is in a glorious position as well. Connects the tree line, also gets the berries and the deer. This is a really good spawn for Beastie. Oh, lordy. It looks like Wololo is planning to just go towards castle. What? No. I feel like you're going to be so slow on that. How do you justify this? So, Castle Age into what? Gilded Knights? I mean, you're getting countered by spears, right? Maybe you go Castle Age into some Lansk? I like that idea, actually. Landsneck, pretty cool here. And yes, the Order Dragon spawn is pretty horrific. The main one that's criminal here is the gold. Like, look at the difference in the gold there and then there. It feels like it's a maybe an extra tile difference. It's definitely further away. You can actually see it clearly. And that definitely is a kick of the nuts, right? Because the secondary gold is also for your base. So unless you want to commit to these small walls, very difficult to access. But looks like they do get back out. BC has backed away. Scout has finally revealed where the villagers are on the left side. But the boar has already been cleared. It looks like instead, Beastie should now just be going towards castle, right? And he's adding in the archer range, but I don't think you want to scale too much in this age. Maybe the better approach is to start the tech up, then start spamming archers, and then you go for the composite bows, right? The logic with these initial archers, I think, and camel archers is to block the play with prelates. Because camel archers doesn't really make much sense against the archer play. The only reason I think that BC's doing this is that he doesn't realize just how much food Willow's got, because this is a very weird build. So what it might be is BC thinks that this is Gilded Archers plus Men-at-Arms, which would make a lot of sense. But as we mentioned before, Camel Archers disintegrate Men-at-Arms. So it's a really bad unit to play in for the Order Dragon. Well, the home gold is technically, it's on the same screen. It's just our UI blocks it. Ray comment, no, not again. I mean, he's got a Gilded Archer. The weird part is actually BC should be able to beat that, right? Instead, he goes after the economy. That's kind of funky, actually. I think that Gilded Archer would die to this. Yeah, and he realizes it now. Archers are going to go in for it. He wanted the idle time, but the funny thing is I think if he killed the Gilded Archer straight away, he might have been able to dive onto the Regnets. Instead, Wololo, with 16 villagers, will get Castle Age. What is he going to do with it? That's a discussion for another day. That's future Wololo's problem. That's Wololo, what is it called, Reynardo? I can't remember the location's problem. Hopefully. Culture Wing, now on the way from Beastie. Remember, the reason why you do Culture Wing instead of Eco Wing is if you haven't tech unlocked. And right now you can see Beastie, he's going to get some of his Eco techs, but most of this hasn't been touched. So you get a lot of value out of Preservation and Knowledge. It saves you an insane amount of resources. And this is where Beastie's going to split the Archers, Camel Archers off and guard the Relics, right? Like, that's his goal now. Doesn't want to fight directly. He knows there's going to be extra units. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong time to go out with the Camel Archer here. Yeah, that Horseman is going to eat you up. He can at least guard the other flanks, so Wololo should get one free relic. Second one seems doable, but more than that should be difficult. Especially considering we've got a scaling into Camel Archers. Yeah, dude. Well, here's the thing. Your gold's really far away, so if you don't forward landmark as Order the Dragon, how do you make the gold vein part of your base? It makes sense, chat. Don't be weird about it. This is so weird. Like, I'm watching Camel Archers being actively produced into Gilded Archers. It's such a weird approach, but I think the logic for Abbasids here, the logic for Beastie is that he wants to secure the relics. And Camel Archers gives you more flexibility to do so than the alternative. Awesome. The Butterfly they can chew here. The Spearmen are finally participating. We have actually got the upgrade coming in for them. Culture Wing complete in 5 seconds, and likely we'll be looking at POC and then on a delay, Veterancy for the Camel Archers. Boom, straight away. Beastie is not one of those fellas that just waits on that. He always remembers POC is important. Hello? Playing with fire. It's kind of funny, actually, that he's built into Camel Archers. If you think about it, Camel Archers are just better Gilded Archers, right? Okay, that's actually nuts to think about. Their attack speed isn't much worse, but they have double the damage. And they have the same health. Camel Archers are better Gilded Archers. And they're only slightly more expensive. They're 230 resources versus 160. That's kind of bonkers. What a smart read by Beastie. I know, all of the dragons do not get better movement speed for the units. Marching Drills is an H3 exclusive. The thing that I usually find all of the dragon do better, though, are range units, which is why I like Wololow's build. I think it is logical here. And in fact, because he's already built archers, he's anticipating he's going to be up against some sort of armored. He's correct. Gulem's being queued up by Beastie. Meanwhile, Wololow has the first Gilded Crossbowman now coming out. Second relic now on the way. This is the point where I wouldn't really be against the idea of an Abbasid player just trying to drop a Mosque. And yep, exactly what he's going to do. Because at this stage, it's getting much harder to guard. Considering you saw mass Gilded Archers, you're going to be very delayed because your comp isn't mobile anymore, right? So instead of trying to guard all these relics wide, it's much easier to just remove them on the flanks and then focus in on one location. No incessant greed from Wololow. I'm kind of impressed by that. A lot of players, when they play Dragon or H are in the situation, would be growing for multiple relics at the same time. But you're noticing that Wololow is actually taking it one at a time. It's not going to get you as much eco straight away, but it's a surefire way to guarantee you get each of them. One issue I do take with it is you are, at the end of the day, up against 2 TC from the start of the game. So at this stage, Beastie is almost 30 villages ahead. Let's add 20%, or 30%, let's be generous, on for Wololow's count. He's still trailing by about 20 eco. And remember, because the Abbasids have got that Golden Age buff, you're not as far ahead as you would be against other civs. So what does Wololow do from here? Steel Dagger upgrade coming in only now. Interception on the way, and immediately targets down the crossbowman. Ouch. Gulem's going to be untouchable here. Crossbows can easily just snipe this out. So yeah, Prelate is going to be going down. And the Gulem should just be able to chase away the Gilded Archers now. And this is interesting because if that happens, then these crossbows can just turn around and intercept this. Sick micro. Beastie just splits the fight the right way. Great return fire from Wololow. Unfortunately, not finish off the final crossbows, though, is going to cost him dearly. In fact, he's overextending with these boys. They've got no melee armor protection, right? Only a +1. So Gulems with the double strike. Perfect solution to that. Oh, Prelate trying to make a sneaky move. More troops are on the way. However, those Gilded Archers are getting decent damage in. They've got a crossbowman formation, so considering how that was going, actually a really good recovery for Wololow. I was a little bit worried that there weren't going to be enough crossbows, but he did focus fire down the crossbows on the other side to ensure that he didn't get sniped out. This next wave is proving problematic, though. I think he's been given a bit too much. Beastie, when you give him a bit too much, he'll take a mile. All of a sudden, those Gilded Archers are now getting targeted out. Prelate is moving in. Imam's going to have to back off temporarily. Wololow is not going to be successful, though, and he's going to sneak it, isn't he? It's yoinking time. Oh, the Gilded Archers, they're going to die at the perfect time. And out we go. 3-2 relics. I don't care if it's a Regnants, guys. That is an insane eco lead now. Behind this, walls are up, and you can see the Congo line. The troops are non-stop. I think Wololow might just be dead upon arrival here. This is problematic. They're not scaling military quick enough. They don't actually have enough production by the looks of it. And they're very one-dimensional. They have the stables, but they don't want to commit into it because it's a Bastards, right? So they're just going full ranged against the Bastards. Against a Bastards. Mangonel's on the go, folks. It's easy to forget about this sometimes up against the Bastards and Ivids. But this is now a very big problem for Wololo. Wololo doesn't have the snipe down potential Mangos. They don't have Siege Workshop. They haven't prepped Spoons ahead of time. And it's right outside their base. They could just lose this game instantly because all their wood lines are full spawning. So if they don't have Siege now, they might never get it. Dive now coming in. Mangonel gonna hold it all hostage. And Wololo just trying to keep the production alive. This is only hope here. Second Mango now coming up. He's like, okay, Wololo, you got some moves, but you know, let's level 2 this. You can dodge one Mango. You ain't gonna dodge this game. You're already too deep. GG gets called. Beastie making it look so easy with the Bastards here. You know, a kind of funky build coming out from Wololo that I think maybe caught Beastie off a little bit. What was impressive to me is the way that he essentially just pushed his opponent into this one-dimensional range build and then came out with the tried and true classic of just Siege to shut it down. Cool game. Rough spawn for Wololo, though. I do think he got screwed over a little bit. No defensive tree line, no secondary gold behind his base. Does make it a lot harder, but you really can't take anything away from Alex in this one. Okay, cool game. So, turns out food is soon. I'm trying to think. Do we just call it there? Maybe have a little bit of a short one? Because we done like 8 hours yesterday. So I might chill and recharge. I think, guys, what we'll look to do is probably won't stream tomorrow. So I'll be back Thursday, and then we'll do Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we'll have the charity stream on Saturday, so we do some cool things. So I've got a few ideas in mind for that. If you guys have ideas of things that would get you to donate to charity, ! Discord. Go to my Discord, drop them in chat. Be reasonable. I'm not shaving my hair. That would require... That would be a subathon goal of thousands for it to even be considered. But some fun things we can do to raise money for basically a charity that supports kids with cancer. Researchers and helps them get through the treatment. But I did know someone asking on the YouTube side, Sky was like, what is your level in AoE4 Conqueror? I'm unranked. I don't play ranked. My PC is too poo-poo for it. And also, I don't really feel like I have anything to prove. So, just don't bother with it. But let me find someone to raid so you guys can keep having fun. And just a reminder, once again, I will be back on Thursday. So, we'll probably look to do a bit of a longer stream on Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday, probably somewhere between 4 and 8 hours long. So you guys will still get plenty of good bang for buck. So definitely subscribe because that's going to be, let's say, easily over 30 hours of content again this week. I'm spoiling you. So let's have a look who we've got online. I think we might send you all the way of... I think we'll actually send you all over. Wait, VNS cool? They stream? You know what? I'm sending you all a load of Sassy. I haven't raided Sassy in quite a while. So go have some fun with Sassy. Hype him up. He's playing Zhuji in free-for-alls. Try not to judge him too deeply for that. Thank you for tuning in again, guys. Hopefully, I will see you all again on Thursday. If you haven't got your hands on some gunner pairs yet, go check these frames out. These are the full-out frames in collaboration with Prime. So they are the actual official merch. Pretty cool, actually. I'm liking them. I'm going to have to wait until May to put my order for my prescription load. But I'll definitely be getting some of these for sure. But much love, guys. And I'll see you all again very soon. Toodaloo.